Us at richielaw.com. I'm on top of it.
WCMC-FM HD1 Holly Springs.
One by Sorelli. Moser is on it, center point. Moser skates right circle. Moser shoots. Score! Score! J.J. Moser! J.J. Moser! Delaney tie the series! They win game 2, 3-2 in overtime! This series is tied up, baby! 1-1!
Shoot the puck, and that's what Moser did.
It's the Adam Gold Show. Ooh. Hold on. Hold on.
As he sips the tea, which you might be able to see it on YouTube.
Oh, my gosh.
I think so. Video Joe's over here working hard on that.
He's cranking it up. Right. There you go.
Who is this? This is Aiden Gold. This isn't Adam Gold. This is a different one.
Ooh. My wife sent me a text earlier. How's the voice? Because when I woke up, I had 0.
Oh, yeah.
0.
That's fun.
I'm going to be okay. I'm fine. Everybody's asking, you still feel it? You feel okay?
Right.
I feel fine.
Everybody, I don't know why people...
don't know why this has happened, but it has.
Everybody seems to forget that when you get sick, there is this, gray area of feeling fine,
Ooh.
But everything doesn't sound fine.
Right. Now, I'm too loud anyway. I am notorious among media centers and press boxes everywhere for Gold, shut up.
Gold's
Lower
here.
your voice. I don't have an indoor voice. Yeah. I apologize. My wife gets mad at me. You don't even need a microphone. Why do they give you a microphone? Blah, blah, blah. All right, I get it.
I'm sure she's loving this.
I didn't have a problem last night.
Oh, so it only works for
right.
working
right.
when you need.
So last night, last night we're at home, and because I'm on a round of prednisone.
Yeah.
So I've got extra energy. I'm not lacking for energy today. And she was like, all right, 5 minutes, shut up. Nothing. No talking. 5 minutes.
All right.
I set a timer.
Did you? I was going to say, did you time it?
I made it 3 minutes and 23 seconds.
Oh, man. Well, it was over half. So there you go. You made it about 60%.
No joke. 3 minutes, 23 seconds. And I said something, and she goes, you couldn't make it 5 minutes.
No.
You couldn't make it 5 minutes.
Was it worth it? The thing that you had to say, was it like something?
Real funny story about when we first started dating. I'm Adam Gold. That's Victoria. We're on YouTube. We should have I don't know, whatever. So it was like our third date.
Yeah.
And we went to Dave Matthews.
Oh, okay.
And we're driving to the concert, and we're still in the getting to know each other phase. Mm-hmm. We have spent a lot of time together.
Right.
First date, we just met somewhere, and it was a blind date, and we talked for like 5 hours.
Yeah.
It was great first date. Second date, after I blew off the second date, we went to dinner, and we had a great time.
Yeah.
It was not a smooth start.
Oh, right. Yeah. I was going to say blind dates could be shaky anyway.
It was. I would put hours up against anybody's ever anywhere.
Nice.
And but the third date we went to Dave Matthews, and I believe it was during that second date we went to had sushi. Mm-hmm. By the way, if people I'm going to give them a free plug because it's a place very important to me.
Yeah.
Waraji.
Okay.
Which is a great sushi place. They don't know I said that, and they don't really know who the hell I am, which is fine. And I think it was during our conversation there that there are times where I will not shut up.
Yeah.
And I was explaining this to her.
Right.
And I said, I will not be offended if at some point you go, will you please shut the blank up?
Stop talking.
It was on that drive to the Dave Matthews Show.
Then she threw it out.
There, date 3.
There you go.
And the first opportunity after date 2, and I told her about it, she was like, will you please shut the... I'm like, all right.
You gave me permission. Now I'm using it.
I am so... I am the opposite of easily offended.
Yeah.
I really, it does, because I recognize it. I recognize the problem. I recognize the problem. By the way, we have no honey. We have no honey anywhere in this building, apparently.
Really?
I went back and I talked to Jessie, who is one of the greatest human beings on the planet.
She is.
And she said, well, I'll just go out and get you honey. I'm like, you will do nothing of that. She goes, why aren't you a diva? I'm like, because I hate them.
Yeah, nobody likes a diva.
Gosh. Anyway.
We ain't got time for that.
I need to stop that conversation right now because I went and started talking about other people.
Well, I can see why you would ask her, because we get these little honey things at the long-term luncheons, and they're great.
4 of them at home.
Yeah, exactly. But not here.
Yeah.
So I was going to say, I think I have one at home, and I could bring to you, but it doesn't help you today.
It's too late.
Yeah.
So anyway, I'm fine. We're going to get through it together.
Yeah.
So why don't we start?
Let's get it started. Let's get it started.
There's so many fun things to talk about today. We don't have a Canes game.
No. Tomorrow.
Actually, probably a good thing for me.
True.
Because late night, all that, we're probably having four overtimes tomorrow.
Maybe that's why they gave the extra day. The NHL knew that you're going to have no voice.
Yeah.
And then,
meanwhile, the NHL scheduled this series out to be the absolute least convenient to what I wanted to do this upcoming weekend.
Yeah.
Jack's got soccer out of town.
Oh, no.
And if the days fell just a little bit differently, everything would have been fine.
Yeah.
And I could have gone. Nope. So
not happening.
I'm sending my stand-in.
There you go.
My much taller, more handsome son. He is going. Anyway, crazy night last night in the NHL playoffs. Tampa had to level with the Canadiens.
And they almost didn't.
You're absolutely right. Games 3 and 4 up there in Montreal. I still like the Habs in the series.
Yeah.
But I want to say this. Tampa was trailing in the third period. Nikita Kucherov, wraparound goal. That got them into overtime, and then J.J. Moser won it in OT.
Neither team could stay out of the box. Basically, both teams were in the box at one point.
Right. Exactly.
All of them.
Like, I get a text from a buddy of mine. 9 players in the penalty box?
Standing room only?
Right. Well, that happened in Buffalo and Boston, too.
Yeah.
Right. It just crazy. That's the play. Game 2s, apparently, except in Raleigh, were SRO in the penalty boxes.
Yes.
But Tampa has something, a bulldogishness about them that Montreal does not. That's not to say that Montreal isn't going to win the series. I still think they will, but I could have incorrectly overlooked that Tampa, when pushed, will drag you into the mud. And they are more equipped to play that way than Montreal is. If that matters, Montreal might be in a little trouble. But if we just play, even a physical game, I'm not talking about anything other than that. If we play even a physical brand of playoff hockey, I still like the Canadiens.
Same.
But if that becomes a knockdown drag out, that's an element Tampa has that Montreal does not. Mm-hmm. Again, Kucherov got him even. They have, he's the best player. Part of me thinks he's the best player in the world.
Yeah.
Kucherov is next level. Plus, he's got a nastiness to him, too.
Yeah.
Brandon Hagel. Dude.
That guy.
I remember when he was just like a middle six winger with the Chicago Blackhawks.
Did you see? He should be on the UFC card. It took one punch to knock that big tree down.
Wow.
I'm not going to attempt his name, but the long one with a lot of confidence. Yeah, that guy.
Who is a great player.
Yeah, he is.
I thought he was one of the best 2 or 3 players at the Olympics. He was awesome.
He rang his bell last night.
Whoa. On the button, that punch.
Yeah.
But Hagel's tough, man. And again, I was having a conversation with John Forsland earlier in the year about my view of Tampa. Is that, and we've obviously seen him play the Hurricanes 3 times, and I've seen him a bunch of other times. Victor Hedman's not healthy right now. We don't know when he's going to play. They don't think he's going to play in this series at all. But I'm here to tell you that Victor Hedman's, I don't know if his days are numbered, but the Victor Hedman I have seen this year isn't that good.
Yeah.
I would say the same thing about Ryan McDonough. I think the best days, they are definitely in the latter stages of their careers.
Other side of the hill.
And I'm not sure it's going to matter because Moser's really good, and Darren Radish is really good, and Chernak is still good enough.
And they got Suzuki and Anderson over there.
Well, no, I'm talking about Tampa.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, against them.
Tampa's blue line. Well, yes. I still think if they rely upon Hedman and McDonough, and I'm not saying John Cooper doesn't recognize this because he's an elite coach. If they have to rely on Hedman and McDonough, I don't think that they're a true Stanley Cup contender. But if they use those guys as not third pair, but to accent the Mosers and the Radishes of the world, they're pretty tough. All right. Apparently, we know what Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen's name translates to in English. Did you see Boston Buffalo last night?
I did.
Apparently, Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen translates very well to Scott Darling.
Yeah.
Morgan Geeky backhand flip, center ice, one bounce, and passed.
That guy.
UPL. What are we doing?
Yeah.
By the way, he also curses in English.
Oh.
Do they not have Finnish curse words?
I don't know.
Now I want to ask Sebastian Aho.
But it is entertaining to hear them curse in English.
I want
with the accent.
No. Anyway, yeah, you can't allow the goal.
No.
Yeah, you can't be that nonchalant. Look, it hit the ice and definitely took a right bounce. So it wasn't, looking from the goal, it bounced to the left. So in some ways, unlucky. But is this not your first game?
Yeah.
It's happened before, so you have to go out and smother that puck. Be a catcher. Make sure it doesn't get past you. It went in. That made it 2. And I think he was shook. He gave up another goal, although it wasn't a bad goal. And Boston levels that series. That's a hard series for me to read. Think about this. Game 1, Boston led 2-0 going into the last half of the third period. But Buffalo was the better team in Game 1, if you watched it. Buffalo was peppering Jeremy Swayman with shots.
Did you see Josh Allen with the drum and crushing the beer? Whatever beer that was. I'm sure it was local to Buffalo.
I'm sure it was. Why is Josh Allen getting a hard time? I guess it's fun.
Is he getting a hard time?
I hate that jersey, by the way. We're
I know.
a
That
real
was, what are we doing?
90s version of whatever that.
Yeah, just stop.
Awful. The blue and the yellow is good.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Is that a good job on the drum? I have no idea. I'm not familiar with Buffalo's.
He crushed a beer
drum.
after, and if you ask most people, then they're like, yeah, it was good.
Fine.
I don't know.
Regular dude. And then probably ate a pistachio.
Yeah.
But Buffalo scored 4 goals in less than 7 minutes to come back and win Game 1. But they were the better team. They deserved to win. Boston was the better team yesterday. And not by a little. So, I don't know how to read this series. It is the Sabres' first trip to the playoffs in 14 years. That might matter for something. I don't know. I don't think it will. Because I think Buffalo is better than Boston. But man, Charlie McAvoy's played in almost 100 playoff games.
Yeah. Can't beat experience.
Same with Pasternak.
Yeah.
Geeky hasn't played in as many, but Elias Lindholm's played in a bunch of playoff games. So, I don't know, man. And they're getting years out of guys like Victor Arvidsson and Pavel Zacha. They are scoring big goals. Arvidsson had 2 last night. All right, we'll see what happens when that scene shifts to Boston. Utah got on the board.
Yeah, they finally did. Look at them go. I was proud of them.
You're proud?
Yeah.
Very nice.
Yeah. They got a new Zameth. They got at least 1 playoff win.
They're very good.
Yeah.
I don't know that they're in Vegas's league, but there's a reason why Vegas struggled for a good chunk of the season. I know they had a lot of injuries, and to an extent, they still do have to deal with them. and they didn't get great goaltending all year long. It's been better of late, but I don't know. I still think Vegas wins that series.
Yeah.
I still have Vegas coming out of the West. And final thing before Brian Geisinger joins us. We got 3 games tonight, by the way. I'll just give you a rundown on those. If I had told you that the Colorado Avalanche, the President's Trophy winner, best offensive team in the NHL, one guy with 53 goals, another 2 north of 30, a defenseman that was better than a point per game, would have 4 total goals and 0 from the 3 players to whom I just referred through 2 games, you would have thought they were in trouble, except that they won a couple of 2-1 games, and they're okay. But, 2-1 times 2 at home to Anaheim? I wouldn't play with my food with that team. The Ducks are loaded with talent. This is, I think, a big spot. A big spot for Colorado. I think they could end the series if they win Game 3. But if they lose, if they give Anaheim life, look out. That President's Trophy curse ain't a joke. I don't think it's a curse, but it's tough to back it up. And Colorado was not as good late in the season as they were throughout because, frankly, how could they? Very quickly, Pittsburgh 0-2 in Philly tonight. Dallas and Minnesota 1-1 tonight. And the Oilers, Colorado is playing L.A., not the Ducks. They shouldn't have trouble with L.A., but they have. It's a couple of 2-1 wins. My fault. It's all Los Angeles to me. Oilers will hope to not have to rally to beat the Ducks again in Game 2. I think that series is going to go long. I don't know why I do, but I do. All right, we'll get back to hockey. The transfer portal is in pretty good form. Brian Geisinger split the action. Pack Power, 247 Sports. He is everywhere, but at the same time, not in enough places. Like not sitting next to me. Brian Geisinger joins us on the Adam Gold Show. All right, I want to rip through some of the latest portal stuff. So let's start with UNC and what they have done with Brown and Matt Abel. Boy, that's going to be spicy at Lenovo Center if Carolina plays there this year. Of course, they didn't last year. So let's go school by school. What do you think about what Carolina has done so far?
Yeah, I like what Mike Malone has done so far. To snag a guy like Matt Abel, who I thought had a pretty good freshman season at NC State last year, and obviously a very well-regarded prep prospect. Spent some time, in the Team USA pipeline system too. Guy that has could be an NBA type shooting guard. And I'm sure Michael Malone, was pitching him on, I coach guys like Gary Harris and some of these other guys in the NBA, and I see you in that type of mold. To get Terrence Brown out of Utah, there are some limitations with the shot, but his ability to be a downhill driver, a source of rim pressure, a guy that's going to constantly, touch the paint, that's not a bad start for your lead ball handler to be someone who can constantly turn the corner, get downhill, make guys miss. I'm blanking on the name of the big guy they added yesterday afternoon. But
he's like a depth guy from Florida Atlantic, but he's more cover. I am also blanking on his name because I do that anytime. But he's sort of cover if they don't get Henry Vesar back.
Yes. Maxime Logie, if I'm saying that correctly. Also, pretty explosive finisher around the basket, too. So there's ability. I think there's a real potential for him to contribute. All of this said, I do think a lot of this hinges on their ability to retain Henry Vesar and to, keep him in Chapel Hill, which seems likely, but if that happens, then I think they're set up to have a pretty strong roster in year one for Michael Malone.
What do you think about Brian Geisinger, who's joining us here? What do you think about Neo Avdalas, the transfer from Virginia Tech?
Yes, also had a sort of an up and down freshman season. That's maybe putting it nicely after some big games earlier in the season, especially the the game against Providence where he, shot the ball really well. Very well thought of player internationally as a young prospect before he got to Blacksburg. Great size. They would use him in the post some last season, but someone that struggles against physicality, can even struggle against, smaller players that kind of pressure him, get inside of his jersey. So there's a lot of talent. Obviously, he's got great size for the positions that can create matchup problems. But his passing is pretty special. And if the shot gets even better, then he's got the chance to be a really nice offensive piece. That's maybe a couple too many ifs, but there's a lot of talent here. And with his size and the passing, I mean, it's he's a pretty rare player for college hoops, and you can see why a team like UNC would prioritize him in the portal.
No doubt. By Matt Abel announcing for Carolina, do you think that eliminates Juke Harris?
I mean, at this point, those two guys could definitely play together. I guess it becomes more of a money resource type thing. I'm sure UNC is still recruiting Juke Harris, obviously with Michigan and Tennessee in the mix too. But those two guys, I think, yes, there's some skill overlap, but the skill overlap is like shooting, and you can't have enough of that.
Right.
Those guys can always play off of one another. One of my favorite quotes from a coach this season after a game at Duke, which Wake got blown out in, but Juke Harris played quite well, is Steve Forbes was talking, the Wake Forest coach was talking about Juke and basically said one of his favorite things about Juke is he never forces it. He never goes hunting for shots and just looking to fill up points. But he is a guy that can score in a bunch of different ways, including he just doesn't need the basketball. He's really good at running around screens and spotting up too. So absolutely those two guys could play together and they would make a dynamic duo on the wing. I just think it would come down to money and what other schools are offering up too, obviously.
All right, this is sort of, I wasn't planning on asking this, but I mean, is Wake just not going to play the game in basketball because there's obviously opportunity, minutes, platform to play at Wake, and he's left. I'm just curious as what the future is of Wake Forest basketball program if they can't keep a star player.
Yeah, it's tough. And, they were able to retain Hunter Salas, 2 seasons ago. And
yeah, but the numbers now are going so high.
They're so high. Yeah, it's kind of a, early on, Steve Forbes seemed like he had, mastered the portal, right?
Right.
To get, Alondis Williams and Jake LaRavia in 2021, then to get Tyree Appleby in 2022, and then in 2023 you get Salas and Boopy Miller. He was snagging these all ACC guys, future all ACC guys out of the portal, but the money has just shifted around so much. They're in a tough spot. It bums me out because I think Coach Force is a really good coach. They seemed like a program that was on the rise for a few years and was trending towards breaking through after a couple of close calls, and just the structure of roster construction has just exploded. You know what I mean? The last 2 cycles, and it's really put Wake in a tough spot. Even with a guy like Juke that they is local, they recruited him out of high school, and it helped develop him into a all conference star player with NBA potential.
They're like Crystal Palace now. All right, to Duke. My comparison for college sports is European football. I think they're identical, especially with the influence of money today. Let me ask you about Duke. John Blackwell. How does he fit? Great shooter, great guard from Wisconsin. How does he fit? And does it say anything about Caleb Foster or other players on their roster?
It says a lot about those guys. If everyone is willing to stick, and I guess we have a few more hours to sort of wait around and find out for sure at the end of the day today. But
we haven't heard from Isaiah Evans, have we?
Not yet. I think Isaiah is going pro. Everything seems to be indicating that. And then the addition of Blackwell is to offset that, because one of the key pieces, as John Shire has really built Duke's 5-out system on offense and really made it into one of the best offenses in the country the last couple of years, is his teams have at least one guy that is out there to run around screens, space the floor, relocate, cut, set screens, and pop out and shoot threes. You know, you can think Dariq Whitehead, Jared McCain, Tyrese Proctor, Con Knippel, Isaiah Evans. Like, all of these teams the last 4 seasons had at least one of these guys. Some of them had multiple versions of it. And as great as Caden Boozer and Caleb Foster are, Caleb Foster's a pretty good three-point shooter, too, off the catch. And as talented as Duran Rippey looks, they needed someone that could float around and play off the ball. And I know Blackwell, I mean, he can be a secondary creator. He ran plenty of pick and roll in Wisconsin's continuity ball screen offense. And I know he even had an interview with the Field of 68 where he was talking about playing on the ball more. And I guess we'll see. But to me, he's in there to be a secondary guy, which is basically like what he was at Wisconsin, and to be their sort of like this featured star shooter on this roster, which is like, knowing how creative John and his staff are, would be a pretty coveted role, you know, to be. I think he's a great addition. It just makes for a crowded backcourt. Like, that's the only thing with a bunch of guys that demand playing time, demand the ball. But Blackwell, in theory, could play with more than one of those guys at the same time. And because of his shooting, like, has the chance to help unlock all of those guys as drivers too.
Yeah, you know, I don't anticipate we'll see Foster and Boozer play together a ton. I don't know. Maybe they can.
Some this past year. It wasn't like a crazy high, you know, used combo, but like, it was in the mix this season, and I would bet it's going to be a big piece for them. I imagine them playing three guards a lot too.
Sure.
You know, where Boozer, Foster, and Blackwell, or Rippey, Foster, you know, like, they're just going to have to dot it with ball handling and speed, hopefully.
So does that mean like fewer minutes for another freshman, Bryce Howard? Does it mean few? Is this also cover if Dame Sarr decides to put his name in the draft? What about this Drew Sharnowski transfer from Belmont, who's taller, slasher, defender? I mean, how does he fit in? It was obviously good news to get Pat Gongba back.
Yeah, I mean, that's like burying the lead, right?
Yeah.
Gongba, I mean, like, if this guy can stay, I mean, maybe this is a big if too, but like, if he can stay healthy for a full season, if he can get in, you know, a little bit better shape, I mean, he's already one of the best, you know, big guys in the country this past season. I mean, he has the chance to be a, like, capital S, you know, superstar, and a guy that they're going to run offense through and 5 out. And they're going to probably feature him even more in the post up next season, and maybe they give him the occasional inverted ball screen, you know, where Blackwell or Foster screening for him. That was such a big piece of the offense with Cam Boozer and Isaiah Evans this season. So he is crucial. Getting him back was enormous. The same is going to be true for Sarr. I mean, they really need his size and length and athleticism on the wing. It seems like he's going to be back. He was such a disruptive defender, and the key for me with him is just like, you know what you're getting defensively, but where can the offense go?
Yeah.
Can he give you anything more on the ball next season? Can he become a more reliable transition finisher? Because can he get going as a cutter playing off of Gongba in the high post more? Like, he, to me, is the one that's like a bridge to giving them some like real athletic kind of finishing, but he's got to get stronger and better. Skornowski, like, I really like him a lot. I mean, I guess he'll sort of step into that Malik Brown role. Yeah. That, you know, come off the bench, athleticism, energy, disruptive defense. He's a big time finisher around the hoop last season, lots of dunks. And look, they're still trying to do a little bit of work in the portal, maybe to round out that front court room. There's a big name they're going after at the moment that could also change up the math here, but like, this team is going to compete. John Shire talks about it all the time. I think it's going to be true of what we're seeing with Michael Malone at UNC, trying to load up with guys like Brown and Abdallas and Abel. It's like, if you guys want playing time, you want usage rate, you want shots, you're going to have to earn it, you know? And so Duke right now, I think, is on the precipice of putting together a really talented roster, but there's a few more things that need to kind of fall into place. Yeah,
probably some physicality. All right, I don't. We're going to have to do this again another time, but I want to get at least a minute. Yes. NC State, they've been like going to the mid-majors but they've brought in 3 very good players who do very different things. What's your read on what Justin Gainey's done so far?
Yeah, I like what they've done so far. To get Kyle Evan yesterday, one of the top rim protectors in the country, a guy that can anchor the defense. I mean, you want to talk about setting the foundation for a defense. It kind of starts at the back, and getting someone that can contain and corral pick and roll, that can be a presence at the rim. I know he's like a little light for maybe an ACC 5 or 4.5 or however you want to label him, but I think his defensive impact is going to be terrific. He was a good finisher around the rim, played for former Wake assistant coach Russell Turner at Irvine, which is like reliably one of the best defensive programs out on the West Coast. So a good add there too. Christian Hammond, skilled off-ball scorer, can shoot it from different levels. He comes in from Santa Clara. I like what he and Preston Edmeade are going to bring in the backcourt. And Edmeade on the smaller side, and I wrote about this in the scouting report for him at Pack Power this week, but super creative pull-up shooter, can get into the paint, can really pass, just like a slippery, tough-to-contain point guard who's going to give them an offensive engine at the start here.
You're the man. Brian Geisinger, split the action on Substack at bguys_bird on Twitter. Thanks, man. We will talk very soon, sir.
Take care.
All right, when we come back, I don't know if people know this, the NFL draft's tomorrow. It is. Brian Jones, CBS college football coverage, joins us next.
Because your fantasy football team needs all the help it can get, The Adam Gold Show on the North Carolina Sports Network.
Listen every afternoon for The Drive with Tim Donnelly.
In the transfer portal world of college basketball, every answer asks another question. NC State gets a point guard, but he's 6'1". They need more size. Carolina gets a new coach, but he's got NBA experience. Will the college kids listen to him? Even Duke needs a little bit of size and goes to a Belmont transfer. Everybody still has questions.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 3 to 6 on 99.9 The Fan.
Adam Gold in studio with my man Patrick Day from the Aluminum Company of North Carolina. All right, let's paint the scenario here. I need windows, but man, I don't have 3 hours to go through the process of deciding what I need, when I need it. Can you help at the Aluminum Company?
Absolutely. So, first of all, when we come out to your house to look at your windows, typical window appointment may last 45 minutes, an hour. We're certainly not going to make a 4 or 5 hour commitment to talk about windows. We're there to help.
Serve dinner last time.
Right. Listen, my wife always says, I talk to my wife all the time. We have salespeople, whatever we're doing. And my wife, I tell her all the time, I can't stand salespeople. And she laughs. She's like, you are a salesperson. I'm like, well, the difference is I'm just having a conversation trying to help people get what they want. I'm not there to pressure you. I'm just there to help you get in and out. And it's a pretty quick appointment. It's pretty efficient. So we're there to help you and make it quick.
I can vouch for that. The Aluminum Company of North Carolina, online at aluminumcompany.com.
Canes fans, this is your playoff headquarters, the Dugout Tavern and Grill on Kelly Road in Apex. Catch every Carolina Hurricanes playoff game the way it's meant to be seen. An official member of the Canes Bar Network, the Dugout has the sound on for every game, a massive 16-foot video wall, and bucket specials, plus $4 Storm Surge drinks to keep the energy high all night long. So grab the gang, wear your red, and cheer loud. The Dugout Tavern and Grill in Apex, where Canes fans bring the storm.
At quarterback, calling the right play could change the whole game. And when your car breaks down, same idea. Make the right call before the big repair bill hits. CarShield helps protect you from expensive auto repairs. Plans include 24/7 roadside assistance, towing, and rental car options, all to keep your drive alive. Look, breakdowns happen, but choosing CarShield, that's the easiest call you'll make all day.
Visit carshield.com now and join the team that's helped millions of drivers save. Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at carshield.com.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell and Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois. CordellCordell.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-296-6868. That's 800-296-6868.
This is Adam Gold.
The American Cornhole League. I don't know if you can wager on it. Let me go to FanDuel and find out if you can wager on it.
I think I read you can get a scholarship. Kids in high school can actually get scholarships for cornholing. Who knows? I don't know what the technical term is.
I'm just not going to say anything.
The Adam Gold Show.
The NFL draft, I mean, we can taste it from where we are. Brian Jones, 5-year NFL linebacker, part of it with the Colts, part of it with the Saints, and here in Carolina, I guess I'm supposed to hate you, but I don't.
Yep.
So that's okay. It's all good. So you've got great credits. CBS's College Football Today, Inside College Football on the network, and we have great relationships with the folks at CBS. So thank you for doing this. Let me ask you a question. After we get through Fernando Mendoza, which we already know is going to be one, I mean, is it as wide open 2 through, I don't know, maybe all the way down to 10 as it has ever been?
Yeah, I wide open. I don't know if I'd use that term. I think you're going to see a heck of a lot of defensive guys go before all these wide receivers and running backs. I believe, Jeremiah Love, he'll be a top 5 pick. My favorite receiver is Mekhi Lemon. I could see him going first off the board at the wide receiver position. But I think it's pretty set. If I'm the Jets at 2, man, I'm taking the edge guy, David Bailey.
Okay.
This guy has that money step, and I think he can immediately come in and he can help your defense and affect change. So, I know the argument is, or the conversation is, debate Bailey or Reese. Yeah. They're at 2. But I would take Bailey as a former linebacker. I'm biased towards those backers, but Reese doesn't have the edge presence that a David Bailey does. He might develop into that guy, but he's more of a cat I want to cover up and just allow him to flow sideline to sideline. So give me Bailey at 2. And then after that, I think it's a crapshoot. I think you might be correct.
So here's the thing. We're talking with Brian Jones, former NFL linebacker, now with CBS, covers college football. Because you say Bailey, and a lot of the mock drafts I see have Reese from Ohio State. We've long since passed Reuben Bain, who I love as a player. But
yep,
Bailey or Reese, and I swear in the same mock draft that will have Bailey 2, they'll have Reese 10 or Reese 2 and Bailey 10, which is why it's this. This would not be. Maybe it is a good draft to wager on because there's going to be a ton of value and fluctuation in where guys go. And you talk about wide receivers, and I want to get to the wide receivers specifically in a minute. But there's a lot of, there's a lot of debate over who the best 1, 2, or 3 receivers are.
No doubt, it's going to be very subjective. Of course, the beauty is in the eye of the beholder, and I think we're in for a night, even starting today, a day and night of a lot of maneuvering. I could see that occurring because, while these are excellent football players, are there surefire guys that, hey, I can't pass on this guy. And then it goes back to, of course, need. And so I think there's going to be a lot of wheeling and dealing, which would make it even more interesting. But there is a ton of value in this draft at the edge position, at the wide receiver position. So I think it's going to be an extremely fun night of, hey, maybe we move back, maybe we move up. But per usual, there are going to be guys that, certain teams just covet. And if that's your guy, you go get it.
Yeah, we've seen all those debates before. If a guy, because everybody's draft board is different, they're not all using Mel Kiper's draft board,
right?
I mean, that's just the reality. Brian Jones is joining us here on the Adam Gold Show. You think Bailey is the best edge rusher, right?
I think Bailey's the best pure edge rusher. He's got that money step, man. That's what you got to have to start with, and he has it in spades.
Who is the best outside linebacker, if I could differentiate between the two? Who is the best outside linebacker in this draft?
Outside backer. Now, Reese is listed as a wheel, so I would have to go with him. I like my guy at Texas, Anthony Hill Jr.
Okay.
This guy has incredible speed. He ran a 4.5 flat in the combine. I think he's actually faster than that once you get him on the field. And I've seen him progress and become more of a complete linebacker, not one that just relies on his athleticism. He's taking on blockers. Now, they did move him around quite a bit, gave him the opportunity to blitz numerous times, and he was successful doing that. But this guy is fast. He can get where he needs to get in a hurry.
Brian Jones is joining us here from CBS as we're getting ready for the NFL draft. Who is the best defensive player in this draft?
Who? Man, Adam, you're coming with it, baby.
There you go.
Oh, man, he coming with it. The best defensive player. Oh, I think it's you got to start at Ohio State, right?
Yep.
Take your pick. Is it Reese? Is it Styles? Is it Caleb Down?
Yep.
It would be truly difficult to pick out of those three. I love all those three, their games. So can I defer and say all three of them?
No, I no deferring. It's not a coin toss. Brian Jones from CBS Sports is joining us here on the Adam Gold Show. But they're different players, right? So
Yep.
It gets back to this. Like if you put Bailey to the Jets and you say that the best defensive player is one of those other three guys, one of them would fit the position that they're looking to fill, and that's Reese, right?
I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure, Adam, because Reese, I think, still needs more development as an edge player. Now, as a backer, a wheel guy that can go and roam sideline to sideline, yeah, he's there. He's got a ton of athleticism. But as an edge player, I am not sold on that right now as we sit here today. He can become that. He can be developed.
Gotcha.
But no, Bailey is the pure edge rusher.
All right. I love it. See, that's what we're looking for. No deferring. All right, Brian Jones is joining us here. Let's get to the pass catchers, because I know you said you liked Mekhi Lemon. I have seen
that's my guy.
I have seen the kid from Indiana thought really high. Who is it? Jordan Tyson from Arizona State. And I know the Panthers, the team that we are closest to here, they are definitely looking to add to their receiving core. Would it be one of those wide receivers, or would Carolina be better served if Kenyon Sadiq is sitting there at 19?
Listen, first of all, Sadiq, baby Jurassic, what a freak athlete this guy is. And he's a fluid athlete, and he will block. He's a throwback tight end that doesn't mind getting in there and getting his nose dirty. But you can also put him out in the slot, put him out wide, which Oregon did, and he is a fluid athlete. Lemon is my number one receiver. How about Casey Concepcion, who played at NC State, of course, and then transferred to Texas A&M. This guy is an exceptional athlete as well, even as a returner. And he's braggadocious, but he can back it up. He plays with a lot of moxie and confidence. Knock on him is the drops this year, but the explosiveness, it's there, baby. There's no doubting that. So I think it's a deep wide receiver, Carnell Tate, Jordan Tyson, who you mentioned, and Omar Cooper Jr. is another guy. That sick catch he made in the back of the end zone versus Penn State to seal that victory. So a lot of good quality at the wide receiver position. We'll see what happens with Zachariah Branch, his little troubles this past weekend. But he's another guy that can not only help you in the wide receiver room, but can definitely help you and produce in the special teams area also.
Yeah, and with so much depth there, personally, if I were drafting for the Panthers, if Kenyon Sadiq is there, I race to the podium.
Thank you.
I race to it because that's the area. Like, they've got Tetero McMillan. He's the one. Yep. With so much wide receiver depth, I'll bet you can find a second round, even a later round wide receiver to make an impact on your team. But there aren't that many of those tight ends that can enhance your offense. And Bryce Young could use a tight end like that. There's no doubt about it. But with all of the depth at wide receiver, does it hurt? Does it hurt the wide receiver group in terms of, well, you know what, we can get this guy a little bit later on, so I don't have to draft this guy? Could we see wide receivers fall into like the back half of the first round that they wouldn't otherwise fall?
I could see that happening. Just once again, going back to depending on your need, and if your guy is still sitting there and you think he will remain available, later on, I could see you passing on a wide receiver. Man, there's so many. I mean, we didn't even mention the big tall kid, Brazel II from Tennessee. Right. Boston, who transferred from Purdue to Washington, is another guy that's tall. The two Indiana receivers, Omar Cooper Jr., Elijah Surratt, Jeremy Bernard from Alabama. There is so many guys right there close to you. Antonio Williams, Texas kid that played at Clemson. He's another one. So I think you're going to be able to find what you need at the wide receiver position later on in this draft. At least 10 or 12 guys that can ball.
All right, final thing for you, and I know this is something that's personal to you because you're involved with a new CTE drug, and that's been coming in. We see stories about this all the time, and there are the deniers, and that's the kind of stuff disgusts me because we know that the repeated collisions create, not in everybody, but in a lot of former players, we find out that it has definitely damaged their after careers, has shortened careers too. So tell me what you're excited about and what's coming up.
Well, Dr. Christina Gavignano, a number of years ago, developed a drug called baricitinib, and it's been utilized for other applications. It's now going through clinical trials to see if it can treat head trauma. And what Dr. Gavignano was able to discern is that inflammation is the main driver in a lot of afflictions such as Parkinson, dementia, Alzheimer's, CTE as well. And so if we can mitigate that inflammation, it may lead to being able to treat CTE. So that's what's happening currently. Baricitinib is undergoing clinical trials to see if it can be that elixir, that holy grail that we desperately need to treat CTE. So keep your fingers crossed, stay prayed up, your pinky toes crossed, everything, and hope these clinical trials, the outcomes are in our favor, and we just might be on to something that's revolutionary in this area.
Even though Brian Jones is a former New Orleans Saint, I have enjoyed this conversation, and I hope to have it again. Sir, I appreciate your time.
Let's do it again, my man. Appreciate you. Go Saints.
Oh, man. Way to go out with that. Thanks, Brian. Appreciate your time.
Okay, buddy. Bye.
That was don't shake your head.
Here. No, not allowed. I don't like him. He's probably a lovely person, but I don't like that.
So funny. All right, we got one-timers. By the way, still North Carolina's first Caniac, Roy Cooper, will join us at the top of the hour. One-timers next.
Still arguing whether hockey or golf has the tougher dress code? The Adam Gold Show on the North Carolina Sports Network.
No matter your struggle, you are not alone. The 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline is free, private, and always available. If you feel lonely, isolated, anxious, or overwhelmed, Help is here all day and night. Call, text, or chat 988 without cost, without judgment, and without waiting for an appointment. You'll get support that can make a difference. Brought to you by the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services.
It's the first day of the first grade, and she found a new best friend. It's a laid-back Sunday afternoon you wish would never end.
The homemade taste of Bluebell and good friends gathered round. The good old days are being made right now.
Introducing Bluebell Pro, a dessert with up to 12 grams of protein and 110 calories or less per serving. Low fat, no added sugars, and gluten-free. Dig into a pint. It's more than just protein. It's Bluebell Pro. Never has high protein tasted so good.
The good old days are being made right now.
The good old days are being made right now.
Look for Bluebell ice cream in your local grocer. If you can't find it, ask for it.
Carolina Complete Health. From neighborhoods in Charlotte to families in Greensboro, Raleigh, and Durham, all the way to Asheville and Wilmington, and everything in between. We are here for communities across North Carolina, connecting you to the care and support you need. We are here to make healthcare easier to access and understand. We are here to bridge the gap, because your health matters. Your community matters. You matter. We are here for your health. Visit hereforyourhealthnc.com.
You know the only feeling sweeter than opening a college acceptance letter? Knowing that you'll be able to pay for tuition however far you go. The first step? Completing the free application for federal student aid, or the FAFSA for short. Find out how much money for college you qualify for. Grants, scholarships, and other opportunities are waiting. How far can you go? Find out at cfnc.org/FAFSA 101.
Are you struggling with your Medicare drug costs? The NC Department of Insurance SHIP program may be able to help. The extra help and Medicare savings programs are available for those who qualify, but you have to apply. Contact SHIP today to see if you qualify. Visit ncshiip.com or call toll-free at 855-408-1212. SHIP provides free, unbiased help in all 100 counties.
Project supported by grants from the Administration for Community Living. Contents do not necessarily represent official views of, nor an endorsement by ACL, HHS, or the U.S. government.
Distracted driving kills. Every glance away from the road puts lives at risk. Eating and drinking, texting, changing the music, or checking your phone. It can all wait. Behind the wheel, your only job is to drive. Buckle up, stay focused, keep your eyes on the road and your hands on the wheel. Protect yourself, your passengers, and everyone around you. Every seat, every time. This message is brought to you by the Governor's Highway Safety Program and the North Carolina High School Athletic Association.
Have you ever considered a career as a public power line worker? Public power line workers use a variety of specialized skills to build and maintain a locally owned and operated electric system. As a public power line worker, you can expect a career that allows you to work close to home, a safety record superior to other energy providers, and training and apprenticeship opportunities. Learn more about public power and careers in public power at electricities.com.
I was stuck in a state of panic and endless rituals, so I made the call.
Mental health care works when you make the call. Visit mentalhealthcareworks.org. A message from the American Psychiatric Association Foundation.
This is Adam Gold.
Steve Bettman take all that time to walk out, then to see the pick, bro hug no less than 20 guys on his way up there. And then this draft house, they just moved this wall like the Price is Right. I don't know.
It's a showcase showdown back there.
I know.
That would be great. So we should spin a wheel,
yeah,
right? Exactly.
The Adam Gold Show.
It's the Adam Gold Show. I am Adam Gold. Victoria's here. The former governor of North Carolina, Roy Cooper, top of the hour. Chip Patterson after that. One-timers now. All right, let's go.
Did you know that Beatles song? Oh, okay. I didn't
Yeah.
know. I don't know the Beatles like that. I'm one of those. It's like and so yeah, I didn't know if you knew. It's Earth Day songs. Remember,
right.
Corey Lavalette was like, "Oh, you gonna do Earth Day?" I'm like, "Yeah." Is that a challenge?
Wait, you took that seriously?
I knew he was joking, but I'm like, hey, why not?
Okay.
Let's see. So, yeah. No, kicking things off today, we've got, I think this person's username is 8-Bit Ninja?
Okay.
That
sounds good.
It's, who knows? But Freddie, in the starter's crease, what kind of leash do you think a potentially tired Freddie has?
Leash? If he's starting, he's the goalie. What do you mean leash? If he's starting, he's the goalie. I would start Bussy. But if Freddie's in the starter's crease, if he's going to play, he's the goalie. We got 2 days off. We'll be all right.
Okay, quick one. Canes clearly haven't found their game yet, so what do you think they need to get the split in Ottawa and not come home with tied series?
Don't think about split. Think about winning game 3. I think they've been pretty close to their game. It would be nice if Seth Jarvis joined the group. That would be nice, because I think that's really what's missing right now.
Delivering more hits than the Canes forecheck.
He scores!
The Adam Gold Show on the North Carolina Sports Network.
I don't care what you got, just give me that.
One goal.
Nikishin, Ehlers, shoots his scores! Oh, the power play!
For Dean, wide open, rebound, and what a save by Anderson!
Hoist Lord Stanley's Cup.
Sebastian Aho in, short hand back in, scores! Oh, talk to me, shorty! Carolina!
The Triangle's official home for the Carolina Hurricanes. 99.9 The Fan, the Triangle's sports leader.
For 20 years, the North Carolina Education Lottery has been creating winning moments where dreams become a reality and where hundreds of winners are made every day. Moments that add up to billions of dollars in wins. And we're nowhere near finished. Seize your winning moment with the new 20th anniversary scratch-off and digital instance game. Must be 18 to play. Approximate overall odds of winning on the scratch-off are 1 in 3.45. Approximate overall odds of winning a prize in the digital instance game are 1 in 3.75. Problem gambling helpline 877-718-5543.
To 15-year-old Harper, buying an $80 vintage rock t-shirt is a great investment. To Harper's mom, this logic has a few holes in it. So she helped Harper open a Wells Fargo Clear Access banking account. With no overdraft fees and tools to track spending, Harper's learning, one heavy metal tee at a time. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Terms apply. Visit wellsfargo.com/deposit disclosures for fees and details.
It's bow time. Sometimes the craving for Bojangles Supremes is so strong you just gotta have them. Even when your gas tank is on empty and Bojangles is still 10 miles down the highway. Nothing beats the flavor of Bojangles' juicy golden Supremes, especially when they're part of a perfect combo with 4 boldly seasoned chicken Supremes, a made-from-scratch biscuit, fixin', and some legendary iced tea. The only thing that can satisfy your hunger is that delicious southern flavor. So when the craving is supreme, put the pedal to the metal. It's bow time.
There's no time like bow time. Time to stop whatever you're doing for some of that one-of-a-kind Bojangles flavor. Satisfy your craving for flavor and your passion for boneless chicken with Bojangles 4-piece Supremes Dinner. 4 perfectly seasoned, Cajun-fried, whole breast tenderloin fillets, choice of fixin', a made-from-scratch buttermilk biscuit, and Bojangles' legendary iced tea. When you're hungry for flavor and value, it's bow time.
It's been said that when someone you love has Parkinson's, you have Parkinson's.
The Parkinson's Foundation knows that the disease doesn't just affect the diagnosed. It affects everyone who supports and helps care for them.
If you have questions, the Parkinson's Foundation has answers.
We can help you understand the disease
and give you tips for living a better life.
Find your answers at parkinson.org or call 1-800-473-4636. The Parkinson's Foundation. Better lives together.
Kids across America are going to school hungry every day. With help from caring people across America, No Kid Hungry is providing healthy meals and hope to hungry kids so they can build better futures. Learn more at helpnokidhungry.org.
Some days self-care starts with Nature-Made gummy vitamins, a deep breath, and a little encouragement.
Mom, I'm really nervous.
Me too, honey, but we've got this. Repeat after me. I'm gonna have a good day.
I'm going to have a good day.
I choose joy no matter what comes my way.
I bring joy wherever I go.
Quality gummy vitamins from Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
I'm attorney Brian Ritchie. Workers' comp can be tricky, but my law firm will be on top of all the complicated paperwork and sneaky deadlines so that all of your I's are dotted and T's are crossed. If you've been hurt on the job, I'm on top of it. Contact us at ritchielaw.com.
Broadcasting live from the Eagle Leasing Studio. WCMC HD1 Holly Springs. 99.9 The Fan. The Triangle Sports Leader.
Out in front for Stanley, he scores! Another one! A magical power play goal. Stankoven from Hall. 1-0 Carolina. Here comes Aho. And Aho and Stahl. 2-on-1. Stahl waits. Delivers the pass. They score! Sebastian Aho pointing to the passer. And it's 2-0 Carolina.
It is the Adam Gold Show. Hi, everyone. I sort of sound like Adam Gold today.
I know. That's why I said you're Aiden Gold.
I was not ready for double overtime first day back.
I don't know if anybody was ready.
I was not ready for that. But it was fun, and I'm glad I was there.
Yes.
And I'm glad I saw every one of the 93.5 something seconds of that game.
We stayed for the whole thing.
Did I feel the effects yesterday? And am I feeling the effects today? I feel great.
Yeah.
Despite what you might hear. All right. Our Chief Executive Caniac. Our brand new, I keep saying this, not brand new anymore. Caniac Insider, embedded reporter, Roy Cooper, the former governor of North Carolina, and one of the biggest Caniacs we know, joins us on the Adam Gold Show. How are you, sir?
Oh, man, I'm doing great. This series has lived up to its billing. We knew it was going to be tough. We knew it was going to be clogged defenses in the middle of the ice and scrapping. It has turned into that. I was there Saturday, so I love the 2-0 win, the Freddie shutout. I felt really good about it. But I had an event for my Senate campaign, but it got over just as the game was starting, so I watched the first period and part of the second in the backseat of my car with a lot of yelling.
Yeah.
And then I got home, and I said, oh, my God, I need to go to bed. But obviously I could not. I had to stay up for that entire double overtime victory. Did you yell, Adam? Is that why you can't talk today? Is that what happened to you, or are you sick?
No, I'm recovered from what I had last week. So I'm all good.
Okay.
I'm all good. And I don't even attribute it to whatever happened Monday night. But I think I suffered some sort of a voice injury Monday night because I was impacted. But I'm good. And I'm getting over everything. But
I have a Pittsburgh Penguins fan friend, and he was sick. He came to work sick this morning. I felt really bad when I asked him if he had Flyers flu.
Oh.
And so he gave me the stink eye.
Oh,
this series is 7 games long. And, guys, we can lose this series.
Yeah.
This is a really good team we have run into in Ottawa. We could easily drop 2 in Ottawa and put it right back to even again. Let's hope that doesn't happen. Let's hope we go in with the same kind of attitude. But this is a good Ottawa team. I think they're going to be ready for us when we get there.
Oh, there's no doubt. Carolina could already be down 2 games in this series. Think about the goal that Freddie saved at 1-0 in game 1 that you saw, right? I mean, they called it a goal on the ice. And as it turned out, it wasn't a goal. Carolina ends up winning. And they should have lost Monday night 5-6 different times.
Well, the thing that I was worried about the most going into this series between the pipes is what has turned to be one of our strengths.
Yeah.
Freddie, Linus Olmark has been amazing too, but Freddie has played very well. Only one bad goal, really, that I have seen. And I'm really excited about that he seems to be focused and ready to play. That gives us the ingredients to go far, I hope.
Roy Cooper is joining us here in the Adam Gold Show. The last two games that Brandon Bussey played in the regular season were both, spectacular. And he's won 31 overall during the year. He's a top 5 goalie in terms of wins in the NHL, in spite of only playing half the games. It's amazing. And I thought, and I still think, even though I'm very sure that Rod is going to start Freddie Anderson tomorrow, I would start Bussey tomorrow rather than Freddie. I'm curious your thoughts. And the reason I would do it that way is because I'm thinking about Game 4. You could play really well and lose the game. And then, in my brain, who would I rather have coming back after a loss in Game 4? Because I'm pretty sure we're going to use two different goalies. I would rather have Freddie on the back, especially the way he's played, on the back of a loss, no matter how you play, than I would Bussey. That's my feeling, but I think Rod's just going to ride it out.
Well, I tend to agree with you. Not like you're throwing Game 3 at all.
No.
Because Bussey has been fantastic, as you say, toward the end, and we know what a record-setting season he had to start the season. But I think that's probably a good idea. Let him get a taste of play because, we know Freddie's injury history too.
Yep.
And you never know what might happen there, and it's probably good for him to get some time in net here. Hopefully you don't give up that much. I like it. I like that idea.
I'll see if I can convince the head coach to change what I believe is his already made-up mind. Roy Cooper is joining.
I think you're right. He's going to roll with it.
Yeah, and he's not taking my advice. Roy Cooper is joining us here on the Adam Gold Show. All right, fourth period, first overtime, offside. What was your thought?
So it's an interesting rule about whether you have control of the puck as you cross the blue line. I think that was an extraordinarily close call. I can see why they called it the way they did, but I think you can make just as good an argument that Stahl had control of the puck when he crossed the blue line there. So I don't know. I think that could have gone either way. We won, so I'm not going to belabor the point.
Right.
I'm sorry for Jankowski, who, sent a missile into the top corner. He really deserved that, and I was so happy for him. And I'm really proud of the team for, you think you've won the game, and you have to come back and do it all again. And then you have the amazing coincidence of having the penalty that occurred after the offsides, but you still have a penalty. And Martinook gets redemption for that by making the winning goal in the second overtime. That's all extraordinary. It comes back to one of the things that I've always wanted in hockey. I think a team ought to be able to choose whether they take the penalty shot or go on the power play. That would be a great rule change, in my opinion.
Do you think? What would they have chosen?
We would have picked a power play on that.
You think?
Versus the Martinook. Well, he's just not I don't know what his record is in overtime. I'm speaking from ignorance here, not knowing for sure what his shootout record is.
His shootout record's not great, but he did convert a penalty shot against the Devils, I believe. Was it last year? He converted, or maybe 2 years ago, against the Devils.
I would still like our power play over a Martin penalty shot. But in any event, that would be an interesting decision for a coach to have to make.
No doubt. Oh, we love more decisions.
Sure.
The way you described the play is exactly the way I looked at the play. And I want to bring this up to you because I think you'll appreciate this part of the conversation. Roy Cooper is joining us here in the Adam Gold Show. Because at real speed, you can't tell. At full speed, you can't tell that Jordan Stahl might have lost control of the puck. But when you slow it down and we watch it at 10 frames per second or whatever it is when you slow it down. Oh, okay, I can see it. And as soon as I saw that, I knew they were going to call the goal back. But at full speed, which is the way we should look at these, you can't. And it is close. Same exact call tomorrow, we could have a different outcome, a different decision.
Yeah, because the call on the ice was not offside.
Right.
So, and you're right. It's almost no way for the human eye to tell in that minute detail about that kind, particularly that kind of offside, because this is more than just whether you cross before the puck.
Right.
This is much more complicated, because then you've got to put in the control of the puck thing, and what does that mean?
Right.
In hockey, when you've got great players who may not look like they have control of the puck, but they absolutely do.
No doubt about it.
It was interesting, and I'm glad we won it, because we'd still be talking about it and we'd be mad about it.
Here's another element
now
of.
I'm not mad about it.
Yeah, neither am I. And Rod, after the game, was like, "I don't care. We won the game. I'm not worried about it."
I don't care.
The really cool part about the way Carolina won the game is that from the middle of the second period, and I talked about this on the podcast and the postgame show and yesterday, from the middle of the second period until that delayed penalty, which was caused by great play from the Stahl, Martinook, Ehlers line. Until that point, it looked like Carolina was going to get buried by Ottawa.
Yeah.
Ottawa was so good.
They were. I don't know how we stopped them. It was amazing that they did not score. But then to see that redemption, not only with Martinook, but Stahl's front of the net presence on Martinook's shot made a real difference, because I don't know what Omar saw, but I don't think he saw a lot.
He didn't see anything. He saw the back of Stahl. He saw the oak tree.
Right.
That's what he saw. I saw a great breakdown.
Stahl has met the moment here from the dropping of the gloves. 4 seconds in, he's been all over the ice. The number of hits. The second game wasn't quite as physical as the first one, but I think the message was sent, and I think Tkachuk made the wrong call in trying to set the tone, because I think Stahl ended up setting the tone in that opening fight. I don't think that thing went the way that they wanted to, and so do it again, man. We're ready. He might do it in Ottawa. Who knows? He
shouldn't have to. Here's the thing. Roy Cooper is joining us here in the Adam Gold Show. A few more minutes left with the former governor of North Carolina and our chief executive, Kaniak. The good friend of mine who writes for Canes Country brought up a great point, is that what Tkachuk did was guarantee that the Hurricanes would be dialed in from the faceoff because of the way they look at Jordan Stahl. He is he's their son. And if you could see in the first intermission interview with, you were at the game, so you might not have seen it, although they do show it on the Jumbotron. Martinook was at a loss for words at how that made them feel, because they know what this guy means. And Tkachuk just guaranteed that Carolina would be locked in at the very beginning. Let me ask you a quick question about Martinook, who does get the game-winning goal. I've said this for a long time. I didn't know who Jordan Martinook was when he got here. He's not an original Hurricane. He played years with Arizona before he got here. To me, he is the culture, the way he plays, the selflessness, team first, whatever it takes to win. Not to mention, he's incredibly good at what he does. The fact that he got that goal, it just says everything about what this team is about.
Over the years we've had, and I'm just drawing some blanks in my mind, but we've had some hustle, character, good player guys that you love because they give their all every second. They're leaders. They are locker room presences. But it seems when you're looking at the money and the salary cap, Martinook is the guy that we continued to keep, and others had to be traded or moved on in free agency. And I think that was a wise choice every time, because I think clearly Brenda Moore and the management saw the character of this guy, the skills that he has, the leaving it all on the ice presence. And he's obviously showing it right now. You got to love him. And
I do.
You got to love that line.
Yep.
And what Ehlers brings to that line is truly scary. You know, we put 4 lines out there. They have to be ready with all 4 of them.
No doubt.
So that's our secret sauce, I think, hopefully.
All right,
to get us through this thing.
Final thing before I have to say goodbye to Roy Cooper. Can we find Seth Jarvis?
Look, he's gonna come. He's gonna come. He's gonna be there. I had predicted he was gonna hit the game winner in my mind last night.
Okay.
I said this is time for Seth Jarvis. This is Seth Jarvis time. Didn't do it, but he's coming. Don't worry. He's coming.
All right. Well, I hope to see you soon and talk to you sooner, whatever that means.
Outstanding.
Thank you very
You
much.
got it, man. Thanks for having me on. I love coming. I wish I could stay longer.
Next time.
But you know, I'm at the end of the day, I want to do this job, so
all right.
I'm continuing to audition.
I can't do it forever.
Hopefully, you'll hire me one day and step aside and let me take it over. I'd love it.
We could do a job switch one day.
Oh yes, that would be great. I'm going to send you to Washington.
I'll go.
Adam, go. It will never be the same.
Thank you very much. I've been there. Thank you very much.
I know you have. Maryland man.
That's
Maryland
right.
man.
Well, it's a long time ago. I don't even remember those days. Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
All right, Adam. Take care.
You
Bye.
got it. Roy Cooper here on the Adam Gold Show. When we return, it's Wednesday. It's Chip Patterson Day. Next.
Questioning goalie interference calls since day one. The Adam Gold Show on the North Carolina Sports Network.
Hey, Carolina Panthers fans, it's Dennis Cox from 99.9 The Fan.
And me, Chris Lee from WRAL TV.
We're in the offseason, but our podcast, Panthers Playbook, presented by Wake Orthopedics, rolls on.
In every episode, we'll keep you up to date on Panthers news as the NFL Draft approaches.
Insights on free agents and prospects.
Plus all the insider info on who the Panthers want to pick at number 19.
Follow and subscribe to Panthers Playbook wherever you discover your favorite podcasts or watch on YouTube.
Adam Gold here from my friend Gordon Miller, Miller Lending, Kildare Farm Road in Cary. We like to take timing out of the equation, and frankly, timing should never be part of the equation when it comes to your mortgage. Because sometimes when you're buying a house or you need to refinance for whatever the reason, maybe the rates are a little bit higher. They're not now. They're lower now than they were, say, 6-8 months ago. But you never know. So why even bother with timing being part of the equation? So we get rid of that. We don't pay closing costs ever at Miller Lending, so we're saving thousands of dollars right away. And this also gives you the freedom, really the peace of mind, to refinance free of charge when the rates drop. So if you got your mortgage a year ago and you want to refinance now, if you paid closing costs a year ago, that's wasted money because you can lower your monthly payment for free every time if you always use Miller Lending. Miller Lending. On Kildare Farm Road in Cary, an equal housing lender, NMLS ID 250-2146.
What does hope look like? In April, Children's Advocacy Centers of North Carolina invites you to See It in Blue during Child Abuse Prevention Month. We all play a role in helping children reach their full potential. So across our state, we're going blue for our kids. From Wear Blue Day to pinwheel plantings to buildings and water towers glowing blue, each light is a promise of hope. Join us as we advocate for stronger community resources for kids. Together, we can create hope. Learn more at cacnc.org. This is what breaking news on WRAL sounds like.
Sky 5 captured the moments a high-speed chase ended in a crash.
From the moments that matter.
Let's take a look at those live pictures right now from Sky 5, and you can see
when seconds count.
Authorities say they are very concerned for the safety of the public. And
when your safety is the priority.
It's still an active scene. Take a look behind
and
me.
We begin at 6 with that breaking news. Hello and thanks for joining us. I'm Gerald Owens.
Watch WRAL News. Breaking news coverage you can count on.
As you go about your daily life, look closer. As you gather with family and friends, look closer. Right in your community, there are youth who don't have the home, warmth, and healing you have. So, look closer. Every year across America, a staggering 4.2 million youth are homeless or trafficked. Covenant House is the national leader providing safe housing for youth, 50 years strong. Tonight, 2,000 young people will sleep safely in a Covenant House bed. And tomorrow, they will wake up surrounded by love. Every youth who walks into Covenant House gets clean clothes, hot meals, medical care, and a safe place to sleep 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, in sites across America to help them fulfill the great promise of their lives. So, look closer at Covenant House and help us fight youth homelessness. To help or get help, go to covenanthouse.org.
I need a little range, step to the range, come on, meet me at the
Introducing the new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club Sandwich. With that juicy Chick-fil-A chicken on a buttermilk ranch bun, jalapeno ranch sauce, and pickled jalapenos, it's a little ranch with a lot of kick. The new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club with original spicy or grilled filet. Available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
This is Adam Gold.
We're going to have Seth on the show next week when he gets back from vacation. He was by a pool. What are you doing? Get off Twitter.
It's nicer to be on Twitter when you're by a pool anyway.
No, just stop. Stop engaging with people.
The Adam Gold Show.
Every week, all year, Wednesdays, Chip Patterson, CBSSports.com, Cover 3 podcast moderator, my friend. And I was just talking to our friend Will Brinson, who's going to be on the show tomorrow. And he had a golf tournament that he was a defending champion of, which he said he unsuccessfully defended. And I pointed out it's much easier when it is Will and you and me and our friend Alec, because we will defend. I put us on the Mount Rushmore of title defense teams in the history of sports.
You know, and the thing is, it wasn't as though it was non-competitive. This isn't Hakeem and Clyde and Rudy Tomjanovich taking advantage of Michael Jordan being retired. We came in, we won our trophies in a very competitive era of the SAS Championship Media Cup. And while we've discussed, we've not been able to arrange everything in the same way as everyone's schedule has turned. I look back fondly, and there's no asterisk beside our championships.
I love the way you just put that. Chip Patterson. All right. There's a lot of things. Obviously, we're in the middle of spring ball, so we're going to get to some football stuff. But let's kind of deal with some transfer portal stuff because obviously Carolina had a great day yesterday. Matt Abel, those are going to be fun trips back to Lenovo Center for North Carolina as long as Matt Abel plays at UNC. And who knows if the ACC will screw that up again or not. My suspicion is they probably will. But Carolina had a good day. Duke had a good day. There's a lot of good players. Duke Harris still doesn't have a place to go. I kind of think he's going to Michigan. I think being at the parade about a week or so ago probably forecast that a little bit. But what's your read on what we have seen in the portal so far?
I think that for Duke, the addition of John Blackwell, as you mentioned, former Wisconsin guard, who was really electric and slots in, I think, in a way that is going to work really well for Duke in terms of adding him to a backcourt that's going to get some freshman talent and obviously have. I know it's crazy off the veteran presence, but when it's Caden Boozer and the experience that he's had, he is about as weathered of a sophomore guard as you're going to be able to get. And so, Blackwell played off of a guy named Nick Boyd. The one thing that I had in terms of my scouting report personally for Blackwell is that he always is going to be better, not necessarily as he put the whole offense on him, but as somebody who can play off of him. So great addition for the Blue Devils. That's not going to get using the portal to get another piece that can round out the pie. That's going to get somebody who's going to be averaging double digits and who's going to be asked to come up with buckets in high leverage moments as Duke tries to make another deep run in the NCAA tournament. The North Carolina piece is interesting because while you go from, oh my gosh, who's going to be on Michael Malone's roster to literally seeing the depth chart start to come together. Terrence Brown, very talented, high volume scorer from Utah. Okay, that's your big scoring guard. Matt Abel showed so much promise at NC State, but I still think that there is that there is those last couple pieces that you're waiting to see, especially with the large Estonian who played so well for the Tar Heels. So you're feeling a little bit better, I think, if you're a North Carolina fan after those pickups, because the Terrence Brown recruitment was actually, you know what? I hadn't really put this together, Adam. Michael Malone was, for somebody who has not been in college basketball since he was the Manhattan head coach, MAAC, I call that the MAC.
Yes, absolutely.
So to have him get into a very modern college recruiting war, and don't get it wrong, Terrence Brown was a big-time, big-dog college recruiting transfer portal war. For him to win that, I'm going to say that's a big green check mark on the list of unknowns that we had about Michael Malone. On his introductory press conference day, there were things we knew. We knew he was an NBA champion. We knew that he was regarded as a great X's and O's tactician. Can he succeed as a college basketball coach? Well, one thing he had to prove was whether or not he was going to win recruiting wars. The Terrence Brown piece of this, probably more than anything, because of who else was involved. I think that's the one that you're the most encouraged by. But for North Carolina, still very much waiting on the big man.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to go on to the assumption that he's going to come back. The advantage he would have, I'll just compare him to Pat Kongbo, who announced that he was coming back to Duke.
Sure.
In that Vesar is a shooter, and 7-footers who can also shoot generally are good pros. We don't really see that from Gongba. He's capable, but he's not a good shooter. Vesar is a good shooter, and obviously capable and willing and able. All of that. I assume if he hasn't at least declared for the draft at this point, I assume he's going to come back. If he doesn't, then Carolina's got a hold of Phil. Although Jaron Stevenson is back, so maybe they're going to be fine. But it is. I also think about when I talk about North Carolina in this era. I know Jay Williams had that very controversial hot take that Carolina is no longer a blue blood, which I joked with Jay about it privately because I think he's crazy. The North Carolina name, if they're going to play the game, it gives them the leg up because it's North Carolina. Just like if Duke's going to play the game, it would give Duke a leg up because it's Duke. Those schools will still have an edge. Not that you can't win anywhere, because you can, but they'll have the edge because there is still a mystique about UNC basketball.
UNC basketball's mystique. Maybe it'll be the difference maker. I might take a little bit of signal from the big Frenchman from FAU who also joined yesterday as being a little bit of Vesar insurance. Matt Abel, Juke Harris, Henry Vesar, as I understand it, they were all out in California, working out together. I think they might share representation. Don't quote me on that specifically. But sometimes, hey, how about this? Like very well, there's that one agency that does not think very fondly of the Carolina Hurricanes front office.
Yep.
Sometimes now with college, we're starting to get into the, can you win over, can you have a good negotiation? Can you win over with one? What does that lead to the rest? I wonder if, as Matt Abel makes official his commitment, I wonder if that California trip might have also provided some intel that they need to get an insurance plan, because this, with the looser deadlines and looser paths that they have for college players, Vesar might be somebody who takes it all the way through some real NBA workouts before deciding, because like you said, I think it's either NBA or North Carolina. I don't think it's North Carolina or the transfer portal.
Right.
So this might be something that extends for a little while.
Oh, I think so. I mean, and again, if you've got NBA aspirations, you should go test. You should go work out. You should. I mean, that's what you should do. NC State seems to be operating. I'm not going to say like Fulham. Like a mid-10. I don't know, Newcastle. They're rating the mid-majors, but they brought in good players.
Well, don't they have more players than Will Wade has at LSU right now?
Ouch. What a shot. Good. We all thought Paul McNeil was gone. And the rumor is that McNeil is leaning towards staying at NC State.
Yeah, for NC State and the roster construction process and the fact that you're going back and you're tapping into the mid-majors, that's where you get back to the Dalton Connect story, right? The Justin Gainey doing a great job of identifying Connect and getting him out of Northern Colorado and bringing him into the fold at Tennessee. He ends up being an All-American caliber player. Tennessee's had a few other players like that as well, where you are really going to be looking for Gainey's eye, not just, and this has become something that's so important in the transfer portal. And, I would say I can speak to men's basketball and football, but I'm sure it's everywhere, that getting the highly rated player or even getting the player with a certain pro projection, it's not the same as getting a player who's going to fit into your system. And that's both in terms of personality and also in terms of strengths and weaknesses. So I am going to have a little bit of trust with the player evaluation process because of what Gainey was able to do as an assistant at multiple stops, that the fact that they are going to the mid-majors instead of engaging with the bidding wars for some of your power conference level players, I'm not going to throw up a red flag for that one, though I do think that it's very understanding for an NC State fan to look at the overall roster and say who's on it and wish that you had a little bit of a better picture at this point.
Certainly would look a lot better if Paul McNeil's name was on it because, I've loved that player since the first time we saw him. Chip Patterson is here on a Wednesday. It's awesome. I'm actually going to ask you, let me ask you one NFL draft thing because I now have an infatuation with a player, which is always fun.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah. But, I can't contact him, so we don't have to worry about a restraining order. And I'm not a Panthers fan. But to me, at number 19, if Kenyon Sadiq is there, I think he checks two boxes for the Panthers. He checks a second receiving option who could be dynamic, and he upgrades immediately at tight end, which is what Bryce Young desperately needs. Is there a better fit in round one for the Panthers than Kenyon Sadiq, the tight end from Oregon?
As I understand it, the Panthers are in a great position to not need to be fixated on any one player or position. Is that how you understand it as well?
Absolutely.
Okay, so that's awesome. That is just like from an NFL draft position, what a great position it can be because the draft can go so many different ways. You don't know who everyone else is crazy about, the trades that might happen, things of that nature. The draft board's going to break how it's going to break. But to your infatuation, I could not agree more. I have perhaps been accused of maybe even breaking my own professional decorum. Wow. Some of the earliest hours of my 2026 calendar year were actually spent right next to Kenyon Sadiq. And Adam, if you think he's impressive watching him play, and this is going to sound some type of way, I realize it, so I'm couching it.
I'm ready.
Watching that young man warm up is like an Adonis, you should not be that big, that strong, that fluid, that athletic. So January 1, as I just mentioned, early morning, I'm out on the field down in Miami Gardens getting ready for the Orange Bowl between Oregon and Texas Tech. And I'm waiting to do CBS Sports HQ hits. And so I am standing right beside the Oregon players just out there, in like the sleeves, right?
Yeah.
No pads on or anything else. And he's doing the resistance run where the trainer is using these strong bands to hold him back.
Yep.
And he is just stretching those things 20 yards at him. You just see all the muscles, you see all the size. I am a huge fan of Kenyon Sadiq. And how about this? I can take you from the physicality to even the knuckle draggy. He's got the guts of a champion because during last season, he was banged up for 6 weeks, only missed one game. there is, and to be a future first-round NFL draft pick at a place like Oregon where there were backups who could have gone in, he could have been a total diva and gotten away with it. Sure. He really could have. Sadiq's not good. All right, well, Johnson will get in there and we'll be ready to go. And he really continued to try to compete. He continued to try to help Oregon pursue, that national championship that they've been on, just chasing and knocking on the door for these last couple of years. So I like the mentality. I love the physicality, the skills. I'm doing nothing to push back against what you're saying. Kenyon Sadiq at the Carolina Panther would be a huge get. I don't know if he'd be there in 19,
right?
But he's a phenomenal football player.
Yeah, it's funny. Your colleague at CBS, Ryan Wilson, and so many of the other mock drafters in their last drafts, like earlier this week or late last week, had Sadiq either out of the first round entirely or later than 19. And I think all of them have flipped back to either the Panthers at 19 or maybe Tampa a few picks earlier or maybe Detroit. Who knows? But I think that dude is exactly what the Carolina Panthers need. Oh. And if they're nervous, I mean, I hate trading up. But if you had to trade up 3 spots to get him, I would endorse that. I would defend that type of maneuvering. Let me ask you, this is a philosophical question, Chip Patterson. And these are my favorite types of things about college sports. So indulge me if you can. Okay. I have for a long time been critical of the NCAA for the predicament that they are currently in. And because they could have done something about it before they were forced to by the Supreme Court. They could have relaxed the amateurism rules as they were starting to make tons of money and they were having problems with players getting money. And to them, this ideal of amateurism is so outdated, it has nothing to do with the reality of our situation. And they could have headed this off. We wouldn't have had maybe a crazy, they call it wild, wild west, whatever. I get it. The game has changed. And now Darren Heitner, who's I've known for 15 years. Talked to him before he became a big deal, when he was just blogging down as a lawyer in Florida. And now he is one of the major players in the NIL space. And I saw a tweet from him today that made me laugh. And he says, you know what? Players don't need collective bargaining right now. It wouldn't benefit them because collective bargaining would bring more restrictions. And I am dying because for me, he's right. And for however, many years they've been, the NCAA and these institutions have been pushing back against employment and collective bargaining and trying to get antitrust exemptions from the federal government, which are never coming. And why can I realize this, but they can't? I think Darren's right. That train might have left the station.
I don't know if the train has left the station, but I have absolutely heard and subscribed to the idea that there is no motivation in the current environment for players to push for collective bargaining, for players to push for any kind of hard salary cap. The estimates of how 30% is what we're seeing for some of the markup in terms of transfer portal year over year. And there are some within these front offices at the colleges that do not see any market forces unless there's something dramatic changing, green line go up. That if that's going to continue to happen, then that's only going to continue to help the players. The piece of this that is going to become a little bit disappointing because it's not all good for all players is going to be when the decisions are made, when schools are starting to get a little bit tight on, how they are spending their money, who ends up benefiting the most and who ends up benefiting the least, because while all players getting money is great, schools will have to decide how much money they want to invest in their quarterback room. Mm-hmm. And that's going to change the way that fans and colleges and teams, it's going to change quarterback play. in college football on a very macro level, could change the kinds of offenses. And the fact that all of those would be shifting based on some sloppily assembled rules about compensation for players, I don't love that small domino leading to the big domino, which is the quality of play on the field. Not everybody is going to be able to do what Miami does, where you go from Cam Ward to Carson Beck to Darian Mensah. And so if we continue to see overinvestment in the quarterback position, I'm just using quarterback as one example.
Yeah.
If we continue to see overinvestment in the quarterback position, underinvestment in your offensive line, that's just going to lead to poor play.
Well, I agree with that, but what you're just describing is exactly what happens at the NFL anyway, because they do a poor job of drafting, developing, maintaining quarterbacks. They do a horrible job of that. And they have now, it's been going on for, 15 years, maybe longer. I mean, we still have franchises that can't find a quarterback. Pittsburgh can't find a quarterback. The last quarterback they found was Ben Roethlisberger, and they didn't develop anything beyond him. And now they're hoping and praying that Aaron Rodgers is going to give them like an up and down season, and hopefully at the end he's still on the up. But and frankly, they don't even know if he's coming back, although they must have some indication. Let me get back to football here. Are we seeing a softer Bill Belichick in year two? He's been around campus. He's been better to the media. Andrew Jones of Tar-Heel 247 yesterday told me that he's been just more collegial. Or do we think it's going to get better at UNC this year?
I think that his relationship with the media and the routine of a college football program outside of the games and practices were bound to get better. I think that there was just a natural defensiveness from our former defensive coordinator and our defensive-minded coach. I think that after a year on the Carolina beat and working with Andrew, working with the other members, working with Shelby Swanson, you see the same faces, you see who's showing up every single press conference, every single practice, and you start to develop a relationship with them. I'm not surprised that he has maybe changed his approach, because he might have realized that it's actually not too dissimilar from the relationship that he had, both, positive and negative. He had people who he respected and worked with when he was up in New England, and you saw how those relationships developed. I think that the people who are covering North Carolina football on the most intense level, the ones who are putting their faces in front of Bill Belichick's face, they are knowledgeable, they are asking respectful questions, and I think that ultimately that's what we're starting to see is a little bit of that understanding and respect return.
It's interesting. As a young guy, I covered the Georgetown basketball program. So I was around John Thompson. I covered Maryland basketball. I was around Gary Williams. Covered Duke when I first moved here a lot. I was fortunate enough, and I'm not trying to, name drop here, but I had a yearly in-person sit down with Coach K. I mean, and when you're around people like that, they force you to get better. They force you to be smarter. They force you to ask better questions. Maybe that will work. I don't know. Look, I have really no problem with how the media has covered college sports here anyway. I'm not being critical. But it does make you aware of things that annoy those types of people, and I think it just gets you better.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the things that get Bill the most frustrated are the questions that he doesn't have answers to, that he wished he had answers to. And everything that he said since the end of last year is that they've learned a lot, and they've got 70 new players. And so I don't think there's any other way to look at North Carolina's 2026 other than it's a year one, part two, because it is not as much of a year one to year two as we've come to expect a lot in college football.
What's their Vegas over-under win total?
4.5.
Excuse me,
4.5.
Holy, that's not good.
No, Adam, this year's team is going to be a touchdown better than last year's team. If this year's team plays last year's schedule, they go 7-5. But this year's team is playing this year's schedule, and that's the problem.
Okay.
You have legitimately 2 games. You are two games harder going from last year's schedule to this year's schedule.
Gosh, dang it. That's going to be a problem. Is Manny Diaz just signed a contract extension? Good for him, and he did a good job on the siren for Game 2. What are Duke's prospects?
I don't have their win total pulled up right now, but it is a lot worse than it was when they had Darian Mensah and Cooper Parkate.
No doubt about that. And this is a big year for Dave Doran?
I think that there's a certain confidence and consistency that you get from having C.J. Bailey back, and even though you're reloading a lot of skill positions, there's something to be said for having one of the best quarterbacks in the ACC.
No doubt about that. All right, we're going to stop here. When we talk next week, we'll get into some more, maybe some Hurricanes, and maybe the rest of the ACC. And by then, maybe they will have announced that Live Golf is going to cease operation after 2026. But we'll leave that for next week, Chip Patterson. You're my man.
All right, sounds good. Y'all be well.
It's the best. The best. All right. Stretching, which I might need, and we'll place bets. I was this close, by the way, to running the table yesterday.
Oh, man.
This close. And then I wouldn't have been here. Kidding. I'm kidding. All of that next.
Because your fantasy football team needs all the help it can get, the Adam Gold Show on the North Carolina Sports Network.
Merlefest 2026, presented by Window World, delivers music, moments, and memories each year. Hear Allison Krauss in Union Station featuring Jerry Douglas, Old Crow Medicine Show, Charles Wesley Godwin, Blackberry Smoke, Molly Tuttle, Railroad Earth, the infamous String Dusters, Joy Alada Coon, Maggie Rose, Sam Bush, Peter Rowan, Steep Canyon Rangers, the Costellos, the Creekers, and more. Join us April 23rd through 26th in Wilkesboro, North Carolina. For the full lineup and tickets, visit merlefest.org.
This April, during Line Worker Appreciation Days, we celebrate our hometown heroes, the public power line workers who keep our communities powered and connected. From powering homes and businesses to restoring service after storms, public power line workers show up every day, rain or shine, to keep the lights on in the communities they serve. Join us in saying thank you to these dedicated, skilled professionals by visiting electricities.com/thank-a-line-worker.
The North Carolina Healthcare Association invites you to listen to this month's podcast, Conversations on the State of Healthcare. This month we examined the Thrive 5, developed by Thrive OBX. The Thrive 5 is a way to bring the community together using outside partnerships to stay healthy as you age. My guest is Amy Montgomery, Executive Director of Operations at Outer Banks Health.
So Thrive OBX is about inspiring well-being and longevity through a community-wide cultural movement. The goal is simple: to help people thrive. Research shows that only about 30% of our longevity is tied to our genetics, and 10% depends on access to health care. So that leaves roughly 60% is determined by daily lifestyle choices, like how we eat, move, manage stress, sleep, and connect socially.
You can learn more and join our latest Conversations on the State of Healthcare wherever you listen to your favorite podcast, and find out more by visiting nchealthcare.org.
It's the first day of the first grade, and she found a new best friend. It's a laid-back Sunday afternoon you wish would never end.
The homemade taste of Bluebell and good friends gathered round. The good old days are being made right now.
Introducing Bluebell Pro, a dessert with up to 12 grams of protein and 110 calories or less per serving. Low fat, no added sugars, and gluten-free. Dig into a pint. It's more than just protein. It's Bluebell Pro. Never has high protein tasted so good.
The good old days are being made right now.
The good old days are being made right now.
Look for Bluebell ice cream in your local grocer. If you can't find it, ask for it.
Your child's doctor shares your goals. A healthy future for your child.
Doctors recommend vaccines throughout childhood because they protect what matters most: your child's future from preventable disease and serious illness. Discuss any questions you have and check that your child is up to date and talk about any concerns. You're right to have questions. Get real answers. Start a conversation with your doctor today. Visit vaccinesforkids.nc.gov. Paid for by NCDHHS.
You know the only feeling sweeter than opening a college acceptance letter? Knowing that you'll be able to pay for tuition however far you go. The first step? Completing the free application for federal student aid, or the FAFSA for short. Find out how much money for college you qualify for. Grants, scholarships, and other opportunities are waiting. How far can you go? Find out at cfnc.org/FAFSA101.
This is Adam Gold.
I told Tim, who does the afternoon show, I said, I'm about to turn this game around. We need Cheez-Its. So I went to go get magical Lucky Cheez-Its, and guess what? Boom. Period 2, tied it up. And then at the end of the game, I still had like 8 Cheez-Its in the cup left, and I said, Lucky Cheez-Its.
There you go. The Adam Gold Show.
Man, I love this.
All right.
I love it. I need a bowl of cereal right now. Saturday morning.
Captain Planet. All right.
Happy Earth Day, everyone.
It's Earth Day today. Look at that.
Yep.
Happy birthday to the Earth.
Exactly.
All right. Next hour, Mike Felder is going to join us. We're going to talk draft. Well, he loves to concentrate on defensive players. We'll kind of break those down. And who knows what else. Every time we talk to Felder, it gets weird.
Probably might have food talk.
Oh, yeah. Does he have a draft menu?
Oh.
He might not. He's got a lot of work to do.
But he could.
All right. Let's stretch.
Okay, so I know I mentioned it's Earth Day today, and one of these little kind of fun facts about it is, with it being Earth Day, researchers in Norway, because of course this would come from Norway.
Love Norway.
They've
Big
got
fan.
it down pat. I know. Norway's awesome. They looked at over 2,500 people living near a lake, and they found out that the people who spent the most time around the lake felt the best basically about life and less lonely. Yes. It's a thing.
They talk to the fish? What?
Yeah, exactly. For whatever reason, they said it connects them more with nature, which I have heard studies before that if you live within sight of like any kind of water.
We have a pond in the backyard.
Right. Then that helps your
Doesn't
psyche.
belong to us, but yeah, it's there.
Yeah, you can still get the benefits though.
I see it.
Right. As long as it's within eyesight, you're good to go.
The dogs wade in it.
Oh, there you go. Biff, thank goodness he does not partake in that. He would, that would be a big old dog who didn't want to swim if he had to get in a lake. A lot of fur to soak up that. So if you live near a lake, that's a good thing. But if you are feeling lonely and you don't have a lake, these researchers were basically saying just go out in nature for a little while and it'll help kind of center you.
Nice.
You somehow don't feel as lonely when you're out there because, I don't know, I guess the whole feeling small on a big planet. Exactly. Make friends with squirrels. There's plenty of those out there. So, yeah. On Earth Day, it's going to be a really pretty day. We're going to get hot again, so there's that. But just go for like a walk or whatever. I love going for walks, especially if I'm like stressed out or just need like a minute. Just go for a little walk, chill out, vibe. Yeah, it's awesome. So, yay, nature.
All about it.
Exactly. You know what else I'm about? Hopefully, making good bets.
Place your bets, place your bets. Here we are. I bet you slice into the woods $100.
Gambling is illegal at Bushwood, sir, and I never slide.
Okay, you can owe me. I owe you.
All right, let's get this done.
Okay, so let's look at Penguins versus Flyers. Let me go with the Flyers on this one.
Yeah, I think we're going 3-0.
Yeah. And I don't know. We'll take the under 5.5. That's plus 250.
Yeah, I think the Flyers are going to make short work of the series. I do. Very good. Porter Martone's going to score again, isn't he? He was
Probably.
in college. A month ago.
Mm-hmm.
A month ago, he was at Michigan State. Let's go to a different game since I know we're short on time. Dallas at Minnesota. I think Dallas is going to double up here. I think this is a long series, and I picked Minnesota to win it. But I think Dallas wins tonight, and we'll go over 5.5 plus 237.
Okay, well, we do agree on the over 5.5, but I'm going to take the Wild in this. So with the Wild and the over and 5.5, that's plus 200.
Nice. All right. I want to give you an anytime goal scorer, Philadelphia, Pittsburgh. Erik Karlsson gets on the board, plus 490.
Oh.
And Trevor Zegras, plus 290.
I like to call him Zebra. I don't know. And then let's look at the last one. Ducks versus Oilers. They're going to Edmonton. Give me the Oilers to win at home. And I'll go with the under 6.5 plus 225.
All right. Premier League today. City's going to win. They're playing Burnley. Leave that alone. Bournemouth beats Leeds. And I think both teams will score. I like a 2-1 game, Bournemouth to win. Have fun. I got you. I was right yesterday.
His Zamboni is bigger than yours. The Adam Gold Show on the North Carolina Sports Network.
Need more Stanley Cup chatter, Canes fans? Listen afternoons with Adam Gold in the Drive for our Cup check-in, served up by Carolina Ale House. We talk with hockey's best, past and present, bringing you the latest insight on the chase for Lord Stanley's Cup. It's the Cup check-in on 99.9 The Fan, served up by Carolina Ale House. Come to Carolina Ale House for the official Carolina Hurricanes viewing parties throughout the playoffs. Visit CarolinaAleHouse.com/Canes to see the schedule.
Calling all Caniacs, come watch the playoffs at Carolina Ale House as the official Canes road game headquarters. Carolina Ale House is hosting viewing parties for the Hurricanes away games. Join us for indoor-outdoor viewing parties at our Cary location throughout the playoffs. Think of it as a hometown tailgate. You just bring a lawn chair, enjoy food and beers from the outdoor bar, and watch on our enormous TV. Visit CarolinaAleHouse.com/Canes to learn more, or keep an eye on our social media. Ale yeah, and go Canes!
This is the sound of Jack, buzz cutting his way to a small fortune. To Jack, every time he cuts his own hair, that's $50 right in his pocket. If Jack sees DIY buzz cuts as a saving strategy, Wells Fargo is right behind him. And with their mobile app, tracking his savings is easy. Oh, ouch. However you make money work, we can work with that.
Mobile carriers' message and data rates may apply. Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
Adam Gold in studio with my friend Ryan Monsine from the Aluminum Company of North Carolina. Because you guys do everything for the exterior of your home, these things can add up. Mm-hmm. And there are a lot of people who think, I can't afford this. How can the Aluminum Company make it easier?
Yeah, well, Adam, we have plans that are 12 months, 0 interest, and 0 payments for 12 months, which make it super affordable for people to do anything on their home, whether it's windows, siding, doors, roofing, gutters, any kind of exterior home improvement. The Aluminum Company has financing plans that can fit in your budget and make it easy.
So wait a second. I can get everything done, no interest, and no payments for 12 months?
Yeah, and you get a lifetime warranty once the project's done.
I get a lifetime warranty once the project is done?
Yes, sir.
What about my down payment?
No down payment, no
What?
deposit.
No down payment, no deposit.
No payment until the project's done.
No payment until the project's done.
Exactly.
Where do I sign up? Aluminum Company of North Carolina, aluminumcompany.com.
All of us have a role to play in promoting a mental health friendly workplace.
So what can I do to help?
As a CEO, I can set the tone for a supportive culture.
As a manager, I can offer assistance and accommodations.
As a coworker, I can be a source of support.
As someone with a mental health condition, I can ask for what I need to perform my best.
What can I do?
What can I do?
I can remind others that none of us are alone.
And that we all benefit from workplaces that promote good mental health.
Learn more at whatcanyoudocampaign.org.
Parenting is hard. Technology can make it harder. The Family Media Plan developed by the American Academy of Pediatrics helps make it easier. Go to healthychildren.org/media plan today to create the media plan that's right for your family.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
I'm attorney Brian Ritchie. Getting hurt in a car wreck comes with all kinds of stress and frustration. But when you call me, I'll be on top of all of it. So all you need to worry about is getting better. If you've been injured in a car wreck, I'm on top of it. Contact us at ritchielaw.com.
Broadcasting live from the Eagle Leasing Studio. WCMC HD1 Holly Springs. 99.9 The Fan. The Triangle Sports Leader.
All of my life, all I heard from Mets fans were, oh, you Yankees fans, all you do is buy championships. That's all you guys do. You buy championships. If we had as much money as you, we would win every single title too. We'd have 27 just like you guys. The New York Mets have the highest cash payroll of any team in baseball. They are spending $360 million this year, and they're 7-16. I love it.
It's the Adam Gold Show. I'm Adam Gold. I would love nothing more than for Chris Canty to have been wrong there, but he is not. He is not. Now, I'll go to this point. I saw Stephen A. Smith refer to the Mets as a national laughingstock. Oh. And I would say no, because I don't think anybody really cares nationally.
Right.
I mean, Mets fans do.
Sure.
And I didn't bring this up yesterday. Braves fans are reveling in this. Oh my gosh. Atlanta's got such little brother energy about New York teams. It's as though New York teams have aggrieved them.
Right.
And New York teams have not been good enough to bother anybody.
Yeah.
But I'm telling you, you find a Braves fan that isn't enjoying a Mets loss more than their own win, and their team is great. I said at the beginning of the season, before the season started, two of my place your bets were, I don't know what the Met win total was, under, Brave win total, over, easy, lock. I made somebody money, I promise.
Yeah.
Mets have lost 12 in a row.
I know, didn't they just break that yesterday, though?
12.
Yeah.
No.
Or I was going to say, I thought I saw something. They finally broke the streak.
No. Our friend Nolan McLean, we've talked to his baseball coach at Garner High School. He took a perfect game into the sixth. Mets lost 5-3 to the Twins. Twins ain't even good.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Yeah. The Yankees, though, they're on one right now.
Yankees are good.
Yeah.
Yankees are good. Look, I hate the Yankees.
Same.
But I don't have any problem with the way the Yankees have done business.
Yeah.
I have disliked the way, in many ways, the Mets have done business. I am not afraid to talk about that.
No.
It's my favorite team, but I recognize the fault.
Yeah.
The faults and the things that they have done wrong, and I wish they had done them differently.
Mm-hmm.
But whatever.
Yeah.
But man, Atlanta fans, real quick, there was the mayor of New York, Zoran Mamdani. He was at an event, and he was talking about the Knicks came up. And by the way, the Knicks are going to lose to the Hawks in this series. But I predicted that months ago.
Yeah.
Months ago. And he made a joke about Trae Young, who was then with the Hawks the last time these two teams met in the playoffs, and Young beat the Knicks. And like he just made an offhand joke about, well, we can always blame Trae Young because in New York City they don't like Trae Young, which whatever. And man, if Atlanta fans didn't take that seriously, dudes, just relax. Just relax. a lot of little brother energy from Atlanta fans. Just, come on. Baseball team's excellent. The basketball team was tanking, and they started winning.
Oh.
Once they traded Trae Young.
Yeah.
Awesome. Good for them. All right. Let's do a wall of sound.
The wall of sound is a function of this studio. There's no doubt about it.
All right. I'm still hearing a ton about Offside Gate. Like, if you are on social media and the algorithms just kind of feed you videos. I'm not talking about TikTok. Twitter does the same thing. Well, like every other video is a breakdown of those plays.
Yeah.
Holy mackerel.
Everywhere.
It's over.
Mm-hmm.
Can we move on? But guess who does have thoughts on the overturned goal? Eric Tulsky, the general manager of the Carolina
It's a hard
Hurricanes.
league to officiate. The game happens really fast, and we have replays so that we can fix things when there are mistakes. I know the offside one was tough for people. They're always pretty strict on those control plays. Traditionally, you couldn't go in before the puck. They changed it so that you could if you had control. They're pretty strict about what control is. It means sometimes you have plays like that feel like it should count, and they go over it and they do the best they can, and it came back, and it stinks in the moment, but we got the result we wanted in the end, and so you move on.
I wonder if the fans are as mad at Eric Tulsky as they were at me when I said, yeah, the way they do it, I think they got the call right. I was a rage baiter. No joke. That's what I was referred to. A rage baiter. Like, how so? Ridiculous. Anyway, on how the team, more Eric Tulsky, on how the team deals with those things.
It stinks in the moment, but we got the result we wanted in the end, and so you move on.
How prepared are you for all those situations?
We spend a lot of time going over essentially every challenge around the league. Video staff does a ton of work. They come to me with questions that I can go to the league and ask them and get clarification. We try to be as prepared as we can. We never want to miss a chance to get an edge. And this is a place where, a lot of that work goes for nothing because a lot of it never comes up. But the one time it does makes it all pay off. And coaching staff is really diligent about getting dialed in on that stuff and making sure they're prepared.
I think it's the best staff in the sport. Maybe in sports. All right, one more thing from Eric Tulsky. Because, I've talked about, and even with Roy Cooper today, we talked about Jordan Martinook, Jordan Stahl. And I've referred to Sebastian Aho, Andrei Svechnikov. These are the core players of this team. But this team also has brought in a lot of new players over the last several years, including two huge pieces this year in Ehlers and Keandre Miller. And Tulsky talks about that dynamic.
We have a really strong locker room with players who are really committed and play hard and do it the right way and are bought into what Rod wants to do. And we've turned over a lot of the roster. Like I became interim GM 23 months ago, and 12 of the players who were, sort of on our team that year aren't with us anymore. So we've turned over a lot, but that core group that is so bought in and such strong leadership, both personality-wise and in terms of their play, they've really imprinted on the people who we've brought in, and they've made it so we can make all these changes and still keep that same atmosphere. And in many ways, people like Jordan are responsible for the success of some of the players who we've brought in, because he helps establish a culture that makes sure that people who come in can fit into the way we play and buy in and make it work for us.
I love the way this team is built. I mean, anything could happen tomorrow night. Anything could happen Saturday afternoon and beyond. I had long conversations with people in the game about this team. If they can overcome their goaltending, and so far they haven't had to overcome goaltending, but if that doesn't become an issue, and this is the way I've said it, I'm going to be busy for the next couple of months. And I absolutely believe this.
It's a good busy.
Yeah, oh no, absolutely. Yeah, and the voice will get better. Real quick, Tom Dundon already turning over tables in the NBA. It's a beautiful thing. We went through this with the NHL, by the way, when Dundon became the owner. So whatever the little issues are, they are big issues to people who cover the league, insiders, and things like that. Like two-way contract players who aren't going to play in the playoffs, not traveling in the playoffs. And apparently that was commonplace through the other teams. Other cost-cutting measures. Firing one mascot that Portland apparently has two. I don't know. Whatever. This is upsetting to a lot of people. And this is the way I would point it out. He's running the Portland Trailblazers like he runs any other one of his businesses. He is running it to turn a profit where he can. And he is running it, at this point, unemotionally. I would say that the one business he doesn't run unemotionally are the Hurricanes. He is emotionally invested here. I think he's tasted winning. And he wants to win, and winning matters more than anything. But ultimately, as I've tried to explain to people, I'm not defending Tom Dundon because I would not offend or defend someone who made the decision to essentially fire the very best play-by-play man in the game, in John Forsland. This has nothing to do with Mike Maniscalco. Mike's doing a great job. End of discussion. But John is the best in the business. And he was here. He was ours. I would never defend that decision. Same thing with Chuck Caton. But what Tom Dundon looks, and he sees the only thing that matters to Tom Dundon, the only thing. What is the product on the ice? Does it impact the product on the ice? If it does, he will spare no expense. Except paying the head coach. But that's on Rod. But no offense, that's entirely on Rod Brindamore. As long as the on-ice product continues to be what it is and more, everything will stay the same. He doesn't care about paying the front office. He doesn't care about the on press row that we run out of Chex Mix. He doesn't give a. We ran out of coffee cups.
Yeah.
No joke. Game 2, first period, were the coffee cups.
None of them. Yeah. We also didn't have Cheez-Its either. I was I was making a Cheez-It call by the second OT.
Oh, that didn't even last this first period.
Yeah. Well, no, I mean, I was definitely making a reach for it.
We got all the popcorn in the world, but they don't care about those things. No. Does it impact winning? That's it. When we come back, Mike Felder on the NFL Draft next.
Because your fantasy football team needs all the help it can get, the Adam Gold Show on the North Carolina Sports Network.
I don't care what you got, just give me that. One goal.
Nikishin, Ehlers, shoots his scores on the power play.
Verdeen wide open, rebound, and what a save by Anderson.
Hoist Lord Stanley's Cup.
Sebastian Aho in, short hand back in, scores! Oh, talk to me, shorty! Carolina!
The Triangle's official home for the Carolina Hurricanes. 99.9 The Fan, the Triangle Sports leader.
Hey, it's Adam Gold from my friend Gordon Miller, Miller Lending, Kildare Farm Road in Cary. I have a warning for you. Whenever you hear another mortgage lender list a rate in their mortgage commercial, run fast the other way. A, you don't know when that was recorded. They're just guessing. B, you don't know what the rate is today. C, If they're listing a rate, they're probably trying to fool you. You will never be fooled with Miller Lending. You will get a great rate, and then you'll have the freedom to refinance free of charge when the rate drops because you will have not paid closing costs. Not a dime of it. The closing costs are never rolled into the loan amount like happens in a lot of other places. There's no bait and switch with Miller Lending. You get the best rate you can get, and then 6, 8 months later, a year later, when the rates drop, you simply refinance free of charge, and again, save all that money. Miller Lending, home of the original no closing cost mortgage on Kildare Farm Road in Cary, an equal housing lender, NMLS ID 250-2147.
20 years, the North Carolina Education Lottery has been creating winning moments where dreams become a reality and where hundreds of winners are made every day. Moments that add up to billions of dollars in wins. And we're nowhere near finished. Seize your winning moment with the new 20th anniversary scratch-off and digital instance game. Must be 18 to play. Approximate overall odds of winning on the scratch-off are 1 in 3.45. Approximate overall odds of winning a prize in the digital instance game are 1 in 3.75. Problem gambling helpline 877-718-5543.
It's bow time. There's something special about the first bite of a Bojangles Cajun Filet biscuit. Like an edible alarm clock that slaps you awake with bold Cajun flavor. The moment you sink your teeth into that soft, fluffy, made-from-scratch biscuit, then strike gold with a juicy piece of fried chicken, you'll know. Nothing beats the first bite, except the second first bite. Get a Cajun Filet biscuit combo today at Bojangles. It's bow time.
It's bow time. Time to satisfy your craving for Cajun with a Bojangles Cajun Filet biscuit. Enjoy a Cajun fried filet tucked inside a hot made-from-scratch buttermilk biscuit. Make it a combo and add your choice of fixin' and legendary sweet tea. And remember, Bojangles Cajun Filet biscuits are served all day, every day. Bojangles Cajun Filet biscuit. When you're hungry for flavor and value, it's bow time.
HIV is not a crime, or it shouldn't be. People living with HIV can do and live fully healthy lives
without risk of transmitting the virus to others.
But a different fear remains.
In 30 states, Americans are being imprisoned due to their HIV status.
It's time for the laws to catch up to science. Join the Elizabeth Taylor AIDS Foundation to modernize outdated HIV criminalization laws. Go to etaf.org.
HIV is not a crime.
Campaign funded through the support of Gilead Sciences, Incorporated.
Some days, self-care starts with Nature-Made gummy vitamins, a deep breath, and a little encouragement.
Mom, I'm really nervous.
Me too, honey, but we've got this. Repeat after me. I'm gonna have a good day.
I'm going to have a good day.
I choose joy no matter what comes my way.
I bring joy wherever I go.
Quality gummy vitamins from Nature-Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
This is Adam Gold.
You know, soap attracts dirt, right? That's what soap does. It attracts dirt. Right now, Bill Belichick is soap. That's what he is.
Yeah.
He's soap.
Yeah.
He's attracting all this dirt.
Or he's like an overripe banana and it's attracting all these gnats.
The Adam Gold Show.
It's the Adam Gold Show. I was waiting for this on Earth Day. It's the Ecology song, man. Phenomenal. Great pull from the best DJ on sports radio anywhere, not just here in North Carolina. Yes, it is Earth Day. It is also NFL Draft Eve. I've said this before. We're going to talk about this with Michael Felder. I just had somebody comment on Twitter, maybe not on what I said, but on his thoughts, and it's the same. We were talking to Chip Patterson an hour ago, and in our conversation, they're always good. Encourage you to go listen to it. If you missed it, it'll be out in the Best of the Adam Gold Show podcast. And by the way, we are on YouTube, and I feel great. Don't worry about it. My voice will recover. Certainly, hopefully, in time for tomorrow night when the Hurricanes play Game 3. If If he is there, if Kenyon Sadiq, the tight end from Oregon, is sitting there at number 29, number 19 in the first round, and I am Dan Morgan, I am launching myself at the podium in Pittsburgh with the card. Because that guy, to me, checks more than one box. It's really two boxes. I need an upgraded tight end. Big time. I need another dynamic pass catcher. And I need, for Bryce Young, the security. I think those are probably combined. So, safe, I've checked two boxes. And the guy blocks. What are we doing here? Why is he available at 19? Mike Felder, my man. Tar Heel 247, everywhere, Sirius XM, Hand in the Dirt, all of it. What do you think about Kenyon Sadiq?
Go out and get him, man. I mean, he's a good football player. I mean, this guy caught over 500 yards a year ago. Not much on the ground, which is fine. I don't need him to be like. I know his name should not be said, but Aaron Hernandez. But he's 6'3", he's 245. You're getting somebody that's in between Hernandez, right, who's a little bit lighter, and then you're getting someone that's not as big as Gronk or who's the guy for the Steelers? Washington.
Okay, well, that guy's he's a living room furniture.
Yeah, so I think the goal is to get someone that can fit that role, and if you can find someone that, whether it's Jeremy Shockey, Greg Olsen, I don't care who people want to compare him to, if you can get someone that can do that, I think that's a plus. Especially because you mentioned on the lead-in, he blocks.
Yeah.
His blocking is super important.
Yeah, well, yes. And it's funny, Tommy Tremble came out of Notre Dame as a blocking tight end, and I think he's a good blocker. I don't think he's a great blocker. I remember, who was the guy they had before that? Ian Thomas.
Cole Kmet.
Right. Oh, that would be good too. That would be good too. All right, so I know you like defense guys. So let's go through some of the better options, not just for the Panthers, but just in the draft. We know Mendoza is going to go 1. Who should go 2 in Mike Felder's eyes?
I think Reese, the kid from Ohio State, should go 2, but obviously David Bailey from Texas Tech is also in the running. I like Styles, Sonny Styles from Ohio State, and I just think he's such a there's not as much value on just a true linebacker right now.
Right.
But man, I just got done literally before she called me. I just got done watching a video of Luke Kuechly getting his Hall of Fame stuff. And a true linebacker moving around. I love you, baby. My wife's going to pick up our kid.
Fine. Quite all right.
I like, of a true linebacker, like not edge, not a guy that's listed as edge.
Okay.
Like an actual linebacker, I think that's important for your team. And again, we just talked about Luke Kuechly. I'm not saying he's going to be Luke Kuechly, but all the comparisons I'm seeing are a guy that can run around and make moves and puts everybody else where they're supposed to be. And I think that's super important. Then you get to, I think, what's his name? Keontae, oh my God.
I don't know.
From Miami.
Okay.
Keontae Scott from Miami.
Right. Okay.
I love him. I think he is, like, there are some times when you get a player, like, he reminds me a lot of Tyrann Mathieu, but a bigger version of that.
Gotcha.
And he can move, and he can also help you get set up, but he also gives you this flexibility to, hey, guess what? And again, I'm not calling him Troy Polamalu. What I'm saying is he gives you this flexibility to play these, I hate these flexibility twice, but these flex defenses where you guys do this, you guys do this. I'm going to free range. And Ryan Clark, I think, said it best when Ryan Clark was like, look, when I play with Troy Polamalu, we let him cook, and then we made the defense orbit around him. And I think Keontae has that same ability.
Mike Felder, at In the Bleachers on Twitter, Sirius XM Tar Heel 247, joining us here. It's NFL Draft Eve. Ruben Bain was an incredible player at Miami. Apparently, he's a T-Rex. I didn't realize that his arms were short. I'm not sure that it does matter, but maybe it does, because I didn't think hand size should matter, but apparently that does too. So what are your thoughts on Ruben Bain and what kind of an impact he will have at the NFL level?
One, I think it's garbage that a thing that's been already litigated came out about him. So that's one. Two,
okay.
I think that he's still going to be a wrecker. And we can talk about arm size, but if we're talking about functional strength, and you know what? You're going to like this, Gold. My daughter stayed home yesterday. She wasn't feeling very well.
Okay. I don't like that.
No. I'm not. I'm going to get to the part that you're going to like.
Okay.
And we made hot dog buns together.
Even better.
And so I'm getting there, right?
Yeah.
And I said, look at this. I said, at your full extension, how much can you roll out? And she can't roll out that much on full extension.
Uh-huh.
I said, but if you're tight, you're close in, how much can you roll out? And she was like, oh, this is way easier. And I was like, so if you play a tight end, to go back to Bain, if you want to play a tight end game and he's got shorter arms, you don't have power. He has power.
Right. Okay.
And he can move you around. And so that's the part that I don't. And obviously, I'm listening to a lot of people that that haven't played football, that don't understand the concept. But like, everyone's so worried about somebody getting into your chest. But if you get into Ruben Bain's chest, guess what he's able to do better than anyone? Get you off of him,
right?
Move you away, and then he still has functional strength to throw you. And I think that's a real thing. So somebody's going to get a steal. Like if he drops past 8, 9,
yeah,
somebody's going to get a steal of a guy who is he's well coached. He understands what he's supposed to do, and he's got this. I'm not going to call it Aaron Donald, but it's very Christian Wilkins. Christian Wilkins doesn't have long arms.
Mm-hmm.
And so what he does is he lets you think you have him, and then he's able to give this burst to push you off of him, because all of your strength comes – like your strength doesn't come when your arms are extended. Your strength comes from that first 6 inches, and if you have more of that first 6 inches, that's a real deal.
Only Mike Felder could talk NFL draft and work it into making hot dog buns. This is why I love you so much. Mike Felder is joining us here on the Adam Gold Show. About Bain, is he an edge, or is he an outside linebacker, or is he a piece?
He's a piece, and I think, honestly, I would play him – if I'm playing Bain, I'd play him 5 and 3. 5, 4, and 3. That's it. I don't want him standing up. I do not want him to stand up. I want him to be hand in the dirt.
Oh, okay.
And just go. Shout out, by the way, Hand in the Dirt podcast. It's a Garnet podcast about football. But I want him hand in the dirt. And because here's it, let's think about it right now. Like I'm drawing it in my mind just so I can see it. Like so we have center, we have guard. I don't want him to play in the 3. I want him to play at a 4-eye. I want him to play at a 5, right? Play in a 5.
Right.
And play on the outside, right outside the 5, and that's it. That's what I want. Don't stand up. Don't stand him up, because when you stand up, now all of a sudden his advantages are gone. Now, once you stand somebody up, they better be a super athlete, like Jadeveon Clowney.
Okay.
Right? Once you stand someone up, now they have to run the hump. I don't think Bain's great at running the hump. Bain's great at holding you, pushing you, standing through you, and shedding you. That's what I think that's what he's the best at. And so once you move him outside of that 5, unless it's a tight end and run, he's going to have to deal with stuff. And I also don't want him to be in coverage. Like, I don't want him to be in coverage at all.
Okay. Well, it's a problem if he's well. You say you like his hand in the dirt. Is there any correlation to Peter Boulware?
That's a really good question. I hadn't thought about that, but yeah, I think that like Peter Boulware, I think it's more. What's his name? What was his name? Corey Simon.
Okay, yeah.
I would go more with that. He doesn't have the haunches that he had. Good grief, that guy was dragging a wagon. But I think he's better. Again, he's better. He's probably better 4-5 and then that tight 6 than he's better at standing up on the outside. That's what I would do with him.
Mike Felder is joining us here. It's Felder, the Substack. We get football and food and all that as well. Maybe there's a tutorial on making hot dog buns.
That's coming up, but right now on Substack, what you can find, and it's for free for everyone, I did make meatballs with my kid. And
very nice. What was the blend? What was the blend of the?
This was one of those like throw together recipes. This is
okay.
Listen, I'm checking my privilege. This was a thrown together recipe, but the blend was like 80% beef and then 20% bacon, or 15% bacon, and then like the rest was like garlic and herbs inside the meatball. And with some and Parmesan inside the meatball,
very
and
nice.
then you roast them off. Homemade pasta, homemade sauce, and I do one big meatball. Where are you from? You're from New Jersey, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, one big meatball in the middle.
Really?
Yeah.
That's interesting. Okay.
You get to pick off the meatball. Mix it with the pasta.
Yeah.
You pick off the meatball, mix it with the pasta, and get it's not small meatballs everywhere.
I get you. I might try that down the road. I'm more of a a bigger, little bit larger golf ball sized meatball.
Oh.
Yeah.
No, these are like baseball size.
God, that's awesome. Mike Felder's joining us here on the Adam Gold Show. To the wide receiver group. No, let me ask you about Jeremiah Love. We don't have that much time left anyway.
Okay.
Jeremiah Love. I've been told he's the best player in the draft regardless of position. I'm not even debating that because he may be. He's a phenomenal football player. I mean, I still don't get the investment in a running back unless you are a team that is about to win. It might make sense for Washington. I don't know. But is there a team that's going to draft where he is going to be drafted that's ready to win where they could actually utilize Jeremiah Love?
So when I'm looking at these mocks, I keep seeing him to the Giants, and I think the Giants, that's
that makes a little sense.
It's not buyer's remorse. I don't know what it's like. You know what it's like? It's like if your girlfriend dumped you and you were like, God, she could have been the one. And then you watch Saquon do what he does for the Eagles, and you're like, maybe we can get that feeling again. Like, I'm missing that love and feeling. And I think that's on the table. Honestly, I think the Panthers, I don't know, he's not going to fall that far.
No.
But Washington is interesting. But Washington needs so many things.
Right.
There's so many other. If Washington can get the offensive tackle from Miami, Francis, I'm not going to mess up his name, so I'm just going to.
Francis.
I'm just going to. Managua. Yeah. So if they could get him, that'd be great. But if not, then you take Love. And I think that's an interesting element. And this is we got teams, the amount of teams that have this transition and teams that have this, I wish we didn't do what we did, a year ago, 2 years ago,
right.
3 years ago. And that's where New York comes in, the Giants come in. New Orleans is we need other stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Even though, do you think that they're happy with Tyler Shuck?
I think they are, but I don't think like they probably shouldn't be, but I think they are, and there's nobody obvious in the first round to take.
So take Love. If Love's there at 8, if Love's there, take him. You take pressure off of Shuck, right?
Yeah.
This draft's the most interesting draft. I'm so glad I'm not covering it because I would be so bored over the entire time. This is a draft that I've already written about. That I said this is a great draft to spend time with your family and just check your phone.
Well, that's the entire draft for me. I always used to say about the draft, it's great to do like an hour on an elliptical machine. It's perfect. You'll get 5 picks. You'll be done. What a day!
Yep.
Perfect.
Oh yeah. Listen. I've got a plan. I'm cooking this weekend, and I'm going to spend time. I get to spend time with my daughter and just hang out. But if you can get Shuck, someone that can run the ball, and then over the course of the draft, you beef up your offensive line and there's wide receivers everywhere. That's the thing that. We spend so much time belittling running backs, right? Wide receivers are a dime a dozen.
I've been saying that for a while.
They are.
I wouldn't pay them. I hate it, but I would only pay the absolute best. I would let everybody else cycle through.
Yeah, they're a dime a dozen, and you can get a wide receiver, and guess what? They all want to play. They all want to get the ball. They all want to work hard and run routes and do all that. It's not running back. If I'm looking at a board and I'm ranking positions, the 2 positions that are at the bottom for me are wide receiver and running back.
Yep.
And that's not a knock on them. What I'm saying is that there are so many of them who are so good that you can find them.
No doubt.
You can't find defensive ends like Khalil Mack. You can't find guys like Lamar Jackson. You can't find those guys. Those aren't diamonds in the rough. They have to be good already. Even Josh Allen. And so you've got to find those guys early. And so if you're the New Orleans Saints, go ahead and get a running back that's going to help your quarterback. And then over the course of this draft, whether you make moves or you do whatever, you go ahead and you find other wide receivers, but you also go get especially developmental offensive linemen. And that's something we don't talk about enough, especially since I realize that you can still develop players.
Oh yeah, no doubt about it. We don't do that with quarterbacks though. If they're not great right away, we hate them, and then they go to win the Super Bowl for somebody else. Mike Felder, you're the best. Giant meatballs. I'm gonna look into it.
I'm telling you, dude. Just the pasta's in there. Meat, you sauce the pasta first, right? You sauce your pasta, don't you?
Yeah.
And then you sauce the meatball with the pasta. Then you put the parm and the mozzarella on the top. You put all of it into the broiler. Let it melt down.
Oh, look at this! You're baking it now. All right.
No, I'm not baking. I said broiling.
I know what
you said broiling.
Know what you're talking about.
And then, as you eat it from the inside out. It's like a pie. You cut a piece of the meatball off. Then you twirl the pasta with the meatball inside it, with the slice of meatball inside of it, and then you eat it. It's fantastic. I'm telling you can't beat it.
It's always a mistake to have these conversations with you when I haven't had lunch. I just want you to know that because now I'm starving.
I'm about to have lunch. I'm having secret lunch outside. I'm having chicken tacos outside with some birria. I'm having chicken tacos on street tacos.
Nice, but it's not a secret if you know what it is.
Oh, it's a secret because my wife doesn't know that I'm going to go do this.
Secret for her. Secret for her, not a secret for you. You're the best, Mike Felder. It's Felder in the bleachers. You're awesome. I'll talk to you later.
All right, see you, bud.
Peace. I said.
Yeah, it's dangerous.
You never know.
You can't, yeah.
We're making hot dog buns.
Meatballs.
Think about this. He was talking about arm length for Reuben Bain.
Mm-hmm.
And somehow we're making hot dog buns with his daughter.
Mm-hmm. And now we're talking about secret
lunches that he knows about.
Yeah.
All right, that's fine. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. A couple of other things we got to get to. I want to talk a little bit about hoops. It was a good day in the transfer portal for Carolina and for Duke and for State. It's been really good, but a bunch of things still to come and a little bit of a rewind next.
Asheville to Wilmington, Boone to Durham, The Adam Gold Show on the North Carolina Sports Network.
Distracted driving kills. Every glance away from the road puts lives at risk. Eating and drinking, texting, changing the music, or checking your phone. It can all wait. Behind the wheel, your only job is to drive. Buckle up, stay focused, keep your eyes on the road and your hands on the wheel. Protect yourself, your passengers, and everyone around you. Every seat, every time. This message is brought to you by the Governor's Highway Safety Program and the North Carolina High School Athletic Association.
It's the first day of the first grade, and she found a new best friend. It's a laid-back Sunday afternoon, you wish would never end.
The homemade taste of Bluebell and good friends gathered round. The good old days are being made right now.
Introducing Bluebell Pro, a dessert with up to 12 grams of protein and 110 calories or less per serving. Low fat, no added sugars, and gluten-free. Dig into a pint. It's more than just protein. It's Bluebell Pro. Never has high protein tasted so good.
The good old days are being made right now.
The good old days are being made right now.
Look for Bluebell ice cream in your local grocer. If you can't find it, ask for it.
You know the only feeling sweeter than opening a college acceptance letter? Knowing that you'll be able to pay for tuition however far you go. The first step? Completing the free application for federal student aid, or the FAFSA for short. Find out how much money for college you qualify for. Grants, scholarships, and other opportunities are waiting. How far can you go? Find out at cfnc.org/FAFSA101.
This April, join North Carolina Realtors in celebrating Fair Housing Month. Fair housing means everyone deserves a place to call home, regardless of race, color, national origin, religion, sex, or disability. NC Realtors are committed to fair housing for all North Carolinians and ensuring that everyone has access to safe and affordable housing. Let's work together to create communities where everyone can thrive. Visit ncrealtors.org to learn more about fair housing. Paid for by NC Realtors.
Measles is spreading in North Carolina. It's highly contagious and can make infants and children very sick. Pneumonia, brain swelling, long-term health problems, hospitalization, and death can occur. Protect your child with the MMR vaccine. It provides lifelong protection. Serious side effects are extremely rare. Millions of children are safely vaccinated each year. Insurance covers the cost and free vaccines are available. Make sure your child is up to date. Talk to your doctor or visit ncdhhs.gov/measles. Paid for by NCDHHS.
Hi, I'm Cherise Sample Hughes, Women in Government Board Chair. Alzheimer's disease often starts subtly with a memory slip, lost word, or forgotten appointment. For patients experiencing memory and thinking issues, there are FDA-cleared blood biomarker tests that can help detect the buildup of proteins in the brain that can lead to the symptoms of Alzheimer's disease. That's why early detection and diagnosis are so important. Sharing details about your memory and thinking issues with your doctor can help determine if testing is right for you. Find more at womeningovernment.org.
Are you looking for a 2-year hands-on agricultural degree while still gaining the university experience? I'm Lee Ivey, Director of the Agriculture Institute at NC State University. We offer 6 associate's degrees that span the agricultural industry and set our students up to meet their goals. Come live on campus, learn on our farms, and be a part of the NC State community. Invest in yourself and learn more about our program online by searching NC State Ag Institute. Deadline for fall enrollment is June 1st. 2 years, 1 degree, endless possibilities.
This is Adam Gold.
He doesn't have many years to choose from.
No, and part of that was COVID. Nobody's picking COVID.
COVID was a great year.
Yeah.
Look, if you invested in Zoom,
oh, that was a good year.
You had a good year during COVID.
Yep.
The Adam Gold Show.
The last two selections on Earth Day have been phenomenal.
I know. I tried to save the best for last. Although Captain Planet is up there. Yeah. That closed out our 1 o'clock hour.
The ecology song,
Yeah.
first of all, it's just a
It is.
phenomenal song.
Yeah.
Some people know it as, I think the ecology song is the actual name of the song, right?
Mhm.
Mercy, Mercy Me is what we all
Right.
we sing. Like, people think that Baba O'Reilly is Teenage Wasteland.
Right.
And it's not.
It's
Baba
not.
O'Reilly.
Yeah, right.
The lessons that you learn here on the Adam Gold Show. I'm Adam Gold. Thank you for putting up with this today. Victoria is here. Lots to do still. But I wanted to get back to kind of where we started today, which was not in hockey, but it was in basketball, because I think a lot of people are very interested in how Michael Malone's year one is going to look. And that's where we go for the rewind. So when it comes to hoops, we talk to Brian Geisinger a lot. He knows all these guys. He knows what these guys are about, all the players. Split the Action on Substack, Pack Power, 24/7 Sports. He is everywhere. And I want to rip through with Brian some of the latest portal stuff, starting with UNC and what they have done with Terrence Brown, who's coming from, Utah, right? And Matt Abel. Oh, it's going to be spicy at Lenovo.
Yeah, I like what Mike Malone has done so far. I mean, to snag a guy like Matt Abel, who I thought had a pretty good freshman season at NC State last year, and obviously a very well-regarded prep prospect. Spent some time, in the Team USA pipeline system too. Guy that has could be an NBA type shooting guard. And I'm sure Michael Malone, was pitching him on, I coach guys like Gary Harris and some of these other guys in the NBA, and I see you in that type of mold. To get Terrence Brown out of Utah, there are some limitations with the shot, but his ability to be a downhill driver, a source of rim pressure, a guy that's going to constantly, touch the paint, that's not a bad start for your lead ball handler, to be someone who can constantly turn the corner, get downhill, make guys miss. I'm blanking on the name of the big guy they added yesterday afternoon. But
he's like a depth guy from Florida Atlantic, but he's more cover. I am also blanking on his name because I do that anytime. But he's sort of cover if they don't get Henry Vesar back.
Yes. Maxime Logie, if I'm saying that correctly. Also, pretty explosive finisher around the basket, too. So there's ability. I think there's a real potential for him to contribute. All of this said, I do think a lot of this hinges on their ability to retain Henry Vesar and to, keep him in Chapel Hill, which seems likely, but if that happens, then I think they're set up to have a pretty strong roster in year one for Michael Malone.
What do you think about Brian Geisinger, who's joining us here? What do you think about Neo Avdalas, the transfer from Virginia Tech?
Yes, also had a sort of an up and down freshman season. That's maybe putting it nicely after some big games earlier in the season, especially the game against Providence, where he shot the ball really well. Very well thought of player internationally as a young prospect before he got to Blacksburg. Great size. They would use him in the post some last season, but someone that struggles against physicality, can even struggle against smaller players that kind of pressure him, get inside of his jersey. So there's a lot of talent. Obviously, he's got great size for the positions that can create matchup problems. But his passing is pretty special. And if the shot gets even better, then he's got the chance to be a really nice offensive piece. That's maybe a couple too many ifs, but there's a lot of talent here. And with his size and the passing, I mean, it's, he's a pretty rare player for college hoops, and you can see why a team like UNC would prioritize him in the portal.
No doubt. By Matt Abel announcing for Carolina, do you think that eliminates Juke Harris?
I mean, at this point, those two guys could definitely play together. I guess it becomes more of a money resource type thing. I'm sure UNC is still recruiting Juke Harris, obviously with Michigan and Tennessee in the mix too. But those two guys, I think, yes, there's some skill overlap, but the skill overlap is like shooting, and you can't have enough of that.
Right.
Those guys can always play off of one another. One of my favorite quotes from a coach this season after a game at Duke, which Wake got blown out in, but Juke Harris played quite well, is Steve Forbes was talking, the Wake Forest coach was talking about Juke and basically said one of his favorite things about Juke is he never forces it. He never goes hunting for shots and just looking to fill up points. But he is a guy that can score in a bunch of different ways, including he just doesn't need the basketball. Like, he's really good at running around screens, spotting up too. So absolutely those two guys could play together and they would make like a dynamic duo on the wing. I just think it would come down to money and what other schools are offering up too, obviously.
It's Brian Geisinger. Split the action on Substack. Carolina's done well. My guess is that Henry Vessar is either NBA or back to UNC. I hope he comes back to UNC. But I said for a long, long time that if college players could make money while they're in college, it doesn't eliminate the incentive to be a high draft pick. Nobody is choosing college over professional sports if you are going to be drafted high. Nobody is making that decision. But when you're looking at, I'll just bring up Trevor Keels for people who remember the Duke guard. I never really understood why Trevor Keels wanted to be a second-round pick. I didn't understand it. Maybe it was in his head before that I'm going to go 1 year and go. That's fine. You make whatever decision you want. But had a player like that been able to earn $2 million to play in college, or $500,000 to be in college, why wouldn't he do that? Get better. Trevor Keels would have always been drafted at worst at the same spot. Maybe he gets drafted better. And I think this will allow players to stick around longer. It's going to be great for the college game. The only thing that won't be great for the college game are the people running the college game. But therein lies the beauty of college. All right. It's NFL Draft Eve. So there were a bunch of, the players are all back in the building now, at least for a little bit.
Yeah.
In Charlotte, Bryce Young is there, and there were microphones in front of Bryce, and he said things, including building off of last year.
Obviously, we want to make sure that we can, we can be consistent with some of the positives from last year, but also we understand that last year was last year. This is a new season. We all start 0-0. There's no carryover. We're not entitled to anything. So I'm super grateful for that being our mindset as a team. Everyone knows, we can't take we can't take our foot off the gas. We have to work just as hard, if not harder, as we have these last few years. Everything's earned, and, now it's not the time to be thinking about records or anything like that. It's just about the work. Coach talks about that in the meetings. Now is just time to win every single day, capture our best. So we're focused on that during OTAs.
Oh, I bet Dave Canales has said capture our best more than once in that building. Yeah, you have to work harder every year, every week. You have to, because the other guys, the other teams, they're all doing that. I've always thought it was silly when coaches would talk about 16-hour days, and frankly, that's no good. But if you think the other teams are doing that, then in your brain, well, I need to do this. I need to do as much or more than the next guy. I don't know if there's a scientific way of proving it works or not, because everybody's working hard. So I think it probably just comes down to, do you have better players? Whatever. And speaking of players, kind of under the radar, and he's had a bunch of injuries. But does anybody remember the name John Mechie, who was a great wide receiver at Alabama? And maybe Bryce and Mechie, who I believe played together, maybe they can make something happen.
Super excited. Yeah, we're super close off the field. Obviously we're together at Alabama, so I've always been close. So it was exciting when the news broke. I'm excited for what he can bring to the team, and I'm excited for the receiver room in general. We have a great room, a lot of really, really talented guys, a lot of great players, a lot of young players. So it's exciting. I think that for me, it's just really cool to watch that room develop, for all of us as a unit to continue to grow, and that'll be what OTAs is about.
All right, I got one final thing before we get out of here. We have TVs in the studio, right?
Yes.
And I changed one of them to Golf Channel because I needed less busy.
Right.
But ESPN and ESPN2 are normally on. And I know the NFL draft matters. But when you've got First Take and they're talking about hoops, and you've got Get Up and they're talking about the Mets' 12-game losing streak, I don't need all the NFL draft info wrapped around the entire TV. My brain can't compute all that. Leave me alone. It has been a wonderful world. Thank you very much, Victoria. See you tomorrow. Bye.
Delivering more hits than the Canes forecheck.
He scores!
The Adam Gold Show on the North Carolina Sports Network.
Listen every afternoon for The Drive with Tim Donnelly.
In the transfer portal world of college basketball, every answer asks another question. NC State gets a point guard, but he's 6'1". They need more size. Carolina gets a new coach, but he's got NBA experience. Will the college kids listen to him? Even Duke needs a little bit of size and goes to a Belmont transfer. Everybody still has questions.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 3 to 6 on 99.9 The Fan.
Calling all Caniacs, come watch the playoffs at Carolina Ale House as the official Canes road game headquarters. Carolina Ale House is hosting viewing parties for the Hurricanes away games. Join us for indoor-outdoor viewing parties at our Cary location throughout the playoffs. Think of it as a hometown tailgate. You just bring a lawn chair, enjoy food and beers from the outdoor bar, and watch on our enormous TV. Visit CarolinaAlehouse.com/Canes to learn more, or keep an eye on our social media. Ale yeah, and go Canes!
Credit card interest rates are now over 29%, and most people are only making the minimum payment, so they're getting nowhere. Hey, it's Dennis Cox for Loan Pronto. But here's what many homeowners don't realize. Using the equity in your home, you can easily access hundreds of thousands in cash. With Loan Pronto's Rapid Equity Loan, you can pay off your credit cards, your existing HELOC, your car loans, or get money for that home improvement project. One client just got $100,000 approved and saved over $1,500 a month. And here's the best part. With Loan Pronto, you can do it all from your phone with zero out-of-pocket, no hard credit pull up front, no appraisal, no long drawn-out bank process, and no touching your first mortgage. Rates are at near 3-year lows. Act now. Go to loanpronto.com. See how much you can get in about 60 seconds. Loan Pronto, 2,800 5-star Google reviews. Call 919-381-1760 or visit loanpronto.com. 919-381-1760, loanpronto.com. Equal housing lender, NMLS 166171, NMLSconsumeraccess.org.
Doing some spring cleaning, organizing closets or storage rooms? The Salvation Army of Wake County Thrift Store needs your donations, including clothing, dishes, glassware, and other household items. Every donation helps generate funding for vital programs that support individuals and families in need right here in our community. Donations can be dropped off at 205 Tryon Road in Raleigh, Monday through Saturday from 10 a.m. to 4:45 p.m. Give your gently used items a second life and give hope to someone in need. Learn more at wakearmy.org.
So, what's the asking price on this house?
You'd probably be more comfortable living somewhere else.
How long is the lease?
Sure, you can afford to live here, but...
How about the schools?
We have twins.
This neighborhood probably wouldn't be right for your kids.
If a real estate or rental agent says anything like this, you are being discriminated against, and it is illegal. If you experience housing discrimination, go to HUD.gov/fair housing and report it. Fair housing. The law is on your side. A message from HUD in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
In World War I, American fighter pilots covering a plane's rear position coined the phrase, "I've got your six," to mean I've got your back. Through their service, veterans have our backs. Now we should have theirs. Learn more at gotyour6.org using the number 6.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
This hour of the Triangle Sports Leader is powered by Ritchie Law Firm, injury lawyers. Ritchie Law is on top of it. Go to ritchielaw.com.
That's ritchielaw.com.
Broadcasting live from the Eagle Leasing Studio. WCMC HD1 Holly Springs. 99.9 The Fan. The Triangle Sports Leader.
I'm WRAL meteorologist Elizabeth Gardner. Our southwesterly wind has kicked in, and so temperatures are really warming up. We'll see highs in the mid-80s for this afternoon. Mostly cloudy and mid-50s overnight tonight. Small chance of a shower near the Virginia line. And then tomorrow, even warmer. We'll see a high of 87 under partly cloudy skies. We're still looking at a chance of rain late Saturday into early Sunday.
3 o'clock check of your money. Dow Jones up 210 points to 49,359.
Shot right out by Spence, and it'll trickle back, and saving a goal is Logan Stankoven. That's a low centerman for you. Make a play with Hall out in front for Stankoven, he scores! Another one! And Tahoe and Stahl, 2-on-1, Stahl, waits, delivers the pass, they score! He gets this one in, there's Martinook, he scores! This one counts, Jordan Martinook wins it in
The Drive with Tim Donnelly on 99.9 The Fan.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly here on 99.9 The Fan. What's going on, everybody? Happy Hump Day. I'm Tim Donnelly, Dennis Cox producing the show. Today is very much, in a lot of ways, the day before the day. Today we have big Christmas Eve vibes. We have big night before the game vibes. Lay out your uniform. Lay in bed pretending like you're going to sleep, but you're just too wired. Tomorrow, NFL draft starts. Tomorrow, Game 3, Canes, Ottawa. I mean, today could be transfer portal day. Yesterday was transfer portal day. Tomorrow could be as well. There's no limit to the things to be excited for. So, we should not dilly-dally. Let's jump into, presented by Mainer Service Company, the Big 3 at 3.
Number 1.
The Carolina Hurricanes play tomorrow. By the way, as I said, the Big 3 at 3, presented by Mainer Service Company. Check them out online, MainerServices.com. That's heating, cooling, plumbing, electric. They do it all. Carolina Hurricanes versus Ottawa tomorrow. Here's the deal. I said it after Game 1, and it proved true in Game 2. I will say it yet again after Game 2. The intensity only goes up from here. Game 3, if you can find a way to be more intense than a 2-overtime game, will be more intense than a game that goes to 2 overtimes. The hitting will be harder. The pushing and shoving after the whistle will be a little bit more personal.
The desperation from Ottawa is only going to be even higher.
Even higher. They'll be fed energy that, I mean, let's be, and you give credit where it's due, or I don't know if it's credit, but you at least acknowledge that it exists. Ottawa's done some good things. Like, they've played hard. They've done some good things. And now add to that they're going to have their own home arena giving them juice. It's going to be more difficult. So you have to be on your P's and Q's even more than you were taking the 2-0 lead. Which means, I'm gonna throw some stats out here throughout the show. In Game 2, Sebastian Aho was 7 for 20 on faceoffs. Jordan Stahl, who was good in Game 1, 10 of 24 in faceoffs. I can do quick math. I did it before the show, so you can trust it. On-air math isn't trusted. When I have time, I'm all right. 17 of 44 for Aho and Stahl. That's 39%. Now, they have overcome it, right? They've overcome it. They've had the takeaways, right? You lose the face-off, you get the puck back anyway. They've had a really good performance from Freddie Anderson, which helps you out a lot in making up for those face-off deficiencies. You need better, especially on the road. You need better, especially on the road. I'm going to ask this question. I'm just going to ask it, Dennis, and you can answer it if you want to, or we can just leave it in the ether and come back to it later. Is something going on with Seth Jarvis?
Something going on with Seth Jarvis in terms of like an injury or something along those lines?
I'm just saying it's rare that we go 2 games and I don't have, outside of a few times where he gave his body up and laid down in front of a shot, which is big, but let's not pretend like that's more mental toughness than it is like dynamic ability. I'm not suggesting an injury because I don't have anything that would, I don't want to report anything because I'm not. But healthy Jarvis doesn't go unmemorable for 2 games, especially 2 games like that.
Yeah.
2 big games where, one play can shift it.
I honestly think it's a byproduct of both these teams have shut each other's top lines down. I think that's really is what it is. Both these teams' top lines have shut each other down.
I'm fine with that, and I'll agree with that, but I would then say on the road you can't.
No.
On the road you can't, right? Your top line has to perform, and Seth Jarvis, credit to him. High expectations come with high talent level and ability. If they're going to improve, he's going to be a part of it. If they're going to improve from games 1 and game 2, which, by the way, 2-0 can't be better, right? Can't do better than 2-0 heading into game 3. But if you're going to improve, I think Seth Jarvis is a part of it. We will discuss some more stats as the show goes along, some more questions such as that as the show goes along. Game 3 tomorrow. You can hear it right here on 99.9 The Fan, by the way. That is number 1. Let's get to number 2.
Number 2.
The NFL draft begins tomorrow. And if you were doing math in your head on when you were going to show up, the Carolina Panthers pick 19th. Obviously, you have to be prepared for trades. You have to be prepared for the unexpected. I remember, 2 years ago, I was sitting in my garage where I have the multiple TVs set up watching, and I was just kind of chilling, hanging out, watching, kind of getting ready for bed, and then they traded into the first round. They didn't have a first-round pick. And right at the end, they're like, never mind, we do, Xavier Leggett. And I had to, jump into action. Prepare for everything, right? So, and also prepare for 8 minutes per pick in the first round. It had been 10 in the past, so things might move along a hair quicker. I'll read some insights here for the Carolina Panthers fans out there. This is a combo of Ian Rappaport, NFL Network, Albert Breer, I believe SI, and Dan Graziano of ESPN. Ian Rappaport, Panthers and other teams have done a lot of work on the top tackles. Do they try to jump in front of the Lions? Because the Lions are obviously in the market for O-line. Albert Breer, Panthers, as a team that might need tackle help. Dan Graziano, teams would love to come out Thursday night with a new offensive lineman, include the Panthers, amongst others. Now there's 2 things here, right? This is peak smokescreen season, right? This is like monsoon season in India. I think that's a really, really bad monsoon season. This is like the rainy season on the windward coast of Oahu. This is you're going to get smokescreens. So ask yourself this. Either is it true, and these insiders have a good source who's willing to talk a little bit, right? Maybe owed them a favor. And the Panthers are really one of the teams that are very, 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 very into getting an offensive tackle on Thursday. Or do the Panthers think there's somebody out there that might really, really, really want an offensive tackle that is going to want to move in front of them and thus push some other player at some other position down? Because it is widely known, and you can look at the roster and know that the Lions need an offensive lineman. So let's say you're at like pick 16 and there's 2 tackles you like. In a lot of ways, in a lot of years, that would mean, we're not trading up right now. There's 2 tackles we like, right? If one guy gets taken, who cares? But if you think the Lions need one and you think the Panthers need one,
you know what? We better go get one because those two could go bing, bing, gone, gone. And now we're left with our palms up to the sky going, oh, no, our hands are empty. So is that to push somebody down?
Yeah, which teams are feeding that? Like, for example, if you're the Jets and you're picking at number 16, are you feeding that information out there to get somebody to trade up to you at 16 so you can get more draft capital?
Or are you the Panthers feeding it because you don't want a tackle?
That's true.
So you want someone to trade above you, grab a tackle, thus Kenyon Sadiq, Dylan Thieneman, somebody else from Oregon. I don't know why they're tied to the Oregon guy so much. Somebody you're more interested in does get pushed down to you. Smokescreen season. You got to think about this. It's like it's like Survivor, right? You got to look around. Who's telling the truth? Who's not? Who's actually in my alliance? Who's not? Yeah, we talked to Rupert.
I say the guy we talked to, Rupert. That's right.
Rupert, though. Rupert's old. I mean, for those of you that know, he's old school Survivor. He would say, "I'm not gonna lie to you," and then he wouldn't, and that's why he never won. Sometimes in GMing and Survivor, NFL GMing and Survivor, you got to pull a fast one on somebody, right? I know I lied to you and said we needed an offensive lineman. We just really needed a safety. Like, sometimes you got to do it. The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. That is number 2. Let's get to number 3.
Number 3.
Oh, the transfer portal keeps turning. The big news of yesterday, bunch of players, including Matt Abel. I say a bunch. Really 2 main ones, including Matt Abel from NC State, committed to Carolina, and John Blackwell from Wisconsin, who some had as the number 1 transfer available, committed to Duke. There was more news after we got off the air last night. UC Irvine forward Kyle Evans committed to NC State out of the transfer portal.
Big man.
6'10", 3.3 blocks per game.
Led the nation.
Led the nation in total blocks with 115.
That's a lot.
That's a lot. That's also, you just brought in a couple of undersized guards. All right. You want to bully them. They got their big bro behind them just waiting for you to try to muscle up some size, right, and get to the rim. Also, are you familiar with UC Irvine's mascot?
I'm not.
They are the Anteaters.
Nice.
So they've got their anteater blocking shots. I just thought that was funny. The former Anteater, now Wolfpack, will be down in the post trying to defend. He also, by the way, shot a good amount above 60% from the field and scored 12 points per game. Granted, Anteaters probably not playing the same level of schedule that the Wolfpack will be playing. That goes for the blocks as well, right? There's going to be just a taller, more talented level of shooter that he's trying to block shots of. But height, much like speed, cannot be taught. Timing cannot be taught on blocks. So, Kyle Evans coming in, I think that's a really good get for them. I thought yesterday might be, this is not an exaggeration, the best day in portal history for the Triangle. When you talk about Matt Abel and crew going to Carolina, when you talk about Blackwell going to Duke, and you talk about Kyle Evans filling a need of grave importance for NC State, I mean, that's 5 names when you put them in total, because you include with Carolina the whole bunch. That's a big day in one portal day for the Triangle.
By the way, Kyle Evans averaged 12.1 points and 8.7 rebounds to go along with the 3.3 blocks.
Super efficient shooting as well.
Yeah, 62%.
I imagine he does not stray super far from the basket on offense.
No.
But, hey, know your role. Set screens and roll.
Added bonus, though, 78.8% from the free throw line.
So he could.
So if you need him late in the game.
As any NBA scout will tell you, free throw shooting is a good indicator of potential shooting ability.
That's right.
So we'll see. Still, busy portal, lot left to go. Some big names still out there that have been in connection with a few of the teams here in the Triangle as well. So I guess I should say yesterday may have been the best day in portal history for the Triangle so far.
So far. Well, I think it's also to keep in mind as well the players that we didn't see go in the portal, unless we hear something today because something got filed late. But we didn't see Caleb Foster from Duke go into the transfer portal. We didn't see Henry Vasar of UNC go into the transfer portal. We didn't see Isaiah Evans from Duke go into the transfer portal. So, obviously, there's still pro potential for a couple of these guys. So, we'll see. But it seems like it's either going to be they return back to their school or it's professional, which I think is also important as well for each of these coaches. Like, if Michael Malone gets Henry Vasar to come back, that's a massive plus. If Duke is able to get Caleb Foster and Isaiah Evans back, massive plus.
Huge. I mean, a few of those guys would be surprising and massively important. I'm fascinated by that as well because what was it? The big man from Florida who could have been a lottery pick said he's coming back to Florida. Mullins from UConn said he's going back to UConn. Gumba going back to Duke. These are guys that, I mean, first-round picks very rarely turn down being first-round picks in the past. NIL is changing that. And I don't know, maybe there's a number you could go up and get a guy like Isaiah Evans to pass on it and say, you know, we'll put this money in your pocket. Maybe. The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. That is the Big 3 at 3 presented by Maynard Services, or Maynard Service Company, but their website is maynardservices.com. MAYNOR services.com. Coming up next, we look more into Canes, Ottawa, tomorrow night, Game 3. Stick around.
This is the sound of Claire, cooking dinner at home. And that's the sound of a fraud alert from Wells Fargo, flagging a charge for a pricey restaurant in Paris. Considering Claire isn't in Paris right now, that seemed odd. To the bank and to Claire. 2 taps later, Claire says nope to the charge, and Wells Fargo is on the case. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
Hello, I'm John Heister for John Heister Chevrolet in Fuquay Arena. You know, people are asking us, how are you selling so many cars all of a sudden? Well, did you know that the Beltline has opened up the outer loop? We're only 28 minutes from Knightdale. We're only 19 minutes from Clayton and 15 minutes from Apex. We're now the most convenient Chevrolet dealership to reach in the Triangle. It's just one more reason to get off your keister and come to Heister.
Now at John Heister Chevrolet, get up to more than $11,000 off a new 2025 Chevrolet Silverado 1500 High Country. See dealer for details. Together, let's drive.
For 20 years, the North Carolina Education Lottery has been creating winning moments where dreams become a reality and where hundreds of winners are made every day. Moments that add up to billions of dollars in wins. And we're nowhere near finished. Seize your winning moment with the new 20th anniversary scratch-off and digital instance game. Must be 18 to play. Approximate overall odds of winning on the scratch-off are 1 in 3.45. Approximate overall odds of winning a prize in the digital instance game are 1 in 3.75. Problem Gambling Helpline 877-718-5543.
This is Ray Womble Jr. from J.E. Womble & Sons in Lillington. Spring is here and lawn mowing will be in full force. Our new lineup of Bobcat zero-turn mowers are bringing tough to turf. Built to give you a professional edge, engineered to last longer and work harder. Come check out the Bobcat ZT 2000 series at a discount of $1,200 with 0% financing. And remember, if J.E. Womble & Sons doesn't have it, you don't need it.
Well, you got to get to your game. You know, if you play your best game, you have a chance. If you don't have a chance. So you better get to it somehow. And you're going to have ebbs and flows, and they're going to get to theirs, and it's going to feel a little different at times. But it's just understanding that's how it's going to go, and be okay with it. But if you think anything but your best is going to get it done, then don't come. Don't go out there, because the only way you win is to bring your best.
Rod Brindamore has a cheat code. The cheat code is he's done it all, and he stays in shape, and he looks gruff, and that was essentially a very low energy pump up speech. Like, you don't want to go, just don't go out there, and if I'm trying to think of like a football equivalent, if Sean Payton gave that exact speech. Right, good coach, super locked in, won a Super Bowl. Nobody's getting pumped up. But with Rod Brindamore saying it, I was just kind of like, I'll put on a helmet, coach. Where do you want me to go? Because he's done it, right? He's the one on, if you walk around the Lenovo Center, he's the one holding the cup in all those pictures. It gives him some extra bona fides there. If he asks you to go out there and do something, you do it because you want to make Rod happy because he has that cheat code. The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. That was Rod Brindamore talking about playoff hockey and this matchup against Ottawa. Dennis, I told you I'm going to throw some questions at you.
All right.
How much does second change impact this one? Because we've seen, and we're going to play some audio from one of them, the Stankoven, Blake, Hall line has been playing so well, but that's also with the acknowledgement that you could pretty much choose when the Aho line and Stahl line are out there taking care of business against the quote unquote more like assignment heavy lines for Ottawa. Will it mess with that a little bit if maybe the Stankoven line is getting more attention and you're not choosing those matchups as much?
I think it can. Well, here's the thing. If Stankoven's line is getting more attention, that means there's less attention on either Stahl, which has Nikolai Ehlers out there, or there's less attention going on Sebastian Aho's line. So I still think that the way that especially Aho's line can play defensively, the way Stahl's line can play defensively, I think those things are – I don't think it's going to be as massive of an impact because – Rob Brindamore can still protect Stankoven's line defensively by only giving them neutral zone draws or offensive zone draws and not putting them out there for defensive zone draws if you don't have to. So I still think that even Aho, if that line's matched up against the top line of Ottawa, they can neutralize them 100%.
Which, all of that, very well said, sounds to me like it's another way that the Carolina depth proves into this. It's like, sure, you can pick your poison if you want to and move them around, but the other lines can get you as well, right? So if you want to focus in on the Stankoven line, which, by the way, 3 goals, 9 points through 3 games. Like, that would make sense if they drew a little more attention. Like, that's rightfully so, but do so at your own risk because, as you brought up, that's part of the beauty of having Ehlers on that Stahl line is give him less traffic cones to go skate by with his speed. Or if you're obviously the Aho Jarvis Svetch line, their bona fide speak for themselves.
And I think if you're Ottawa, you're trying to keep your top guys away from the defensive pair of Jacob Slavin and Jalen Chatfield.
Also true.
But here's the thing. If I got to go up against Keandre Miller and Sean Walker, it's like the lesser of two evils. If I'm looking at it from Ottawa's standpoint, even if you get a quote-unquote favorable matchup going against Nikishin and Gostisbehere, the way those two have played together the first couple of games of this series, I feel comfortable if I'm Carolina as well. That's the advantage, like you said, the depth that they have, and it shows in the minutes that they've skated in the first couple of games as well.
I told you I'm going to bring up stats throughout the show. I'm just going to leave them like in my notes, and I'm going to bring them up when we stumble into them. One of my favorite is Keandre Miller, 35 minutes and 5 blocks.
Yeah, that
guy's length is a cheat code. Not only when he does lie down for a block, it looks like the I don't know, like the Washington Monument laid down on its side. He's just super length and gangly. But there's a few times where he's out of position and his wingspan is just like, no, I'm not. It's like, well, your feet are, but I guess you're not because you have. It reminds me of I don't know. This just shows I have a 5-year-old. He's going through this. When I was a kid, they had this is elementary school. They brought like birds. They brought like ospreys or whatever, and you got to like, oh, look at them, and it was, a parrot in the class, ha ha ha. And then they had a board that just showed wingspans of birds, and you could walk up and like open your arms. Oh, look at that, you're a hawk. Oh, look at that, you're as long as an eagle. And then I forget what the biggest bird was, but it was like a 12-foot wingspan, and you just laughed and went, that bird has a wide wingspan. To me, that's Keandre Miller. Like if around the Lenovo Center, if they wanted to do that, put up a picture, you could walk up, spread your arms, and you'd be like, oh, look at that, your wingspan is Jarvis. And you walk to the next board, oh, look at that, your wingspan is Jacob Slavin. You go to, nope, you're not Keandre Miller. Right? No matter how big you are, his wingspan is wide. And it makes him a more impactful defender. And I think it plays with the mind a little bit of the opposing team. Because these guys play so much hockey in their whole life when they have that angle on a guy or when they have that much space. They're like, this is where I go. But then with him, it's like, I'm going there. Everything in my life says I should go there. Oh, poke check. He's a really good player. And if that's the one you're angling to have your better players against, that's tough business. The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. I promised some audio from that Stankoven line, so let's hear from it. Jackson Blake on what he learned last year, which is that he might get targeted in the playoffs. Here's Jackson.
I think last year was a learning curve for me in the postseason, and this year, being in my second year, I kind of know what's coming. So yeah, just trying to, obviously not the biggest guy, so stick up for myself a little bit out there and try to use all 180 pounds I can out there.
He was all 180. What do we think? He's 176?
I talked to him before this. I talked to him before the season, and I think he had bulked up to before the season about 185. Is what he told me before the year. But he's probably about 180 right now. He's definitely is more filled out than he was a year ago.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Just if I'm going to make that joke, I'm not saying my real weight.
Oh yeah, for
it's
sure.
Like, I'm going to throw around all 180. Ha ha. Right? Like, you're not on a scale. You're not under oath. 187. Like, yeah. Listen, Jackson Blake, point blank, he's more built for playoff hockey this year. And I think experience is really the only way to become more built for playoff hockey. I guess unless you're Logan Stankoven, then you were built for it from the jump.
Yeah, for real.
Playoff Stankoven just gets it done. Let's hear from Jackson Blake on that line, right? Brought up Stankoven. Obviously, he scored the opener. Taylor Hall got a goal in the first one. They're all helping each other out. Jackson Blake on how things are clicking for that line.
Stanks and Halsey, obviously, two big parts of our group, and they've been playing great, so they're making it easier on me to play. And, just trying to continue to play the way we finished that regular season and bring it into the postseason and, up our physicality. We're obviously Halsey's a little bigger than me and Stanks, but even us two just using our, whatever we got to lay the lumber a little bit.
I asked, it was Walt Ruff, before Game 2, Carolina Canes team reporter. And my question was, who's rubbing off on each other more, right? Are the young guys keeping Hall young? Or is Hall making the young guys play like wily old veterans, right? Like, who's the one that's kind of, splashing their special abilities on the other? And he said he thinks it was the younger guys keeping Taylor Hall young, right? They're showing up with a certain kind of energy, and it's making Hall kind of find that youthful energy. I'm paraphrasing, but find that youthful ability, maybe a little extra. Oh yeah, this is pretty fun of the line, and I think that's really important. Without giving up any of the wily veteranship that he has, and the hundreds of goals scored, and the MVP trophies and everything. You keep all of that, but the young guys are bringing Hall into a different part of his career, and I really enjoy that. And I hope it continues into Game 3 and Game 4 and beyond. The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. Before we move on, Tim Donnelly here for Maynard Service Company. You heard him presenting the Big 3 at 3. That's not all they do. It is what they do, and we appreciate it. But they also want to present to you appropriately cooled air when it's hot outside. And you walk in your door, there you go. There's a refreshing air conditioner breeze as you open your door, brought to you by Maynard Service Company. Same thing in the winter with nicely warmed air when you come in after a cold day. They want to present to you a toilet that flushes when it should. Might not be that fun to say in a dramatic fashion like I just did, but it is wildly important to keeping your household running, and obviously they want to present to you a well-working electric system in your house as well to get all that electrical work done. Maynard Service Company, they do it all. Heating, cooling, plumbing, electrical. They even present the Big 3 at 3. Their owner, Brett, and all of their well-trained technicians, you see them all over the place. Those blue trucks. If you haven't seen them, you'll notice them now. Maynard Service Company, all across the Triangle, all across Wake County, and 50 miles in any direction from Wake County. Give them a call. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week service. 919-361-0993. That's 919-361-0993, or visit them online at MaynorServices.com. That's MAYNOR Services.com. We have the Dean's List coming up next. We have Transfer Portal Talk coming up. We have our ideal drafts for the Panthers next hour. A lot to get to. Stick around.
Hi friends, this is Mark Pons with Chapel Hill Tire. Spring break is here. Whether you're heading to the beach, the mountains, or just getting out of town for a few days, make sure your car is ready for the trip. At Chapel Hill Tire, our team of ASE certified technicians can help with brakes, oil changes, and the routine maintenance that keeps your drive smooth and stress-free. With 13 locations across Raleigh, Durham, Chapel Hill, Carrboro, Apex, and Cary, there's always a Chapel Hill Tire close by. Schedule your appointment today at chapelhilltire.com and drive happy.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. This is what WRAL weather coverage sounds like.
Thunderstorm warning right now in the WRAL Severe Weather Center.
When your safety is a priority.
An indication that there is a tornado on the ground, so get in your safe spot
in this area. Get in your safe spot right now.
With the tools that make a difference.
WRAL Storm Tracker is inside the storm.
WRAL has the only dual Doppler radar in Wake County.
Hear it and see it every day.
It looks like the storm is doing exactly what we predicted to do.
That's WRAL News. Weather coverage you can count on.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly here on 99.9 The Fan. I may be reading too much into this, but you in a good mood today, Dennis? Just the music feels like you're vibing a bit.
Well, it's Earth Day, so playing Earth, Wind, and Fire makes perfect sense.
And actually, if I didn't catch on, which I didn't, obviously, it's just second break, that it's all Earth, Wind, and Fire, just if you were just to say, like, today's an Earth, Wind, and Fire day, I'd go, oh, yeah. you're in a good mood.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's an perfect Earth, Wind, and Fire day.
Well, you know what the perfect...
I mean, this is also just Shining Stars, my favorite Earth, Wind, and Fire song.
You know what is actually the perfect Earth, Wind, and Fire day?
What's that?
The 21st of September. Do you remember?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, actually, the best time to play that song is actually on the 22nd of September.
Oh, because everybody remembers?
Yeah. Do you remember the 21st night? Yeah, last night.
That's good. That tracks. That's similar to this joke that I tell often around my family that I think they stopped finding funny. My wife is 11 days older than me.
Okay.
So I like to, about a week and a half after, like, we're on vacation or something, I go, do you remember when you were my age? We were at the beach. I still think it's funny. Nobody else thinks it's funny, but I will never tire of that one. The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. It is time here on The Drive for the Dean's List. And do we count this as breaking news coming to start the Dean's List?
Yeah, sure, why not?
Caleb Foster on the Dean's List. Duke guard junior this past year, rising senior, because 17 minutes ago, Duke put out the back graphic.
There you go.
He is back for Duke for his senior year. Seth Trimble last year for Carolina, I remember having a similar conversation going like, this doesn't happen often. Blue blood contributor, right? Not somebody that's just on the bench and happy to be there. Contributor that stays for all 4 years, that has the ability to, you know, I mean, guys graduate now in 3 sometimes, but has the ability to kind of be there for a traditional graduation term, be there for all 4 years. That is a big deal. That is a big deal. And also, I mean, let me think about this. John Shire will be going into his 5th year, so this is his first true recruiting class. Sticking around, right? Obviously, he had the recruiting class that was being built while he was the head coach in waiting. That was the first year. But, you know, the whole deal. Caleb Foster's still there. I think it's important. I think it is very obvious, and Dennis, correct me if I'm wrong here. I think it is very obvious that John Shire looked around and said, veterans. Right? The last 2 years, they've had maybe the best team in the country, but some freshman errors came back to bite him in the end, right? Not keeping the pedal down against Houston. Obviously, the turnover against UConn, not keeping the pedal down. Now, if you look at next year, Gungba's back. He's going to be a junior. Foster's back. He's going to be a senior. You're bringing in Blackwell, who's going to be a senior. You're bringing in Sharnowski, who's going to be a junior. You have a recommitment from Sebastian Wilkins. He's going to be a redshirt freshman. And you have you have the recommitment from Caden Boozer, who's going to be a sophomore and learned some lessons the hard way as a freshman. That is a much, much more veteran-laden team than Duke has had the last couple of years. And yes, they make graphics that say back. All lowercase. I find it funny. More Dean's List here on The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. I'll go with this. Duke players on the Magic. This comes from...
There's a few of them.
There's Boncaro and Wendell Carter Jr. Did I miss one? They're two pretty important ones.
I think those are the two.
Paolo, yeah. This comes from ESPN reporting. Before the Orlando Magic play-in elimination game, which was against the Hornets, and they won by $1 billion against the Hornets, Jamal Mosley, the coach of the Magic, played a highlight reel of his players' NCAA tournament games instead of film breakdown ahead of the Hornets because he, quote, wanted to remind his players who they are. So they watched some Duke highlights, then went out there and rolled over Con Knipple and Sihon James, and that didn't make some sense to me. Makes some sense to me. By the way, I think that is an underrated part of coaching, is having players' highlight films locked and loaded for when you think their confidence is waning a bit. Coach did it for me, changed everything. We had a bye week. He called me in. He played a highlight film and was like, why don't you start doing that again? Literally that exact phrase with that exact kind of like nonchalance. Like, hey, do that rather than the stuff you've been doing recently. And I was like, cool. Went out there, played much better. Get your confidence back up. More Dean's List. Actually, Dennis, do you have some? Because this next one might take me a minute.
I do.
Let's hear it.
Well, I think it's only appropriate that I actually play this highlight for the person that's next on the Dean's List.
But this is 1-1. And he missed it. 4 seconds. O'Connell gets it off. And Michael O'Connell banks in a prayer to send this game to overtime.
Yeah, remember that game?
I do.
Yeah.
Quite well.
Yeah, Michael O'Connell's in the transfer portal. He's played 161 college basketball games. Actually spent this past season in the G League and also in Puerto Rico. He's in the transfer portal somehow.
Do you know how many college basketball games he has played?
161.
161?
Yeah. Because he had the COVID year in 2021. So he had the COVID year, his first year at Stanford. So that season didn't count. So he played 25 games that year. Then he played 31 games at Stanford, 33 games at Stanford, 41 games at NC State, and then 31 games at NC State.
Do you know two things? One, I wouldn't be surprised if this is for a different sport. He was a big lacrosse guy.
He was. He was actually one of the top recruits in the country.
Maybe he has been advised that he could get some lacrosse eligibility.
Possibly.
Perhaps. And that would make more sense. It's still like, dude, you got a Stanford degree. You got a grad degree from NC State. You got a cool experience, a little Puerto Rico playing. Like, might be job time, my guy.
I don't know. Maybe John Danowski, the head coach at Duke for lacrosse, needs a second-line midi with some experience. That's what he was looking for.
Again, it would make it a little bit better. Two, I can't emphasize this enough. You hit that shot for NC State. For the rest of your life, you walk into the Lenovo Center or wherever NC State is playing, they play that on the Jumbotron, and thousands of people treat you like a god. You want to go back and wear a different jersey? You want to go back and not have you in that jersey for that fan base being the last they remember you of college basketball? You want to give that up just to go get, some backup point guard minutes for Louisiana Tech? I don't even know what the market would be. But come on. This is not a joke, and I would never do it. Mm-hmm. I'm starting to think if I lawyered up, I could get a year of eligibility.
I wonder if I could.
For two reasons. One, didn't redshirt, so only played 4.
Likewise.
And my freshman year, I only played 12 plays. So even under current, if I was just playing now, it would be, 4 games. I was within the 4 games. I played 1 game, 12 plays. I think if I lawyered up, I could play.
I actually was eligible my freshman year in college. I played football and lacrosse. Mm-hmm. I actually had an injury that was season-ending during football season.
Medical red shirt.
I could have a medical red shirt. So, I mean, can I get a couple years of eligibility left? Why not?
Perhaps. It would cost some lawyer fees, and I doubt my NIL market would be robust.
Be a heck of a story, though.
But, I mean, I'd be doing podcasts from the sideline. I'd be still hosting this show at practice back there. Hold on, guys. I got a 7-on-7 rep. Give me a second. Be back after this break. It would be a whole thing.
Like back in 3 minutes, I got to do a 2-minute drill.
Yeah, literally. I can't. Sorry, Coach. I can't do a full field drive because this break is only 2 minutes and 45 seconds. We can put in some PSAs, but it's got to be quick.
Got to pre-tape a couple segments here for you, Tim.
More Dean's List.
Yeah, Michael O'Connell anyway.
More Dean. Oh, this is the one that was going to take me a while, but I'll do it quickly now. Duke football players from last year: Brian Parker II, Chandler Rivers, Vincent Anthony Jr., Wesley Williams, Aaron Hall. NC State's Devon Marshall, Justin Joly, Brandon Cleveland, Kean Sloan. UNC's Thaddeus Dixon, Marcus Allen, former Triangle college players. KC Concepcion, Brandon Cisse, Diego Pounds, etc. These are all players that at least have a chance of being drafted tomorrow, or not tomorrow, but drafted over the next 3 days. Mm-hmm. And if not, almost certain to be undrafted free agent guys that have options. I jokingly, and it's not a joke, it's 100% true. Draft day is where the work starts in a lot of ways. I think the celebration should be the lead up to, and then once your name's called, it's like, all right, get on the phone with the coach, get a playbook, get an iPad, get to work. But listen, you dream of draft day. You play the little NCAA dynasty, then you transfer those over to Madden, and you watch your guy get drafted virtually, and you're having a great time when you're 12 years old. A lot of those guys are going to hear their name called. I don't care if it's first round, 7th round, or if your phone's lighting up, your agent's phone's lighting up, undrafted free agent. The 0.001% of athletes out there get to even practice with the NFL. So congratulations to all of those guys. Hopefully they have a cool weekend planned. I would play golf. That's all I would say. I would do something that could get my mind off. I'd play golf all 3 days if I was like a projected day 3 pick. Say, keep my phone on. And by the way, no one else in my foursome is allowed to have their phone on. If something rings, I want it to be my phone. Not, oh, yeah, my aunt wanted to call and catch up. That's why you got your heart up that you were getting drafted by the Vikings. No. Phones off. Like a Dave Chappelle concert or Augusta National. And then we play golf. The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. That is the Dean's List. Before we move on, let's talk a little Miller Lending. Speaking of those potential draft picks that are going to be potentially living out their dream, they might also soon be in the market for some real estate. And you know what would happen then? In a different financial bracket, they might be looking for a mortgage, and they might look at the rates and go, oh, no, I don't like that. Well, Miller Lending might say, hey, we can find you the best rate we can find, right? They have a ton of different lenders. They can reach out, find you the best rate available, but they can't just make up a rate, right? You can't control rates. They are what they are. The market is what the market is. But they can say, but take that closing cost check, keep it in your pocket. No closing cost loan. No cost loan. And they're not rolling it up into somewhere else. They're not just saying like, well, it's not closing costs, it's culmination fees. No, they're not rebranding it. It is a no closing cost loan. Give them a call, ask how, ask why, ask what it could do for you. It's Miller Lending, no cost loan, and the number to call is 919-447-3377. That's 919-447-3377, or visit them online, millerlending.com. Once again, that is millerlending.com. Can't be more easy to remember than that, millerlending.com. Miller Lending is an equal housing lender, and MLS number 250-2146. We'll take a break. When we come back, the transfer portal is a-groovin'. Who's winning, who's losing in the triangle when it comes to the portal, we'll tell you next.
It's bow time. Sometimes the craving for Bojangles Supremes is so strong you've just got to have them. Even when your gas tank is on empty and Bojangles is still 10 miles down the highway. Nothing beats the flavor of Bojangles' juicy golden Supremes, especially when they're part of a perfect combo with 4 boldly seasoned chicken Supremes, a made-from-scratch biscuit, fixin', and some legendary iced tea. The only thing that can satisfy your hunger is that delicious southern flavor. So when the craving is supreme, put the pedal to the metal. It's bow time.
There's no time like bow time. Time to stop whatever you're doing for some of that one-of-a-kind Bojangles flavor. Satisfy your craving for flavor and your passion for boneless chicken with Bojangles 4-piece Supremes Dinner. 4 perfectly seasoned, Cajun-fried, whole breast tenderloin fillets, choice of fixin', a made-from-scratch buttermilk biscuit, and Bojangles legendary iced tea. When you're hungry for flavor and value, it's Bo time.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell and Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois. CordellCordell.com.
As Foster drives, hangs, and hits in the paint. Foster has 12, 57-49.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. Happy Earth Day, everybody. Earth, Wind, and Fire, happy Earth Day. Our breaks, they're not going to be longer today, but I might take a little bit longer before jumping in because I got to enjoy a little Earth, a little EWNF coming out of break. The transfer portal is open. Matter of fact, if you are a player in the portal and you're getting nervous, waiting it out, not knowing where you're going to go, I suggest taking a walk, throwing some headphones on, and listening to some Earth, Wind, and Fire. Get the heart rate back down, then call your agent. Have a conversation. There's a lot of movement here. We just said before the break, Caleb Foster back to Duke. Dennis, I have a question.
Go on.
Out of respect for your players, do you make an I'm back announcement for everybody every year? Or do you have some players who go like, hey, when are you going to give the I'm back? And they go, oh, trust me, everybody knows. They know you're not leaving.
Oh, yeah. I don't know. It's a good question.
Like, is it now just commonplace that every player on the roster gets like a Leonardo DiCaprio and Wolf of Wall Street, I'm not bleeping leaving? Even if it's like, dude, you averaged 2 points and you were hurt most of the year. Yet, like,
all right, cool.
Do you think people are out there worried if you're committing to the NBA? Like, what are we doing here? You know, it's like, you know, our team used to have a rule: anybody that wanted to pro day could pro day, right? Like they'd have the NFL pro day. Anybody that wanted to could. That was just out of respect. They would also put a list down of who any scouts have asked about. Like if you're not on the list, you can. Sure, you can go out there and run the 40. You could train your tail off, but just so you know, no one's asking. I don't know. It's just like, is that every single person? Duke retains a lot of talent. They have 4 guys that have already said they're coming back. One of them was a red shirt last year, and all 4 got an I'm back announcement from the team. But Caleb Foster is back. That's a big deal. Do you know what is different about this year's Duke portal team? They went and got a star. John Blackwell from Wisconsin, they went and got a star. Up until now, I'm not saying they didn't take portal guys because they did, right? And there have been a smattering of them in recent years in the John Shire era, Malik Brown most recently. But they've always kind of been role players, right? Depth guys, maybe some size off the bench. They haven't really swung for the fences and gone to get a top portal guy.
Yeah, I know they got Sion James, who eventually became a starter, but I don't think he's on this level of Blackwell.
No.
At least in terms of impact right away.
Absolutely. And not like, listen, Sion James is playing really well in the NBA.
He is.
A 4-year starter at Tulane who gets an extra year and decides he wants to go be the kind of floor general defensive guy with Cooper Flagg and Con Knippel and all those guys around him. That's a different beast than John Blackwell. I believe John Blackwell is coming to Duke. Matter of fact, I have a quote here for you from John Blackwell. coming from Wisconsin. Again, if you're unfamiliar with him, averaged about 20 points per game last year, a little over 20 points per game the year before, and is seen as kind of unanimously a top 3 portal in this portal class, top 3 player in this portal class, and the top guard in this portal class. He was quoted to the Field of 68 saying, "For me, I want to be more on the ball. I'm 6'4", so I'm naturally a point guard, and that's just the things I didn't do at Wisconsin. No knock to them. It's just how I want to elevate my game to go to the next level." This guy is showing up, expecting to have the ball in his hands, score, and show that he's an NBA point guard. And not an NBA point guard like, hey, I can stick around in this league with certain, defensive skill sets or, being a good guy in the room. He wants to go show what he is. That's different than what we've seen. Up until this year, they've kind of gotten their superstars from high school and then filled in with returnees and portal guys as supporting cast. This year, at least one star is coming in the portal. They also, I believe, have some star potential coming in out of high school, but at least one star is coming in the portal. Let's talk NC State portal. Yesterday, after the show's over, they said, "Oh, look at that! Duke got a dude. Carolina got a few top 50 transfers. Don't leave us out." They went and got Kyle Evans. Kyle Evans from the Anteaters. Out there on the West. I'm just going to call them the Anteaters because it's too fun. UC Irvine. 6'10", shot blocker. 3.3 blocks per game. 115 on the year. Led the country. This might not be as sizzly, right? Might not be as high ranked. But guess what? Fills a need. We did portal to-do list. What was it, last Thursday maybe? And the portal to-do list was simple. For NC State, it was size because they had brought in a few guys, guards, who were, you would say, a bit undersized in the ACC. And whether it was, 3-and-D wings that could switch everything to make it easier or just straight rim protectors, they needed size. Their next commitment was 6'10" guy who led the country in blocks last year. I mean, that's right down Main Street, right? That's like, I got exactly what you're looking for. Weirdly so, almost. Exactly what I was saying they need. Now, do you know what else I think they need? More of it. That's like, can you buy it at Costco so you get 6 of them instead of 1? Can you buy the multi-pack? They need more size, right? I think it's fair to say, based on what we've seen, that is in terms of raw pedigree, in terms of, high school recruiting rankings, size, speed, jumping ability, they're putting together a roster that's more about fit and chemistry than it is about, trying to out-recruit the Dukes or the Carolinas or whatever. And if you're going to do that, you have to make sure you don't get bullied. And the number one way to do that is to be bigger than your opponent. Be bigger and in times older than your opponent. Have a little bit of that adult strength. So I anticipate them, now that they have their 2 playmakers out on the perimeter, I anticipate them going after size. And also continuing to pursue Paul McNeil Jr. If he sticks around, that's shooting, that translates everywhere. And then there's Carolina. Yes, Carolina. 3 commitments out of the transfer portal yesterday. That's a busy day. Terrence Brown was first. Utah, again, about a 20-point-per-game scorer. Then Matt Abel, coming from NC State, which probably, felt like 2 wins for Carolina fans, taking a former super high 4-star or 5-star recruit, depending on the service you look at, from NC State. That's like 2 wins. And then Maxime Logui, who is a depth big man, I would assume. You want to hear a fun fact about Maxime Logui? He has played, I think it's 49 career games.
Okay.
Do you know how many assists he has in his career?
How many?
1.
Oh, there you go.
He has 1 career assist. So some developing that needs to happen there. I have read some good things about his athletic profile, but I don't know how much clay molding you want to be doing in live games for UNC. So perhaps it's a project for the following year or the end of this year. Or he's somebody who you think might be able to fit in defensively. Being 6'9" and a good athlete helps. But let's not make any bones about it. Yesterday, those 3 signings, the headliners were Terrence Brown and Matt Abel.
Mm-hmm.
And
on top of already getting Neoclis Avdalas from Virginia Tech last week.
And actually, I think Terrence Brown and Matt Abel fit really well with Avdalas from Virginia Tech because Avdalas is big. Let's give that what it is. He's 6'9". Matt Abel 6'6" listed. Terrence Brown scorer. One of the things Avdalas does really well is pass. So if you have like a 6'9" good passer working in a system that has been developed by the guy that had Nikola Jokic, right, who's a tall, good passer, and then you fill him in with, Terrence Brown, maybe a little bit of a Jamal Murray type. You mix him in with a Matt Abel, tall, rangy, super good athlete. There's some NBA traits there, some guys that he, kind of maybe a mix between like Aaron Gordon and one of the perimeter players that they've had, a Brown or something like that. There's some, you're starting to see some elements here of what Michael Malone will be able to coach, right?
Also possibly Henry Vesar coming back.
I've made this joke or this exact comment a few times. There is something hanging over UNC, both literally and figuratively, and it's the 7'2" Henry Vesar. 7'1", whatever he's listed at. That is a big dude that unlocks everything. Because he can shoot it, which gives guys like Terrence Brown, who's, I would say, a good but not unbelievable three-point shooter, can be a good but not unbelievable three-point shooter, the ability to drive and use that space created by the shooters. Vesar can do that. He can also be the pick-and-pop guy and a pick-and-roll with Avdalas. He can be the down-low guy, which would really help, work on a two-man game with somebody like Matt Abel. There's a lot that Henry Vesar opens up, and I assume UNC is just working on making every pitch they possibly can to Vesar. I don't believe his name is in the portal, so it is NBA or back to Carolina for Vesar, and I assume he'll ride that process out, right? He will keep his name and do as much of the workouts and everything as he can to get all the feedback, but if you're Carolina and you really want to throw a party, save that party for if Henry Vesar returns, because then your entire ceiling next year goes up, up, up. They also have Maximo Adams, one of their top recruits, who has recommitted, which is big as well. The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. Really fun portal last couple of days. We'll be back after this with, speaking of a fun couple of days, how about the next three? NFL Draft. We'll talk Panthers next.
Warmer weather is here, which means truck time. Take advantage of Declaration of Deals right now at John Heister Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Lillington and get geared up for a great summer. Drive home a brand new 2026 Ram 1500 for 20% off. Plus get 2.9% financing for 72 months. America's best-selling truck comes with a terrific powertrain limited warranty. 10 years or 100,000 miles. Excludes RHO and tungsten. See dealer for details. So get off your keister and get to John Heister Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Lillington today.
To 15-year-old Harper, buying an $80 vintage rock t-shirt is a great investment. To Harper's mom, this logic has a few holes in it. So she helped Harper open a Wells Fargo Clear Access banking account. With no overdraft fees and tools to track spending, Harper's learning, one heavy metal tee at a time. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Terms apply. Visit wellsfargo.com/deposit disclosures for fees and details.
You've got rhythm, your heart's got rhythm. Then one day your rhythm's off, and you've got AFib, atrial fibrillation. The good news is you've also got an AFib center, where specialists in AFib have multiple treatment options for you. Want more good news? Most of them are minimally invasive. Learn more at wakemed.org. And what do you say you and your heart get the band back together?
Hey hockey fans, it's Trip Tracy. If you're ready to upgrade your outdoor living space, look no further than TimberTech Decking and Railing. TimberTech is the #1 premium composite decking brand, and it's tough enough to handle anything. It looks just like real wood, but without the costly maintenance of a wood deck. It won't rot, warp, splinter, or peel, ever. And it's backed by industry-leading warranties, so your deck will last year after year. Connect with a local contractor or order free samples at TimberTech.com to see the TimberTech difference for yourself. TimberTech, everything wood should be.
I'm attorney Brian Ritchie. Big truck accidents can cause life-changing injuries, and life-changing injuries deserve life-changing money. I know big truck wrecks, and I know how to fight those big insurance companies. If you've been hurt by a big truck, contact us at ritchielaw.com. I'm on top of it.
Broadcasting live from the Eagle Leasing Studio, WCMC HD1 Holly Springs, 99.9 The Fan, the Triangle Sports Leader.
I'm WRAL meteorologist Elizabeth Gardner. Temperatures warming up out there. A high of 84 this afternoon under partly cloudy skies. Mainly cloudy but mild tonight with a low of 56 and a small chance of a shower north of the Triangle. We keep heating up. Tomorrow's high 87 under partly cloudy skies and still looking like at least a chance of rain late Saturday into early Sunday.
4 o'clock check of your money. Dow Jones up 326 points to 49,475.
Let's move the chains. Time for football at 4.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. The draft starts tomorrow.
Let's go.
The draft starts tomorrow.
It's going to be a fun time tomorrow night. Got a Canes game on one screen. Got the draft going on the other.
Oh, yeah.
The Canes should be wrapping up a nice little 4-2 road win as the Panthers are picking roughly at the same time. Be kind of nice.
Yeah, can you imagine?
Right?
Goal! And ding-bing-ding-ding-bing. At the exact same time, my head would explode. By the way, Panthers GM Dan Morgan. For those of you that think the mock drafting that I do is nerdy, for those of you that look at me like, oh, is that really what you find joy? Panthers GM Dan Morgan told JJ and Luke, that's JJ Jansen and Luke Kuechly, that he has done 1 million mock drafts leading up to Thursday. I'm just preparing like the pros, baby. I'm doing the same thing Dan Morgan's doing. I'm not even doing 1 million. I'm doing a couple dozen. Like, let's not get crazy. He's doing 1 million. Granted, it is his job, but it's kind of my job too. The draft starts tomorrow, and we have two. We may rush through one at the very end here. We have two positions that we haven't done in our little lead up yet. The position we're doing today is edge rusher. And do you know what I learned is true about edge rusher? I didn't learn it's true. It confirmed that it's true. There's never a bad time to draft an edge rusher. There really isn't. Here's the thing. Here's why. Because top-end edge rushers are worth their weight in gold, right? Top-end edge rushers are highly paid, so the rookie contract is valuable. They're highly impactful in a game, right? The entire game has turned into can you pass efficiently and can you disrupt the pass efficiently? And pass rush is one of the number one ways to do that. So it makes sense. If you have if there's not a generational quarterback, you have the number one pick, you absolutely can just take the best edge rusher, and it's a logical pick. But here's the crazy thing. You get to the 6th round, okay? And maybe there's not the guys that have all the production in the world. There's not the guys that have, been in the SEC and have been beating future NFL tackles with their unbelievable size, speed, and agility. But there's an intriguing physical specimen, right? Somebody's out there 6'6", 260, diamond in the rough from a Division II school. Edge rusher is one of the positions where physical skills have translated much more often. Right? The combine warriors that you take a chance on at so many positions, and then years later it's like, really? You took a wide receiver just because you ran a fast 40? Like, it just doesn't work because you have to be, quote-unquote, more polished, more nuanced. You have to be more of a football player for those. There are not 3 down. You can't be out there every down. But if you're an edge rusher and you're just big, tall, strong, and fast, they can put you on the field in passing situations and just go, see ball, get ball. I don't care if you learned how to play football yesterday. Like, see ball, get ball, and it can be impactful. So if you take those guys at the end of the draft, it makes sense. In the middle of the draft, what you're often getting are guys who have one physical trait that isn't there, but they have a bunch of production at a big school. right? Because the guys at the top are both, twitchy athletes, unbelievable size and production. Guys in the middle are like, I don't know, he has 25 career sacks in the ACC. Feel like that should be worth something. And then at the end, you get the guys that are reversed. Like, I don't know if this guy's he's a rugby player, right? Oh, he grew up playing soccer in some other country, but he came over, played 2 years at a small school, but he's 6'6", 280, and he runs a 4.940. It's like, well, all right, let's try it. Let's see. Take 15 pounds off him. See what goes down. It's the thing I say all the time. Lefty relievers, three-point shooters, and edge rushers. You can't have too many. I've never heard a defensive coordinator go, yeah, we got a bit of a logjam at edge rusher. Do you know why? It plays into it. It's one of the only premium positions that you truly rotate. Right? Edge rushers you want out there a lot, but you play more than two. You know what I mean?
Sometimes you have more than two on the field. Like you have the quote-unquote NASCAR packages. You have like three of them on the field at the same time.
Meanwhile, if you look at the other quote-unquote premium positions, corners, they aren't really coming off the field.
Nope.
Left tackle, unless they're hurt, they ain't coming off the field. Quarterback, they're not coming off the field. Edge rushers, they do, right? It's rare, and I'm not saying they don't exist, right? Because certain guys have certain motors and they're certain type of players. But it's rare to have like a 95 snap percentage edge rusher. So that opens it up even more, right? There's never a bet like, oh, we have our two edge rushers. So take another. Meanwhile, if you're like, oh, we have our two left tackles, our two tackles, you're probably not taking another offensive tackle in the first or second round because you have your two locked down, right? So if you're the Panthers and you're going, well, we have Jalen Phillips and we like Nick Scorton and we like Princely Umanmielen, okay, take another. Like there's no reason not to. Meanwhile, at other premium positions, if you're like, hey, guess what? We have our two outside corners. It's like, well, we don't want those guys ever coming off the field, right? You'd have to have a particular skill set that could play inside and do other things to open up that draft possibility. So I think edge rusher might be a position, the more I think about it, and Dennis, you can tell me if I'm being a little kooky. I think I'd take an edge rusher every year. I think I would take an edge rusher every single year.
It's not a bad philosophy to have.
It's somewhere, right? I'm not saying like a top 3 round pick, although sometimes, yeah, top 3 round pick. But I don't think I would leave a draft unless it's one of those weird drafts where you trade it away 4 picks and you only had 3. If I have a full complement of 7 or more picks, I think I'm leaving every single draft with an edge rusher.
That's not bad. It's honestly, it's not a bad philosophy in that regard to take an edge rusher or some sort of down defensive lineman and offensive lineman every single year and at some point in the draft.
It keeps your depth there. It allows you to move on from guys who just aren't developing the way you want because you have other cost-effective ways to give those snaps to somebody else. And if they all hit, great, right? If they all hit, fantastic. You just have a wave of great edge rushers floating into the game and keeping legs fresh and getting after the quarterback in a league that is all about getting after the quarterback. So in the interest of kind of my hopes over maybe my prediction, I'm putting 100% on them draft. Or sorry, I said I wouldn't ever go 100%. I'm going 98% on them drafting an edge.
Okay. Just at some point in the draft?
At some point in the draft.
Yeah, I'm with you.
I would be surprised if it's the first round. I would not be surprised if it's any other round. I think there's 98%, chop it up. How many more picks do they have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Chop it up in 6th, and I put that much percentage on each round beyond the first.
Okay, that's fair.
I'm not doing that on-air math, just 1/6 of 98% on each round after the first for edge rusher.
And like you said, you never know what you're going to find in those middle rounds. Like Dre Hendrickson was a 3rd-round pick. Max Crosby was a 4th-round pick. And these have been 2 of the most productive edge rushers in the NFL. You don't know what you're going to find possibly in these middle rounds. It's not a bad thing to have because, like you said, you don't have to play them in every situation. Let's also not forget that Pat Jones is coming back off of that back injury. He almost actually played in the playoff game against the Rams at the end of the season. So you have him coming back as well. So you already have like you mentioned, Jalen Phillips, Umamielen, Scorton, and Pat Jones. That's a pretty decent 4.
Yep.
That's a pretty decent 4.
If we assume Pat Jones gets back to what he was.
Yeah, assuming. But then you still have guys like Thomas Nkoum and some other guys. But, yeah, if you want to draft another guy, that's like, all right, 6 rounds, like Vincent Anthony Jr. sitting there, all right,
and
take a shot at it.
Here's another additional point to it. And I'm not breaking news here. You're paying Jalen Phillips a lot of money.
Yeah, you are.
If you want to have your edge rusher percentage of the cap not be exorbitant, you need a couple rookie contracts in there.
There you do.
And you know what are even cheaper than, the average of rookie contracts? Mid-round or late-round rookie contracts. You need a couple of those in there just to bring down the average, right? It's the smart kid on a college sports team that doesn't play very much. He's there to bring up the GPA. You need a couple of guys in there just to bring down the average salary because you're paying Jalen Phillips $30 million, right? That's a big chunk of change. Even in the NFL where the salary cap goes up every year, it's a big chunk of change. So, I mean, second round, if a guy falls and you really like him, I'm with it. If you have a regional scout standing on the table for someone and it's a third-round pick and you're going, yeah, we might need a safety here, I'd like a wide receiver, but they're standing on the table for an edge rusher, I have no problem going, all right, yeah, no, let's do it with the edge rusher and figure out the rest later because there's no chance if you have a good edge rusher at anywhere on your depth chart, you're going to go, well, this isn't helping us. It will. It'll help you somehow, some way, I promise you. Even if it's just keeping your other guys healthy, keeping your other guys, like, imagine if not only in every, like, crucial passing situation you have Jalen Phillips, but you have a fresh-legged Jalen Phillips. All right, 2-minute drill. You're going to be out there the whole time. They're not going to let you off the field. There you go, Jalen Phillips, and he's more fresh than the offensive lineman he's running against. Just because there were a couple first and second downs earlier in the game that you got a third-round rookie out there to get some reps, get some experience. I'm fine with an edge rusher. It's edge rushers and offensive tackles. Like, I'll have my hopes. I hope they go with this guy. I hope they go with that. I go, no, all right, that's a good pick. It's just a double off the wall. Just stand up double. All right, yeah, there you go. Get him started. Here we go. Get him started.
Get on base. We've seen, like, for example, we saw the New York Giants last year draft Abdul Carter, even though they already had Brian Burns and Kayvon Thibodeau. And guess what? You saw all 3 of those guys on the field together at times.
And honestly,
you can get creative.
That's probably a little rich, but I don't think they're complaining about it.
No, they're not.
It may have cost him Dexter Lawrence, but that was also coaching change. It's not his guy. No, like if they went 19, I would go, whoa. Like at pick 19, if they went edge rusher, I'd go, whoa. Unless, one of the David Bailey falls or something ridiculous
happens. Weird happens.
Then I would go, they got to. They have to. But if they go edge rusher, I'd be surprised. And then I'd go, but you know what? You can't go wrong, right? You can't go wrong with edge rushers. Can't do it. Edge rushers, elite lefty relievers, 3-point shooters. You can do it. And by the way, if you can, I don't know, like the Cam Jordan effect, you can get 8 sacks a year, you can play forever.
Oh, yeah.
You can play forever. You could be the old head. You could be hosting, like, award shows. You could be, like, Cam Jordan is doing everything, and he's just coming back like, I don't know if everybody saw this. The Saints Cam Jordan, he posts some off-season workout videos where I'm like, he looks like the Tin Man before he gets his oil. Like, the knees aren't quite bending, the hips aren't quite there, and he just says, like, listen, it's not the season. I don't need to be there yet. I'm like, this guy he's been doing it forever. But as long as he keeps getting 8.5 sacks, he's going to be able to do it forever. Saints are going to keep going, all right, come on back. You did it again.
Feels like me when I play men's league hockey. Like, oh, yeah, let's just get a couple laps in. You're like, all right,
yeah,
let's go.
I don't need to be ready in July. I need to be ready later. Give me my time. If I were him, I simply wouldn't post the videos. But hey, he knows better than I do. And unfortunately, Panthers fans know all about that. The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. Before we move on, let's hear from Dennis. He has something he wants to tell you.
I do. Dennis Cox here real quick for Loan Pronto. Folks, credit card interest rates, I'm sure you're all feeling it right now. Those rates Over 29% in a lot of cases, and most people are only making minimum payments, so they're getting nowhere. But here's what many homeowners don't realize. Using the equity in your home, you can easily access hundreds of thousands in cash. With Loan Pronto's Rapid Equity Loan, you can pay off your credit cards, your existing HELOC, your car loans, or get money for that home improvement project. One client just got $100,000 approved, and they saved over $1,500 a month. And here's the best part. With Loan Pronto, you can do it all from your phone with zero out of pocket, no hard credit pull up front, no appraisal, no long drawn out bank process, and no touching your first mortgage. Rates are at near 3-year lows, so act now. Go to loanpronto.com, see how much you can get in about 60 seconds. Loan Pronto, 2,800 5-star Google reviews. Give them a call at 919-381-1760 or just visit loanpronto.com. 919-381-1760, loanpronto.com. Equal housing lender, NMLS 1661781, NMLSconsumeraccess.org.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. When we come back, I get to redeem myself after an awful blind ranking from last week. We play it again. Coming up next.
Evan, Canty, and Michelle are unsportsmanlike.
Everything we have said about Pittsburgh, we can apply to the Heat. Playoffs 6 consecutive years, but you're not there anymore. Even when you made the playoffs some of those years, we didn't really view you as contenders. They don't have that big star, just like the Steelers don't have their franchise quarterback. So the Steelers have a new era. What are the Heat going to do to make sure that this doesn't become their reality for many years to come?
Mornings from 6 to 9 on 99.9 The Fan, the Triangle Sports Leader.
A multi-billion-dollar settlement is paying claims for up to 21 years. If you were exposed to weed killers at work or at home, your rights are affected. If you or your family has or had non-Hodgkin lymphoma, you could receive $6,000 to $165,000 or more. This settlement impacts you even if you're not sick, because this blood cancer can take 10 to 15 years to appear. If you stay in the settlement, you give up your right to sue. Learn more at weedkillerclass.com or call 888-403-8201. Paid for by the Roundup Settlement.
Progressive knows that for business owners, vacations hit different. But hey, at least you finally took a vacation. And look at that. You only answered 53 calls, 84 emails, onboarded 1 new hire, and covered for Chris while he's out on paternity leave, and you did it all from a kayak. Because you, my friend, know how to relax. All right, you may not know how to take a day off, but you do know both your personal and business auto insurance needs can be covered in one place with Progressive. So at least that's relaxing, right? Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, not available in all states or situations.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. Gosh, it gets me every time. Earth, Wind, and Fire out of the break. I forget about it, then it plays, and Happy Earth Day, everybody. Go plant a tree or something along those lines. NFL Draft tomorrow. Carolina Hurricanes tomorrow. Game 3 against Ottawa. Canes lead the series 2-0. This is the first one in Ottawa. Tomorrow will be the first one in Ottawa. You can hear that game right here on 99.9 The Fan with Stormwatch ahead of it and all of the razzle-dazzle that we give you in the postseason. So again, 99.9 The Fan for that. If you haven't done so, please download our app. You can take the Mike Maniscalco, Trip Tracy, Adam Gold, all of the Canes coverage on game day with you in your pocket. So 99.9 The Fan, Google Play or App Store. Put it on your phone, completely free. We would appreciate some 5-star ratings, but that's up to you. But the reason why I tell you that is even more so because if we, knock on wood, if we all assume that the Carolina Hurricanes are playing in the second round, that's where the Trip Tracy, Mike Maniscalco broadcast will become radio only. They're obviously on the same channels that they have been on for the regular season for round 1. But if you want those guys, it'll be on the radio and our app knock on wood, if there's a round 2 for the Canes. So down
if.
Hey,
win.
I've learned this, okay? And everybody, I hope you appreciate this. I am very not superstitious, okay? I'm the opposite of, right? I've made this argument a bunch of times. I'll do it one more time quickly. I refuse to look at an athlete that has worked their entire life to be good at something, gave up socializing, woke up early, lifted the weights, sweat equity into their game, and then they win or lose, and I go, it's because I wasn't wearing my lucky shirt. It's like, well, or the other team worked really, really hard and dedicated their whole lives to being able to win that game, or vice versa, right? Can you imagine if the Canes make it to the second round and I'm like, it's because I said if instead of when they play in the second round, I protected their ability, and not because this team has been through wars and battle scars and has learned how to overcome the ups and downs of a series to advance.
Or if they do lose it's because you said when.
Yeah, I refuse to take that credit, but I am learning to respect the superstitious out there. So I will say, hey, you knock on wood if it's something you're into. You grab your lucky rabbit's foot if you feel you need to. Or maybe I will phrase something a little bit differently just to respect your wishes. I think it's all mumbo jumbo. I think it's all voodoo nonsense. But if you are a superstitious person, I am working on respecting your beliefs a little bit here. Okay, so if the Carolina Hurricanes play in the second round, then you're going to want to have our app downloaded, because then wherever you're watching the game, you can mute that, turn on Mike Maniscalco and Trip Tracy, and listen to the guys you know and love. That's my point. The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. Can't believe I had to explain that. But I'm working for you. I'm working to get better every day for you. Now, Dennis, I need to redeem myself. I've got on my lucky shirt, my lucky hat, and I'm ready to get to a blind ranking.
All right, Tim, this one is pretty simple.
Okay.
We're going to blind rank Carolina Hurricanes players.
Okay.
Through the first 2 games of the playoffs.
Love it.
Pretty straightforward, right?
Yep.
Blind ranking Carolina Hurricanes players through the first 2 games.
Not saying I won't mess it up, but I at least understand it.
Sure, absolutely.
As I did last time and did horrendous. So.
All right, first name, the captain, Jordan Staal.
I'm going to go 2.
2? All right.
Jordan Staal has done so much.
Mm-hmm.
And really it's an extension of the regular season. His game, I think, reputationally across the league gets boiled down to like, oh, he's just a big checking center. If you watched this year, the overall game flourished in a way that I don't think it has in the last couple of years. Obviously the face-offs and everything have always been there, but some of his offensive ability, some of his playmaking ability, the Aho goal that's Jordan Staal just making the play, mm-hmm. right? And there definitely wasn't someone going, oh, you shoot it. Oh no, great pass, great, hey, way to go, way to go. I didn't think the pass was going to get through. I thought it was going to be another chance where they had a quality look and maybe didn't even get a shot off. But then it was perfectly placed. I think he's doing a lot of really, really good things. A little turn back the clock season for Jordan Staal a bit. So, an extension of the regular season. I'm putting him number 2.
Okay. So again, blind ranking Carolina Hurricanes players through the first 2 games of the playoffs so far. I gave you Jordan Staal. You put him at number 2. Next name on this list, K'Andre Miller.
K'Andre Miller's been playing well.
Mm-hmm.
K'Andre Miller's been playing very well. I don't know if he's playing best on the team, so I'm likely not going 1. Although I wanted to make sure before I say it, led the team in time on ice in the overtime.
He did.
The overtime game. Also had an assist on the game winner. Which I think is, by the way, it was Ehlers and Miller on the assist on the game winner to Martinook, right?
That's correct.
Isn't there kind of kismet something there where Martinook is the guy that was traded for right at the beginning of the Don Waddell era, and he was set up by 2 guys that were 2 of the biggest high-profile additions very early on in the Eric Tulsky era, and they're coming together to form a game winner in the second overtime.
Yeah, the guy that's been here for the 8th straight playoff run with the 2 new guys.
In a massive moment. I'll put Keandre 3.
Okay.
I'll put Keandre 3. I think he's playing really well. I think he's been tested. Like they've found ways to put him in precarious situations, and he's passed the test a lot, which, he might have been playing that well, but if he wasn't put in those situations, we wouldn't know. It's kind of like, the defensive back that has no pass breakups, but it's because they're never thrown over there. Like he had 5 blocks, and he played a lot, and he had some good takeaways, and it's because he had the opportunities and he made good on them. So Keandre Miller, number 3.
Okay, I gave you Jordan Stahl, you put him at number 2. I give you Keandre Miller, you put him at number 3. You have number 1, number 4, and number 5 available in the blind ranking. Again, Carolina Hurricanes players through the first 2 games of the playoffs. Next on this list, Jackson Blake.
Jackson Blake's playing very well. I'm nervous that
not an easy list.
No, it's not. And there's a lot of guys that are playing well. I don't want to get stuck with I don't want to say a name, but somebody who's not playing great at number 1, because that makes the whole list look foolish, right? First impressions matter. When people look at the list, they're going to look at number 1 first. Jackson Blake has been playing very well. That line has been playing very well. He is the lone player on that line who has not found pay dirt on the goal, but he has 3 assists. 1.5 per game is pretty good. I'm going to take the chance. I'm going 4.
Okay, you're going to go 4.
I'm going to take the chance.
All right. So I gave you Jordan Stahl. You put him at 2. I gave you Keandre Miller. You put him at 3. I gave you Jackson Blake. You put him at 4. So you got to bookend this one here, Tim. 1 and 5 are the only 2 spots available.
I don't like this setup, but I'm taking the chance.
All right. Next on this list, Frederick Anderson.
1.
All right.
Love that. There were 2 names I was really hoping for up top. One obviously would have been. Oh, do you know what I actually didn't mention about Stahl?
What's that?
He also pummeled Brady Tkachuk.
He did do that.
Which maybe should have been number 1 now that I bring that up. But
they should put Brady Tkachuk on this list.
Brady Tkachuk. not now, because I only have 5 left, and I don't want him last. For the Canes, he's been impactful. Freddie Anderson and Stankoven are the 2 that I would have been okay, because I'm a sucker for getting the scoring started. I'm a sucker for getting the scoring started, and Stankoven has obviously done that. But Freddie Anderson, I mean, need we look at numbers? He's been playing very, very well, is how I'll put it. And there's no reason to mess with it, right? There's no reason to mess with it. He's 4.6 goals saved above expected. Some of the numbers on slot opportunities and slot shots faced, he's playing well. I'll put it there. Sorry, hold on. I may have misread that. I want to make sure I'm accurate. 4.0 goals saved above expected.
Oh, just only 4.0?
I don't want someone to say I was misrepresenting how good he is, because the real numbers, I don't have to I don't have to fudge the numbers to make Freddie look good. Freddie, number 1, and I'm comfortable with it.
Okay, so I gave you Jordan Stahl. Again, we're blind ranking players through the first 2 games of the playoffs for the Carolina Hurricanes. I gave you Jordan Stahl, you put him at 2. I gave you Keandre Miller, you put him at 3. I gave you Jackson Blake, you put him at 4. I gave you Freddie Anderson, you put him at 1, which means number 5 on the blind ranking of players for the Carolina Hurricanes through the first 2 games of the playoffs. Number 5 goes to Logan Stankoven.
Yeah, see, you're getting me with the bait and switch.
What do you mean the bait and switch?
Last week, I saved all the top because I was like, oh, the big dogs are coming. And the big dogs never arrived, and I ended with I forget what it was. San Jose is the best team in the NHL or something crazy like that. Now, I didn't save all the top spots for all the big dogs, and the big dogs were the 2 last. I don't even know who would have been a really good bottom of the bracket. Because there's a lot of guys playing well. Maybe Seth Jarvis would have been a good 5.
Yeah,
which
you didn't get that name, though.
Which is crazy to think of. Everybody's doing something good. Everybody's doing something well, which actually kind of made this because 5. Oh, Logan Stankoven did have a couple careless turnovers yesterday, especially towards the end. Legs got a little tired, maybe, started impacting the decisions. He had a good look, and then at least one of the overtime periods couldn't convert. 5, make it make sense. I think you could put this list in almost any order, and you could almost talk your way into it making sense. All right. As always, when I blind rank, I then give Dennis, with the gift of sight, with the vision, how would you order these 5?
I would have just slotted Stankoven at 2 and just dropped everyone else down. Freddie 1, Stankoven 2, Stahl 3, Keandre Miller 4, Jackson Blake 5. If you want to flip Jackson Blake and Keandre Miller, fine. Or if you want to put Stankoven 1 and put Freddie at 2, that's fine. I would still say Freddie's number 1 right now.
I would have, if I used last week's strategy, I would have been perfect.
Yeah.
But I was scared out of it because it went so poorly last week that I ended up with Logan Stankoven number 5.
Let's also not forget the goal that Logan Stankoven saved.
That's also true. He has a defensive run save.
At the beginning of the game, he saves a puck on the goal line from going in, and then moments later scores. I mean, he literally flipped the game from
it's an interception return for a touchdown from your own end zone.
Yeah,
it's a 14-point swing.
Exactly.
That's true.
2-on-1 switcheroo.
Okay, I get it, Dennis. My list is not great with Logan Stankoven at 5. I didn't have a choice. I would have put him higher. It's actually really nice that you let me do a blind ranking of just 4 today. That's really nice of you, that we never even got to number 5.
Oh, Logan Stankoven?
That we can never even acknowledge that that's there. Because if you take out that, I'm really happy with my list. The top 4 look fantastic.
Great list until you get to number 5.
But I did say first impressions matter. So the first 4 impressions are great. You see number 5, you go, oh, something weird must have happened there. He's already established. He knows what he's talking about with 1 through 4. That's a blind ranking. How would you order those names? Freddie Anderson, Jordan Stahl, Keandre Miller, Jackson Blake, and Logan Stankoven in the first 2 games. If you want to rank them, you can as well. You'll have the gift of sight, fortunately. You can do that in our YouTube live stream comments. 99.9 The Fan on YouTube. Jump in the comments. Subscribe while you're there.
By the way, I do get some people that actually message me or come to me and say, like, oh, yeah, I actually like to do the blind ranking like on my own.
Oh, they do it like while they're listening?
Yeah, while they're listening. It's fun. That's the whole point of this is that you at home listening can be like, oh, no, I would have put Stahl right there at number 1, or I'd be like, put it Stahl at 3, whatever it is you want to do.
As long as Honor System, you commit to putting it in the YouTube live stream comments when you have the bad weeks as well, because you got to wear them publicly like I do, then drop them in the YouTube live stream comments. Like, play the game honestly. Throw them in there. We'll have a really fun time reading those back. Don't do it if you only do it when you get it right. Okay? Don't be the social media person that only shows the pictures when their life looks awesome, so that everyone's like, you must be doing great. And you're like, no, actually, just when I'm having a terrible time, I don't post about it. Go ahead and play the game and let us know in YouTube live stream comments. But play the game, right? Don't just give us the good and don't go, oh, never mind, like I sometimes try to do. There it is. 99.9 The Fan is the channel on YouTube, by the way. Subscribe when you're there. We need to set up something where we can play against. Maybe it'll be a summer deal.
Okay.
We'll do like Tim and Dennis verse, and we'll set up like either a blind ranking or a there's all those games that are on social media now. Mm-hmm. We'll set up like 5 different games, and you can challenge one of us. You can pick the game. You can pick the game. You can pick the name. You can pick the game, and challenge us, and we'll play.
Okay.
When we have a little bit more time. Right now, draft, Canes in the playoffs, transfer portal, on and on and on and on. We don't have the time, but maybe in the summer we'll get it going. That is blind ranking. Let's move towards another game that you can play with us in the YouTube live stream comments. Hurricanes and Cons.
But to play great defense, you need one thing above all else. That starts with a W. Confidence.
All right, everybody. Hurricanes and Cons. What are you most confident in when it comes to the Carolina Hurricanes, and what are you most concerned about when it comes to the Carolina Hurricanes? We've seen 2 games of the postseason. They've won them both. Very different games. We've seen essentially 2.5 games of action. Take all of that into account and the regular season. What are you most confident in? What are you most concerned about? You can let us know. YouTube live stream 99.9 The Fan right there in the comments. As always, I've got good news and bad news. Which do you want first? You take the bad news. And Dennis, you can bat leadoff. What are you most concerned about when it comes to the Carolina Hurricanes?
My concern when it comes to the Canes right now is actually the face-off dot. And I think it's not just the fact that they're struggling at the moment with it, but I think it's the advantage that Ottawa has when it comes to their versatility, when it comes to their lineup. For example, when they bring let's say their top line, there's Tim Stützle and there's Claude Giroux out there. Well, Tim Tusla's the lefty, Claude Giroux's the righty. So depending on what side of the ice you're on, either one of those guys can take the faceoff. So it gives you that advantage that they have lefty and righty out there to take faceoffs. So no matter where you are on the ice, you have that advantage, whereas Carolina only has one right-handed faceoff guy in Stankoven. That's it. Everyone else you're often forced, whether it's Stahl, Aho, or Mark Jankowski, they're oftentimes having to take faceoffs on the opposite side of the ice than what is ideal for them. So it gives Ottawa a massive advantage.
Are you saying that the Canes should have, over the last few off seasons, been looking for a right shot center?
Hey, you know what? I'm not. I mean, like the guy that stands behind the bench would have said the exact same thing.
No, I know. I'm being very sarcastic in that fans have been kind of screaming that at us for a while.
Mm-hmm.
We hear you. We do. I promise you. Remember at the trade deadline, if there was just any center who was right-handed, it was like, give up everything, go get him. Bradley Nadeau, all the first-round picks. Do they want Nikishin? No, I'm kidding. Nobody said that. The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. Are you ready? I said I'm going to start respecting people's superstitions a bit more.
Okay.
Somebody did tell me when we were outside the Canes game, doing the whole plaza show, and then we were cleaning up, somebody came up to me and said, every time you take your goalies out of your concern in Hurricanes and Cons, the goalies start playing worse.
Okay.
I said, I don't think I control that. I gave them my little speech, and they said, yeah, but it happens. So guess what I'm concerned with, everybody? Goalies.
Okay, that's fair.
Because they were my concern early in the year, and then once Bussy made me kind of confident in them, and I took them off concerns, this person was saying that they didn't play very well. I think his name was Allen. And then he said, and then at the end of the year, you started being concerned about him again in your Hurricanes and Cons, and they started playing well again. So I said, okay, I don't believe in it, but for you, I'll leave him in my concerns. I don't mess with goalie vibes. I am concerned about the goalies, which is ironic because we just did a blind ranking, and Freddie Anderson was my player who had been playing best through the first two games, I should say. And yes, I am concerned about goalies.
I think if we're being fair, if we're being honest, there have been a couple bounces that just have gone Carolina's way.
Oh, absolutely.
There have been a couple bounces that have gone their way. Not saying that Freddie hasn't been great because he's been outstanding, but there's a couple bounces that have not gone. I mean, for example, if Tim Stützle playing the puck off his skate 40 seconds into the game, that's, if he just able to corral that doesn't hit the post, it's 1-0 Ottawa. We're like, dang, it's literally the first shift of the game, and Ottawa's up 1-0.
Inner post and a cross behind Freddie in overtime.
Yeah.
Logan Stankoven getting the puck off of the half, not even that. I want to say a half second, but it's actually much less than that.
Yeah, like a half a puck length.
Fraction of a second before it becomes a goal.
Keandre Miller also was saving one time.
Keandre Miller saved one. The one that went around the back, if Jordan Martinook trips a quarter of a second earlier and he's sliding in there a foot beyond where he ended up getting in, he pushes it into the net.
Yep.
There's a lot of those. So, goalie's my concern, and I've talked myself into it actually being a concern. So, genuine for the superstition people out there. That is concern. Now the second part of Hurricanes and Cons. What are you confident in, Dennis?
My confidence is the fact that the Carolina Hurricanes have depth, and the top guys are going to get going. But they can survive games or a stretch of a few games where the top line isn't going. But that they will. Aho, Jarvis, Svechnikov will get their chances. They will eventually get going.
And it gives the top line confidence to find a way to contribute that isn't so obvious.
Yes.
Right? Do something else. Right? Okay, you're up 2-0, which they've been up 2-0 in both games, right? Go find a way to contribute somewhere else because some other guys got you going with the goal scoring. Mine is, and this was, I said a lot of it during the blind ranking, but I want to say it again. Jordan Stahl. Give people always say, give the flowers, I believe is what the kids are saying.
Yeah.
Give the dude some flowers.
Give him his flowers.
He's done everything. He's set up goal. I mean, he hasn't scored a goal, but he's set up a goal. He's fought. He's been in the face-off circle. He's hit. He's done a little bit of everything. And I guess the only thing he hasn't done is get control when he has possession. But as long as that doesn't pop up again, it's good to see, right? Captains in the postseason doing what they should be doing, leading their team, doing the little things. Right down from the opening fight, right? And then, Dennis, I know you saw it. I saw it. You were there for a lot of it, right? The guys talking about it after game one, where they're like, when your captain does that, like, yeah, I think we're all going to play with a little extra juice. It happens, right? It works. Those are the things in sports that like analytics can't wrap their head around. You're telling me that everybody just played a little bit better because Jordan Staal landed a right 3 seconds into the game? Yeah, that's exactly what I'm telling you. Find the equation that proves that, and you'll be wanted in every front office when the heart shows. You know what I mean? So my confidence is Jordan Staal. And I need him to be better in the face-off than he was in game 2. What are you going to do? That is Hurricanes and Cons here on The Drive with Tim Donnelly on 99.9 The Fan. If you want to let us know what you are most confident, and most concerned about when it comes to the Carolina Hurricanes, let us know in the YouTube live stream comments. 99.9 The Fan on YouTube. That's the channel. Subscribe while you're there. Now, The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. I'm Tim Donnelly for Miller Lending. Miller Lending, no cost loan. Right? Sometimes I like to talk. You may know that about me in this job. I have 3 hours with a microphone every day. Sometimes more. I like to talk. Sometimes simplicity is key. No cost loan. No cool fancy title for it. No, it's no cost loan. What does it mean? Well, no closing costs. What does it mean? Well, none of those hidden surcharges and hidden fees. None of those, I forgot to mention you need to write a big check for this. None of that. It's a no-cost loan. It must have been named by the same person that came up with, like, walkie-talkies, right? It's just like, well, what do you do? Well, you can walk with it and talk. Walkie-talkie. What kind of loan is that? Well, it's one with no cost. No-cost loan. Just name it and keep it moving. Miller Lending, home of the no-cost loan. Give them a call, 919-447-3377. That's 919-447-3377. Or visit them online at millerlending.com. Once again, that is millerlending.com. Miller Lending is an equal housing lender, and MLS number 250-2146. We'll take a break. When we come back, Dennis and I each paint out in vivid detail our perfect draft for the Carolina Panthers. Draft starts tomorrow. Stick around.
Move your sports day forward.
You want a jump start to your program like no other? Hire one of your own. It's exactly what NC State did, and they erased one big hurdle the new coach was going to have, which was earning trust. Justin Gainey's the guy now. Do his expectations of success align with those who were sitting in that room when he said he was at home?
Get set up. Join Next Up with Paul Ihander. Mornings at 9 on 99.9 The Fan, the Triangle Sports Leader.
Warmer weather is here, which means truck time. Take advantage of declaration of deals right now at John Heister Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Lillington and get geared up for a great summer. Drive home a brand new 2026 Ram 1500 for 20% off. Plus get 2.9% financing for 72 months. America's best-selling truck comes with a terrific powertrain limited warranty. 10 years or 100,000 miles. Excludes RHO and tungsten. See dealer for details. So get off your keister and get to John Heister Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Lillington today.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell and Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois. CordellCordell.com.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly here on 99.9 The Fan. If you want to see the NC Courage, listen up. Text keyword BALL, B-A-L-L, to 919-860-5326 for your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to see the NC Courage take on Kansas City at First Horizon Stadium at Wake Med Soccer Park on May 2nd. Coming up here in the next couple of weeks. The keyword BALL, B-A-L-L. Text it to 919-860-5326 for your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to see the NC Courage on May 2nd. All right, everybody. The draft is tomorrow. The NFL draft begins tomorrow, continues on Friday, wraps up on Saturday. As of right now, the Panthers do have picks on all 3 days. Everything can change. You never know. Dan Morgan is one that will pick up the phone and just see what you're offering. So I want that to be clear. But as of right now, they have a first-round pick, second-round pick, third-round pick, fourth-round pick, 2 fifth-round picks, and a sixth-round pick. That is, you get 7. You replace a 7th with a 5th based on trades. That's what they have. I thought it would be fun the day before the draft to just spell out our perfect draft. If we were a GM, within reason, right? I set some parameters up where, it made it so we can't say, look at this. With the Panthers 7 picks, they got Jeremiah Love, Sonny Styles, Arvell Reese. Like, it's not just the best players and you take them in the 5th round. They have to be genuinely, generously, generically ranked around the pick. And who would we end up with? Dennis, would you like to go first or second?
You want to do it round by round?
Okay, sure. We can go ahead and do it that way. All right. So we'll start with the first-round pick, 19th overall. You can go ahead and lead off.
Dylan Thieneman, safety out of Oregon. I think he would actually make the guys around him better. And I think he could be when I talked to Mike Kay of the Charlotte Observer, he said a force multiplier in the secondary.
He is a wildly good athlete.
Yes.
At a position of need. It does have some of those more speedy cover skills than what the safety room has for Carolina as of now. I don't hate that pick at all. I think more of that question is going to be, does he make it to 19?
That's the big question.
But I'd be fine with that. Within reason, I felt like this was okay within reason.
Mm-hmm.
Peter Schrager of ESPN, who puts out one mock draft the day before the draft every year and is one of the more accurate mock drafters.
He's pretty plugged in.
He'll openly say, this is none of my own evaluation. This is all intel. I just ask people, and this is what I come up with. He had the Panthers, and he just does the first round. He had the Panthers trading back from 19 to 28. So they traded from 19th overall pick to the 28th pick, got the 69th pick, which is a very early third for their troubles, and still got Casey Concepcion. So if the powers that be allow me, I will do exactly that and say it is plausible and because an Intel good drafter said it would.
All right.
Okay.
I'll allow it.
If you made me stick and pick, I was going to go Monroe Freeling, offensive tackle from Georgia.
I didn't think he would actually fall that far.
Within our, by the way, I'll give you our quick parameters. There is a 7-round mock draft on ESPN. Jordan Reed did it. You could draft any player within 5 picks earlier. So for the 19th pick, if you were 14th or later, or 10 picks after. Or if there was a position that was not in those 15, you could go further back to find a position you wanted. Those were the parameters, just to make sure we didn't get too crazy with where we were picking guys.
Yeah, Sonny Styles in the 3rd round.
To avoid that, that's what we did. So Monroe Freeling in the mock was a couple picks earlier, but it was within the 5. So I put him at 19 if I could. But you let me get the trade, so I'm picking up the 69th pick and moving back to 28 and taking KC Concepcion.
Okay, what's your 2nd round pick?
Second round
51.
pick, Danny Dennis Sutton, edge from Penn State.
Oh, okay.
Freak athlete, super productive at Penn State. I do think edge rusher is deep in this year's draft, or in other years, I think he may have been flirting with a late first. Maybe even like a late first flirting with a mid first. He was seen that way before this past year. I think he's got a little bit of like the Penn State didn't have the season you wanted to like dim on him rather than the hey, you were in the national championship glow. But he was really good the year before and pretty darn good this year. And he plays Big Ten football. As I said, he is a freak athlete. You ready for this? The RAS score, the relative athletic score, which takes size and all of your combine drills into account. He posted a 9.98 relative athletic score out of a possible 10. That ranked 6th out of the 2,085 defensive ends tested from 1986 to 2026. And super productive in the Big Ten. Not sure why he's not getting more buzz. When I saw he was available in our pool, I jumped at it. Give me the edge.
Okay, I'm actually going to go Jacob Rodriguez, the linebacker out of Texas Tech. Him paired up with Devin Lloyd as off-ball linebackers would be electric.
I don't hate the play, and you're going to see what I did because I had the 69th pick that you didn't have because of the trade. I took Jake Golday. This is early 3rd, linebacker from Cincinnati. Unbelievable athlete. If Sonny Styles wasn't in this draft, a lot more people would know Golday's name because his numbers would be making everybody go, who is that? Now, he's a good amount behind Sonny Styles in athleticism, but who isn't? I think similarly, pairing him with Devin Lloyd, and you might have one of the more physically gifted duos of off-ball backers in the league.
All right, so what's your other 3rd round pick?
Zakee Wheatley, safety, Penn State.
Okay. Penn State guys here.
2 of them, yeah. I didn't know much about him, but he was in the realm, and I knew I was interested in safety, so I looked him up. Real rangy player, center fielder, deep passes, gets his hands on the ball hawk stuff. Can come down and run support, but I don't think they'll ask him to do that as much. So if you're playing a lot of that too high that Evero loves to play, just too high, I think he can do a really good job in coverage for you.
Okay, my 3rd round pick, Skylar Bell, wide receiver out of UConn.
I'm a big fan.
Yeah, wide receiver out of UConn. He's like a little over 5'11", so he's not the biggest guy in the world, but he can play both inside and out. I think with his speed, I think he'd be a great addition. And I think his skill set will complement Terrell McMillan and Jalen Coker.
He was one of my favorite sleepers in the draft until he ran really fast at the combine, and I went, gosh, darn it, now everyone's going to wake up.
4.4 flat.
Yeah, my buddy who coaches at UConn gave me some insight. Was a coach at UConn anymore. Super good. Super like I don't know, I wrote it all down. I forget exactly the term he used. Like professional route runner is kind of what I got. 4th round, you lead us off.
Brian Parker II, offensive lineman from Duke. His versatility, I think, is going to pay off early on, but I think he also could be a potential starting center in the NFL for you right away.
Cosign. This was the pick in the 7th round mock draft by Jordan Reed. I saw it and I went, no notes.
Yep.
So we'll just keep it rolling. Brian Parker ends up in the 4th round. 5th round. There's back-to-back picks here, which is interesting.
Yeah.
So you have 2 picks out of like the same pool of players with our rules. Pick 158, 159, both in the 5th round. One of them was acquired in the Adam Thielen deal from Minnesota. We'll start with give us both. Just go ahead and knock them out for us.
Keegan Trost, offensive lineman out of Missouri.
Okay.
He actually spent a little time at Wake Forest, was first-team All-SEC at Missouri this past year, played a bunch of games. He had 42 starts in his career, actually played 7 years of college football, so he's on the older side, but has a little versatility, can kick inside. But first-team All-SEC as an offensive tackle. I think it was third-team All-American as well. So, again, offensive line depth. And then Jaden Kennedy, the cornerback from Oregon, smaller guy,
another Oregon
potential
guy.
Slot corner. Yep.
That's funny. We like the Big Ten, obviously.
Yeah, we do.
We like the Big Ten. I went with the first one, 158, Damon Claiborne. Also spent some time at Wake Forest.
There you go.
I think they need home run hitters on the offense. And that is a home run hitter. If you add KC Concepcion in the 1st like I did and Damon Claiborne in the 5th like I did, that is a bunch of, hey, that guy looks like he's moving faster than everybody else. added to your offense. Maybe not the most size in the world, but you got Tedero McMillan, who's a giant. Chuba Hubbard can handle between the tackles. Like, you have your power. You need the lightning to the thunder. So give me Casey Concepcion in the first, and then Damon Claiborne in the fifth. And then I waited longer than I wanted to at safety.
Okay.
So I thought, like, let me take 2 swings at it. And obviously safeties are their skill sets are traditionally good for special teams, so you can get in where you fit in. I went VJ Payne from Kansas State. Ran a 4.4 at the combine. Another guy that can handle himself in coverage. Might end up a depth player, but it's a 5th rounder. That's fine. Special teamer, make it happen. And if I completely whiffed on my Wheatley safety from Penn State pick, this might make me look good, right? Kind of my version of, hey, we traded for Trey Lance, but we also drafted in the 7th round another quarterback from Iowa State that nobody's talking about, Brock Purdy. Now nobody remembers that you missed with Trey Lance. So if I missed with Wheatley, but VJ Payne hits, no one's going to remember I missed on my first safety. That's what I'm thinking. I'm taking 2 swings at it.
Okay. So that's your 5th round pick?
That's both my 5th round picks.
Okay. What's your 6th rounder?
6th rounder, I went Cade Klubnik.
Okay. Out of Clemson. They actually draft a Clemson player?
They draft a Clemson
player, and it's a quarterback.
And the Clemson player. He's like a 4-year quarterback. Looks like he was carbon made for Clemson, right? He's got the swoopy haircut. He looks like he could be a frat guy at Clemson. Cade Klubnik, he was 1 pick outside my range. He was 1 pick earlier, so it was 6 picks before, but I bent the rules in the 7th or in the 6th round. He'd fit in with Bryce and Pickett skill set wise. You wouldn't have to change your playbook much at all. And I watched, because I'm a super nerd when it comes to the draft, I watched film of Antonio Williams, one of his wide receivers. I watched film of Adam Randall, their running back, who was a former wide receiver. And I watched film of Cade Klubnik at different points this offseason. And in all of their sheets that I take notes on, I wrote down, goodness, these wide receivers can't get separation. If it wasn't Antonio Williams, Clemson's scheme and their pass catchers were hard to watch this year. And a lot of times Cade Klubnik made decisions where I was like, that's actually not a bad decision, to try what he tried, right? Tried to give him a chance, tried to put it where only his guy could get him. And it didn't work because the scheme was yuck and the receiver play outside of Antonio Williams was yuck. So I think that's why the negativity hit him so hard this year. Should have come out and gone pro after last year if you're talking about maximizing your draft. But if he's there in the 6th, super cheap backup. You're going to need one of those on a late-round rookie contract. Once you start paying Bryce a little bit more money, if you start paying Bryce a little bit more money, I don't hate him at the 200th overall pick in the 6th round. And, I did try to shoehorn Taylon Green in there and just get a monster athlete, but he was drafted in the 5th round, like way earlier than I thought he would.
Okay. My final one, 6th round pick, defensive tackle, NC State, Brandon Cleveland.
Just vibes?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you know what? You lost Ashawn Robinson. You didn't sign any other free agent defensive interior lineman.
So
why not?
So
he's playing in 3-man fronts too.
At the beginning of day 3, you drafted Brian Parker II from Duke. Do you call him up before the last pick and go, hey man, you played this Brandon Cleveland guy a bunch. Like, should we get him in here with the 6th?
Yeah. It's like, sure.
That's the legend of CJ Stroud, right? Is that he was drafted and immediately went, who's the guy that got hurt? The small receiver from Houston that now plays for the Texans.
Tank Dell.
Tank Dell. The legend is that he immediately went like, perfect, now draft Tank Dell. And it ended up working until his leg exploded. Maybe Brian Parker's like, yeah, draft that guy. We had a hard time with him. And we had some good ones there on Duke's offensive line. So that's our personal perfect draft for the Carolina Panthers. Personal perfect draft. Is there any big regret for you? You look at it and you go, I don't know if this is perfect?
No. Honestly, not for me. I actually did think about Damon Claiborne possibly there in the 5th round.
I wish I would have gotten an earlier safety, and I wish I would have gone offensive lineman earlier, but I couldn't pass up Dennis Sutton in the 2nd, and that kind of pushed those priorities a little bit further down. The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. How'd we do? Let us know. YouTube live stream. Up next, starting 5. Stick around.
I don't care what you got, just give me that.
One goal.
Nikishin, Ehlers, shoots on the power play.
Verdeen wide open, rebound, and one
Takes it.
Hoist Lord Stanley's cup.
Sebastian Aho in. Short hit back in. Scores! Oh, talk to me, Shorty! Carolina!
The Triangle's official home for the Carolina Hurricanes. 99.9 The Fan. The Triangle Sports Leader.
It's bow time. There's something special about the first bite of a Bojangles Cajun filet biscuit. Like an edible alarm clock that slaps you awake with bold Cajun flavor. The moment you sink your teeth into that soft, fluffy, made-from-scratch biscuit, then strike gold with a juicy piece of fried chicken, you'll know. Nothing beats the first bite. Except the second first bite. Get a Cajun filet biscuit combo today at Bojangles. It's bow time.
It's bow time. Time to satisfy your craving for Cajun with a Bojangles Cajun Filet Biscuit. Enjoy a Cajun fried filet tucked inside a hot made-from-scratch buttermilk biscuit. Make it a combo and add your choice of fixin' and legendary sweet tea. And remember, Bojangles Cajun Filet Biscuits are served all day, every day. Bojangles Cajun Filet Biscuit. When you're hungry for flavor and value, it's bow time.
Credit card interest rates are now over 29%, and most people are only making the minimum payment, so they're getting nowhere. Hey, it's Dennis Cox for Loan Pronto. But here's what many homeowners don't realize. Using the equity in your home, you can easily access hundreds of thousands in cash. With Loan Pronto's Rapid Equity Loan, you can pay off your credit cards, your existing HELOC, your car loans, or get money for that home improvement project. One client just got $100,000 approved and saved over $1,500 a month. And here's the best part. With Loan Pronto, you can do it all from your phone. With zero out-of-pocket, no hard credit pull up front, no appraisal, no long drawn-out bank process, and no touching your first mortgage. Rates are at near 3-year lows. Act now. Go to loanpronto.com. See how much you can get in about 60 seconds. Loan Pronto, 2,800 5-star Google reviews. Call 919-381-1760 or visit loanpronto.com. 919-381-1760, loanpronto.com. Equal housing lender, NMLS 1661781, NMLSconsumeraccess.org.
That sound? Yeah, that's not a good sign. Hey, it's Drew Brees, and when your car starts making noises like that, a big repair bill might be coming right at you. But with CarShield, you don't have to fear unexpected breakdowns. CarShield helps protect you from expensive auto repairs. I spent my career making tough calls, but this one is simple.
Visit carshield.com now and join the team that's helped millions of drivers save. Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at carshield.com.
I'm attorney Brian Ritchie. Workers' comp can be tricky, but my law firm will be on top of all the complicated paperwork and sneaky deadlines so that all of your I's are dotted and T's are crossed. If you've been hurt on the job, I'm on top of it. Contact us at ritchielaw.com.
Broadcasting live from the Eagle Leasing Studio. WCMC HD1 Holly Springs. 99.9 The Fan. The Triangle Sports Leader.
I'm WRAL meteorologist Kat Campbell. It's not so chilly tonight. Lows dip into the mid-50s with a small chance for rain north of the Triangle. Thursday, it's mostly sunny and warm. Highs reach the mid-80s. Friday, we're back in the upper 80s, coming close to 90 degrees.
5 o'clock check of your money. Dow Jones at the closing bell, up 340 points today, closing at 49,490.
It's 5 o'clock. Time to serve up the biggest sports stories of the day. Here comes your starting five.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly here on 99.9 The Fan. It is time for the starting five, as it always is at about this time. And as always, we start with number 5.
Count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Let's do that hockey.
Let's talk some Stanley Cup playoffs. Obviously, yesterday was the quiet, the travel. Actually, today's actual travel, but it was the quiet rest day for the Canes. So you may have had some time to watch some other hockey, and also you may have thought you were watching some other like MMA/boxing events.
Yeah,
there were some fists a flying, which, you know, hey, got to set the tone somehow. Maybe they all watched Jordan Stahl and said, look at that. He did it. And then they took a 2-0 lead. I'll have some of that. There's quite a bit. If you weren't paying attention, Montreal beat Tampa. Sorry, Tampa beat Montreal, but it was an OT. 3-2. Boston beat Buffalo 4-2. Utah beat Vegas 3-2. And Colorado beat LA 2-1 to go up 2-0. But both of those games 2-1 in the Colorado-Los Angeles series, which, Colorado's getting it done. They're winning, don't get me wrong, but the way some people talk about Colorado, you think they'd be winning them all 12-zippy.
That game went to overtime as well, by the way.
Correct. What stands out to you, Dennis?
I think the fact that we're the amount of overtime games that we're seeing so far. We've seen you
got to get that overtime point.
Yes, exactly.
A lot of these teams are only in the postseason because they get a lot of overtime points.
Yeah, imagine that. Yeah. Winning in 5-on-5 actually matters, believe it or not, folks. But we've seen in 2 games between Tampa Bay and Montreal both go to overtime. That was just fists of flying yesterday. It was Brandon Hagel with a Gordie Howe hat trick, goal, fight, assist, the whole deal. And then, like you mentioned, Colorado has only scored 4 goals. Nathan McKinnon's been held off the stat sheet. One of the best players in the world has been held off the stat sheet for 2 games. Kind of makes you wonder. It's like, wait a second, hold on. You're playing the LA Kings, who weren't that good of a team this season. So the question is, what can their top guys? We've seen Nathan McKinnon do it before, but as the team as it's currently constructed right now, can their top guys show up when they need it? Also, you still need to play great defense, and you need great goaltending.
Yes, and or you need to do one or the other exceptionally
it's something.
Well. It's always funny, right? Because rightfully so, because it's the name of the game. A lot of times you just look at goals allowed, and you go, "Oh, that defense and goalie must be playing well." Sometimes it's one or the other. Sometimes a defense isn't playing great, but a goalie's making it happen, and sometimes vice versa, right? And we've seen a lot of that in our time here in Carolina, right? Sometimes it's like he faced 6 shots. I don't know if the goalie's playing well, but darn right the blue line is. So you need at least one of them to show up if you want to win a playoff game, right? One needs to make the other's job much easier, or bail the other out, right? I guess that would be more what a goalie's doing. Do you know what I thought was interesting? I don't know if it's actually interesting, but I just like to point this kind of statistical anomaly out. Were you paying attention to all the dumb rhetoric about the one shot of empty seats during the second overtime because people had got up to leave after they thought that it was over earlier, and then people from other markets were calling out Canes fans?
So dumb.
So dumb. But did you know that? So then last night I was looking up NHL attendance, going well, let's see if their teams are, selling out like the Carolina Hurricanes are and selling as many tickets. There are 2 teams that aren't at 100% capacity in the postseason. How does that happen? Pittsburgh and Tampa have had 99.7 and 99.4 in the postseason. How do you not sell every ticket in the postseason?
Still some empty seats floating out there, huh?
I mean, it's not a lot, but it's not 100. Vegas has sold 102.4. I don't even know how you do that. They find new seats? They're breaking the fire code? I don't know how you do that.
Vegas? Maybe they have the standing room only bar in the top level now.
Yeah, you had a couple people that were just looking for slots and wandered in, and they're like, I'm here to play blackjack. Oh, look, the Knights are on. I'll watch this. I don't know how you do it, but they did. By the way, Carolina Hurricanes, 101.6% of capacity.
See, look at that. Some people don't show up. Again, people don't realize there's the policy, and pretty much every arena has this. As soon as you leave, you can't get back in. So if you're like, awesome, they scored, it's late, I got to get home because I got to drive back to Clayton or something like that. I got a long haul ahead of me. Well, then you're out the building, and all of a sudden you're like, wait what do you mean the game's not over? That's why you can always listen to it on the fan here, folks.
As Hockey Reference has it, the Lenovo Center's capacity is 18,299. The average attendance for the 2 postseason games held in the Lenovo Center, 18,590.
Just finding seats.
Just double buckling. Just got kids sitting side by side in one seat. The Drive of Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. That is number 5. Let's get to number 4.
1, 2, 3, 4, all together.
Speaking of the Canes selling every which way to get people into that building.
That's right.
Tom Dundon, owner of the Carolina Hurricanes and new owner, majority owner of the Portland Trailblazers, is going through it from a PR standpoint with how he's handling the Portland Trailblazers. And I think what you hear a lot of Carolina Hurricanes fans saying is, yeah, yep, that sounds about right. I'll give you some of it. And we're going to discuss this later in the show, so I'll just give you the Cliff Notes version here. Per The Athletic, the staff of the Trailblazers, when they are on the road, is being asked to check out of hotels by 12:30 p.m. to avoid late checkout fees, sometimes leaving them in the lobby for hours. Team masseuse has been denied a room for pregame treatment. Two-way players have not been permitted or included in the travel party for playoff games because they are ineligible to play in the postseason. And I guess most teams travel them anyway to be around it. And he's going, well, if you're ineligible to play, you can watch at home.
I mean, hockey, you see that all the time. Call-ups.
The free T-shirts were canceled for Game 3.
Oh.
The fan T-shirts? No, you're not getting playoff T-shirts. Gotta put that money elsewhere.
Getting towels?
It did not say. Did not say in The Athletic if they going with a more cost effect. You got hand towels. You got hand towels out of it.
Funny, they're these sound the siren towels.
The Oregonian reported last week that Dundon wants to pay in the range of $1 million per year for a head coach. They are being coached by interim head coach Tiago Splitter. $1 million is a very low number for an NBA head coach. Very. Sports Business Radio reported that Dundon doesn't think the Blazers should have two mascots. They currently have Blaze the Trail Cat and the secondary mascot Douglas Fir.
That's a good name, by the way. Douglas Fir.
Yeah.
Well done. Whoever came up with that,
F-U-R.
well done. Yeah, well done.
I wonder which one they'll get rid of.
You can't chop down Douglas Fir.
Basically, he's questioning everything, but I think this is the real kicker, and this is what we'll talk about later. According to the report in the Oregonian, his goal is to run the organization more efficiently, just as he did when he bought the NHL's Carolina Hurricanes. We'll circle back to that towards the end of the show, about 5:45. That line is fascinating to me. That is number 4. Let's get to number 3. That was loud. That got me a little bit.
On the latest episode,
there it is.
As
That's
the portal turns.
As the portal turns. Caleb Foster's going back to Duke.
Ooh.
That long-term relationship remains steady. 4 years now for Caleb Foster at Duke.
See, that loud noise was, oh my God.
Ooh.
Got the attention.
Ooh.
Apologies to everyone who went, what the?
Well, got to keep you on your toes. Kyle Evans from UC Irvine, the Anteaters, commits to NC State last night. Led the country in blocks last year, 3.3 per game. Guess what he's going to be asked to do at NC State? Block shots. Duke received a commitment yesterday from John Blackwell, one of the top portal prospects in the country, 20-point per game scorer from Wisconsin. I think that's a marked change from what Duke has done in the past. That's going to get a star out of the portal. Duke has been very developmental, right? Like, hey, show up here at a high school, we'll mold you into what we want you to do. This is the first time they're kind of taking they've outsourced their star production. They let Wisconsin do all the development. Now they're just bringing them in to be a one-year mercenary. UNC, Terrence Brown from Utah, big-time scorer. Matt Abel from NC State, crossing in that direction. Maxime Logie, depth big, also joined them with a commitment yesterday. That's a pretty big, pretty robust kind of last 36 hours for players joining, staying with Triangle teams. And it's ironic a bit that they're all kind of on the same timeline here, in that you really start seeing their roster come together literally within 24 hours of them all kind of starting to form what it's going to end up being, because they were in such different situations. Right? The Carolina gets the NBA coach. NC State gets the legacy former player assistant college coach, and Duke has the coach they've had the last 4 years. And yet they're all kind of exploring the portal, doing it their way, and kind of ending up on the same kind of timeline here. I don't know if this is a bold prediction, and I'm not trying to start a game of bold predictions here, Dennis. But I think all three have at least one more whoa. At least one more, really? Him? Before the transfer portal is truly done spinning. Could be for Duke, someone like Isaiah Evans coming back. I think that would count. Could be Henry Vasar for UNC. Or for all three of them, it could be coming from somewhere else where you go, whoa, look at that. Do you know what makes me say that? I've done some very, very assuming, and you know what that does. Some very, very guesswork, back of the napkin math. I think all three have a decent amount of NIL money unaccounted for. Based on what kind of the rumors are, their budgets are, and what I believe a lot of these players that they have committed would make, I think they still got some chunk of change in their pocket. And you know what follows the money? The talent. That's college basketball these days. So I think they're saving up for something. Right? They're the kids in the arcade right now that are running around with just a whole armful of tickets.
Yeah.
And you're going like, whoa, what are you doing? Saving up for something special? They got their eyes on like the remote control car on the fourth shelf. They're like, I'm not messing around with these erasers and Super Bowls. Give me the remote control car on the fourth shelf. I think they're all saving up for something. Not saying they haven't spent money. John Blackwell, expensive. Don't get me wrong. Right? Terrence Brown, expensive. Don't get me wrong. But I think they have more to spend. Again, some guessing, some back of the napkin math. I think we got some big deal here. Speaking of the portal, just for another sport, and this isn't breaking news, but I'm just things to make you say, huh? Kalen DeBoer, Alabama, 7-year, $12.5 million per extension.
Wait, Kalen DeBoer, the Alabama football coach?
Yeah.
Got 7-year extension, $12.5 per?
According to On3.
Guess getting blown out in the Rose Bowl pays.
I mean, yeah. 7 years, $12.5 per. Meanwhile, Tom Dundon in the Blazers is trying to pay an NBA coach $1 million. Actually, I wonder if this is a side note. I'll say it very quickly so we can move on. I wonder if college coaching salaries don't actually end up moving in reverse a little bit because boosters and everything want to see their money on the field.
On the latest episode,
there it is.
As the Portal Turns.
That one should have said on the next episode of As the Portal Turns. More commitments to the triangle. That's number 3. Let's get to number 2.
Just the two of us.
NFL draft is tomorrow. Tomorrow at this time, we'll be knocking on the door of dreams being fulfilled, teams being improved, chaos ensuing. And we are also very much in smokescreen season. Do you know who I think wants to trade out of their pick very, very badly? The Arizona Cardinals.
Oh, yeah?
Do you know why? Because in the last week, I've heard they're definitely taking David Bailey, the edge rusher from Texas Tech. They were definitely, right now, they're definitely taking Jeremiah Love, the running back from Notre Dame. I've heard that they're in love with Ty Simpson. I've heard that every single one of these players, they're going to draft at number 3. And you know what that tells me? They want somebody to go, oh no, they're going to draft our guy. We should trade up and get him. If it happens like, I would say sporadically, like, hey, 2 weeks ago, Ian Rappaport hinted that they want Jeremiah Love. A week ago, Peter Schrager said that they want Jeremiah Love. And then today, Adam Schefter said, don't be surprised if they like Jeremiah Love. Okay, that's one thing. That might be authentic. But if it's like 2 weeks ago Tuesday, everybody said they wanted David Bailey. 2 weeks ago, 3 days after that, everybody said someone else. 3 days after that, everybody said someone else. It's almost like they're trying to flush out a trade. So here's what I think is going on with the Cardinals. I don't think they want to draft anyone at number 3. I think they want someone to trade up with them. And if they don't, maybe they take Jeremiah Love. I'd put it a little bit more likely than the other guys. But no. They want to trade out. So if there's somebody that you think the Panthers have been linked to for a long time, I think that's mostly authentic, right? That's guys that just, blabbered to the wrong person, something leak happened or whatever. But if you saw something very, very specific and detailed over the last week, I would be very suspicious of that. Because that sounds like, hey, if you want to draft this player, you better trade it in front of us. But you can't say it like that. So you got to go, well, actually, let's leak it to our favorite insider. Players that I have heard linked to the Panthers. I'll just throw a bunch out there. Kenyon Sadiq, tight end, Oregon. Mm-hmm. A whole host of wide receivers. Omar Cooper Jr., Casey Concepcion, Denzel Boston, a whole bunch of them. Monroe Freeling, Blake Miller, a couple offensive tackles.
I wouldn't hate either of those guys.
Dylan Thieneman, Oregon safety.
That's my guy.
The Toledo. He's got three names.
McNeil Warren.
I want to always call him Warren McNeil. Emmanuel McNeil Warren from Toledo, another safety. We could go on, right? Dan Morgan keeps us guessing. The only thing I'll say is this. The name that's been most linked to the Panthers going into the first round, or going into their first picks, first couple, has never been the one they draft. I'm not saying that Tedero McMillan was a complete fake out, but it definitely wasn't the first name mentioned. That would have been Jalen Walker last year. So the name being mentioned most with the Panthers, I wouldn't expect that to be the name they take, which has been Kenyon Sadiq, if we're being real. That is number 2. Let's get to number 1.
Go one! Let's do that hockey.
Canes, Ottawa, tomorrow. Dennis, we've talked a lot about the Carolina Hurricanes' depth, right? And that's been something, depth and versatility has been something that has been a often confidence throughout the entire year. But we have not probably talked about it enough. I might have been the only person, granted I wasn't saying this in the moment because I was tired, but I would have liked to have seen that been a 4 overtime game as long as the Canes win, because I think with every shift that they were out there, the Canes' depth became more and more and more of an advantage.
Oh, yeah.
And when you start totaling up time on ice in games 1 and 2, when you start totaling up, yes, hits as they are counted, but also just hits as they are felt, right? Like board battles and everything that's physical and wrestling in front of the net for position. All of those physical things, the more and more they add up on Ottawa, the bigger and bigger the advantage is for Carolina, because Carolina can play more guys. They trust more guys. They want to play their lines more evenly. They want to play their defensive pairing to get everybody involved. And you see it in Ottawa's time on ice. They don't want to do that as much. They have guys that they don't want to have out there as much, which means their dudes are playing a lot more. So an overtime game that goes into 2 OTs like we saw, I think that's an advantage for Carolina. I think it's an advantage for Carolina. And you add to it the style of hockey that these two teams play. We've been hearing for years and years how exhausting it is to play for and against the Canes. To a lesser extent, I think it's exhausting to play for and against Ottawa. Put those two teams out there on the ice at the same time, somebody's going to be exhausted. Somebody is going to be exhausted. And if you want to go full Steve Prefontaine for my track fans out there from the 1972 Munich Olympics, basically the first main athlete of Nike in Nike history, he used to just tell people, he ran the mile, right? He would just tell people at the line, no matter how tired I am, I'm going to dead sprint the last lap. Come with me if you want. I kind of want the Canes to do that. hey, no matter what happens these first 2 periods, the third period, we're all gas, no brakes. If you can keep up, good on you. If not, we'll see you at the finish line. We'll be waiting there with a cup of water for you. They are an in-shape group. You can't play for the Canes if you're not in shape. Similar to Jordan Stahl fighting, and then everybody saying, if our captain's willing to do that, how can we not play physical? If your coach is in great shape, how can you not be in great shape as a player, right? You can't be losing workout battles to coach, even though they probably are. There's a certain pride they take in their stamina, their ability, their lack of fatigue. I think that's going to end up being a portion in this one. I think that's going to end up being important in Games 3 and Games 4 and more if necessary. Canes, Ottawa, tomorrow. You can hear it right here on 99.9 The Fan. A day out, Dennis. Why don't you get – I think fatigue will be a key to the game. Do you have something that stands out to you? A day in advance, right, before you get all the smoke of the pregame pyrotechnics clouding your vision? What do you think could be a key?
I think special teams has been a massive difference. Obviously, you look at the last game, the Carolina Hurricanes scored on the lone power play opportunity, and basically the Canes scored a shorthanded goal. I know technically it was even strength, but it was a shorthanded goal, essentially. I mean, the door was being opened.
Who was in the box? Who got the +1?
I think it was Sean Walker.
Sean Walker gets the +1.
Walker.
Gets the +1 because the door opened.
I had to go back and check on that one. Actually, let me just check and make sure who it was.
Yeah, that's going to ruin
box.
you. I have the same thing. Like, now that you've asked, if I don't figure it out, I'm going to be
actually, I'm sorry. It was Fetch.
Fetch gets the +1.
Fetch gets the +1 because Fetch had the penalty before.
He had a bunch of them.
No, I'm sorry. I correct myself again. It was Sean Walker. My apologies.
I will say your odds were high that it was Fetch in the box.
Yes. Well, he's seen as how he took a couple early. But I think, for me, special teams has been the difference so far. In Carolina, the fact that they scored on their one power play opportunity that they did have, I think also, in my opinion, because we saw Brady Tkachuk take the roughing penalty against Sebastian Aho, Carolina made them pay early in the game. And I think that also tells in my eyes, hey, Ottawa, if you mess around, Carolina's going to make you pay. If you mess around, Carolina's going to make you pay. Plain and simple.
Don't mess around.
Unless
you want to pay. Let's got cash in your pocket. I like it. The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. Keys to the game, fatigue, and special teams. I feel like that's like a youth hockey little hey, we're going to be better in shape. We're going to execute on the special teams. We're going to get out there. We're going to make sure our laces are tied up tight. It's like, all right, we're 8. But that is it is that simple, right? Sometimes even the biggest games, the biggest series can come down to those core basic things.
Ottawa had an optional skate today, which some of their top guys apparently did not skate. I know Brady Tkachuk was out there for a little bit, but some of their top guys didn't skate, so you didn't see guys, apparently, for example.
Sanderson took 56 shifts. I'm guessing he wasn't out there.
Tim Stützle, Dylan Cousins wasn't out there. Thomas Chabot, Sanderson weren't out there today. But Carolina, talking to guys in the locker room today, I asked a couple of them, like, how do you feel to have the day off? Like, how are you feeling? And one player actually said, I'm actually feeling pretty good right now. I was like, it's a good thing.
Playoffs is a drag, but you're only 2 games in. So you might have a little bit of that bounce back a little quicker than you'll have if you make it to an Eastern Conference Finals or beyond.
And the ability to rest guys late in the season. Like, I think that's going to pay dividends as well, because Ottawa was fighting tooth and nail just to get in.
And don't forget about it. I said it yesterday. I'm going to say it again. Don't forget about those 45-second shifts the fourth line took in overtime. Don't forget about them because, when you're tired, you're not as reactive. You're taking the hits more square when you have tired legs. And just a little extra 45 seconds, extra couple whistles turns that into a minute 40. And all of a sudden, like, you're just a little bit more spry and you're avoiding a hit just a little bit, taking that sting off, and now your body's a little less sore. An unsung thing about the Canes is that fourth line can eat some innings, right? They don't necessarily have to go out there and do anything spectacular. If they just you're not worried about them and they're out there eating some innings, it really helps. The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. That is number 1 of the starting 5. So it is now time to grab some contestants for the numbers game. The prize for today: a pair of tickets to see Alice Cooper at DPAC on April 28th, so less than a week from now. If you want to see Alice Cooper at DPAC, you have to win the numbers game. We need 2 contestants. Call in now, 919-860-5326. That's 919-860-5326. Numbers game coming up next.
Need more Stanley Cup chatter, Canes fans? Listen afternoons with Adam Gold in the Drive for our Cup check-in, served up by Carolina Ale House. We talk with hockey's best, past and present, bringing you the latest insight on the chase for Lord Stanley's Cup. It's the Cup check-in on 99.9 The Fan, served up by Carolina Ale House. Come to Carolina Ale House for the official Carolina Hurricanes viewing parties throughout the playoffs. Visit CarolinaAleHouse.com/Canes to see the schedule.
This is Gordon Miller from Miller Lending in Cary. Back in 1989, when I first went on the radio to introduce this whole no closing cost concept, where you could actually close on your mortgage without the lender taking $15,000, I had no idea if I had created the next pet rock fad of the day or something that would define my career over the course of the next 37 years. But once mortgage rates fell from 9 down to 6, our business exploded and I never looked back. You see, a no-cost loan is the only consumer-friendly mortgage where the homeowner actually holds all the cards. Short funds to close, eliminate thousands of dollars in closing costs. Rates are now down almost 2% from the peak, but you're holding off due to the cost of a refi? Not anymore. So let's start you down that path of eliminating closing costs once and for all and keep that money where it belongs, with you. 919-447-3377. That's 919-447-3377. Or simply apply online at millerlending.com. Miller Lending is an equal housing lender, NMLS number 250-2146.
It's bow time. Sometimes the craving for Bojangles Supremes is so strong you just gotta have them. Even when your gas tank is on empty and Bojangles is still 10 miles down the highway. Nothing beats the flavor of Bojangles' juicy Golden Supremes, especially when they're part of a perfect combo with 4 boldly seasoned chicken Supremes, a made-from-scratch biscuit, fixin', and some legendary iced tea. The only thing that can satisfy your hunger is that delicious southern flavor. So when the craving is supreme, put the pedal to the metal. It's bow time.
There's no time like bow time. Time to stop whatever you're doing for some of that one-of-a-kind Bojangles flavor. Satisfy your craving for flavor and your passion for boneless chicken with Bojangles 4-piece Supremes Dinner. 4 perfectly seasoned, Cajun-fried, whole breast tenderloin fillets, choice of fixin', a made-from-scratch buttermilk biscuit, and Bojangles' legendary iced tea. When you're hungry for flavor and value, it's bow time.
20 years, the North Carolina Education Lottery has been creating winning moments where dreams become a reality and where hundreds of winners are made every day. Moments that add up to billions of dollars in wins. And we're nowhere near finished. Seize your winning moment with the new 20th anniversary scratch-off and digital instance game. Must be 18 to play. Approximate overall odds of winning on the scratch-off are 1 in 3.45. Approximate overall odds of winning a prize in the digital instance game are 1 in 3.75. Problem Gambling Helpline 877-718-5543.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. It is time to play the numbers game. We have Jacob in Knightdale and Rory in Durham, and they will be battling it out in jersey number trivia for a pair of tickets to see Alice Cooper at DPAC on April 28th. As always, we'll bring each of our contestants onto the air, ask them the same question. Dennis will be our judge. He'll pick his favorite answer, and that person will get to go first. We'll get it started with Jacob in Knightdale. Jacob, are you there?
Yes, I am.
All right. This is one of my favorite questions around draft time. The NFL draft is tomorrow. If you were, I would say, a projected second-round pick, and you had to do something Saturday or Friday now, right? So the day you're expected to get drafted, what are you doing, right? You're at home, I assume wherever your home is. What are you doing the day of the draft?
Barbecue with my family.
Chilling. What does chilling entail?
Barbecue, hanging out.
All right.
Waiting to hear when I'm called.
Barbecue, hanging out. All right. Dennis, any follow-ups?
No questions.
Sounds good. We move to Rory and Durham. Rory, are you there?
I am.
All right. In this hypothetical question, you are a projected second-round pick in the NFL draft, and you have to plan your day on Friday, which is the day you're projected to get drafted. What are you doing?
I'm probably trying to get up to 200 people at my house, one to watch with me, just trying to get as many good vibes as we can.
200 people at the house.
And if I don't get drafted, then we still have a good party.
All right. I was going to say that could backfire if you don't go, but now you're saying, hey, even if we don't, we're still partying like we went number one overall. Dennis, are you rolling with the chilling with family, low-key barbecue, or are you going to the everybody's invited 200-person, we're going to Rory's house?
200 people is going to be expensive. As someone who's currently in the middle of planning a wedding right now where the attendance will not be that many people.
Potluck, 200 people, everybody bringing a dish.
Yeah, exactly. It's big-time potluck. I don't know where everyone's going to fit.
End up with a lot of ice, a lot of chips, a lot of napkins.
Yeah,
right
I know,
there.
for real. Like, why
always
did everyone
what you
bring deviled eggs? I got to go with just do the chill and the barbecue with the family because 200 people will be like,
I've said it already. I would golf. What would you do?
Honestly, I'd lay in my hammock.
Okay, just solo.
Just lay in my hammock.
All right. We have Jacob going first. We have Rory up next. Don't worry, Rory. You'll have your chance. Just have to sit on hold for a second. Jacob, are you ready to pick a category?
Yes, sir.
All right. The categories are for you to choose from. NFL players, Panthers only. MLB players, in-season home run leaders. NBA players, play-in round ballers. Or Hurricanes throughout history, that, of course, being an NHL category.
Let me go with the NFL Panthers only.
All right. I will give you the team and the player. Give me the jersey number as quickly as you can. 30 seconds on the clock. One pass if you need it. I will say the team in this category, even though we know it, just to keep it fair timing-wise with the other categories. Do you have any questions before we get started?
Nope, I'm ready to go.
All right. Your time will start when you hear the horn. Jimmy Clausen, Carolina Panthers.
12?
Incorrect. Chuba Hubbard, Carolina Panthers.
24.
Incorrect. Jimmy Clausen, Carolina Panthers.
Pass.
Jericho Cotchery, Carolina Panthers.
24.
Incorrect. Chuba Hubbard, Carolina Panthers.
33.
Incorrect. Just listen, you got an offer. That's always tough. Advice for the future: fire out numbers. A lot of time thinking there. You might stumble into one, or it might spark something. The numbers we were looking for: Jimmy Clausen, number 2. Chuba, 30 is the number we were looking for there. Cotchery, Jericho, 82 is the number we were looking for. Now the good news is, due to your chilling with family, you do have a chance to win still, because a double offer tie goes to whoever goes first. Let's jump to Rory. Rory, are you there?
I'm here.
All right. Not a high bar for you to jump over, but here are the categories for you to choose from. MLB, in-season home run leaders. NBA, play-in round ballers. Or NHL, Hurricanes throughout history.
Let's go MLB home run leaders.
All right. I will give you the team and the player. Give me the jersey number as quickly as you can. 30 seconds on the clock. One pass if you need it. You need at least one correct answer for the win. Do you have any questions before we jump in?
Let's do it.
All right, let's do it. Your time will start when you hear the horn. Gunnar Henderson, Baltimore Orioles.
13.
Incorrect. Ellie De La Cruz, Cincinnati Reds.
44.
Correct. Corey Seager, Texas Rangers.
24.
Incorrect. Gunnar Henderson, Baltimore Orioles.
12.
Incorrect. Corey Seager, Texas Rangers.
Pass.
Mike Trout, Los Angeles Angels.
2.
Incorrect. Gunnar Henderson, Baltimore Orioles.
8.
Incorrect. Corey Seager, Texas Rangers.
28.
Incorrect. You were in the right places, just with the wrong people. You said 2 for Trout. We needed 2 for Henderson. You were right there on 27 for Corey Seager, but we needed 27 for Trout. Corey Seager was number 5. I don't think you said 5 anywhere. But the only important deal is you got Ellie De La Cruz for number 44. 1 is enough for the win, and gosh darn it, 1 is what you got. So congratulations. You're going to see Alice Cooper later this week, April 28th. So, or I should say within a week, April 28th. Congrats, and stay on the line, and Dennis will grab the info he needs to get you your tickets.
Appreciate it.
There it is. There it is. My dad recently, manager, did there was like a party for his salespeople, and the whole management staff dressed up as rock stars. It was one of those vibe builders. He went full Alice Cooper. Had the hat, had the whole thing.
I respect that.
Had the whole thing. We took it real serious. I don't know if anybody pinned him as, oh, you're Alice Cooper, but he at least looked like he was going for rock star. He committed hard. The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. There's a mental thing there. I may do an experiment here because I'm into competition like that, where I'm going to tell people the second caller what they need to win, like out loud. Hey, you need at least one for the win, and track what their number is. And then I'm going to not tell them what they need to win and track what their number is. Because I think when I say, you need one for the win, they get one exactly way more. Hey, all right, you need two, at least two for the win. They get two, and they don't get any more. I noticed that, a couple weeks ago. I think I said it here on the show. I think our brains get to a win and just go, cool, stop. But it's not like setting a high score, okay? It's not like pop a shot at the arcade, right? If the high score is 40, you get 41 and stop because you're going to get all the tickets. And then the next time you want to get the high score again to get all the tickets, you don't want it to be set unsurmountably high. So you get 41, then the next time 42. It's not like that. You can break the record, go for a perfect score. Can't do better than 5. Get 5 every time if you can. The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. I do enjoy the numbers game, and shout out to both Jacob and Rory for doing their best, even though it was a little ugly at times. We're going to take a break. When we come back, the Pacific Northwest is learning something about one of our old friends that we've learned many, many times. Stick around.
I don't care what you got, just give it up.
One goal.
Nikishin, Ehlers, shoots his scores! Oh, the power play!
Verdeen wide open, rebound, and what a save by Anderson!
Hoist Lord Stanley's Cup.
Sebastian Aho in, short hit back in, scores! Oh, talk to me, Shorty! Carolina!
The Triangle's official home for the Carolina Hurricanes. 99.9 The Fan, the Triangle sports leader.
Canes fans, this is your playoff headquarters, the Dugout Tavern and Grill on Kelly Road in Apex. Catch every Carolina Hurricanes playoff game the way it's meant to be seen. An official member of the Canes Bar Network, the Dugout has the sound on for every game, a massive 16-foot video wall, and bucket specials, plus $4 Storm Surge drinks to keep the energy high all night long. So grab the gang, wear your red, and cheer loud. The Dugout Tavern and Grill in Apex, where Canes fans bring the storm.
Step between the lines when you download the High School OT mobile app presented by State Employees Credit Union. It's easier than ever to find the coverage you want for the sports and schools you cheer for the loudest. Receive up-to-minute alerts, scores, videos, insider content, and the latest high school sports news across the state of North Carolina. Available now on the Apple App Store and the Google Play Store, the High School OT mobile app, presented by State Employees Credit Union.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With a Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Dear hero, whoever you are, thank you for donating plasma. My body literally gave up on me. Receiving plasma treatments was, to me, hope. Now that I'm out of the wheelchair, I love going on walks, swimming. Those were some of the things I was told that I would never be able to do.
I have swells all up and down my arms or my legs, my hands.
I could have an airway swell, and that's life-threatening. I haven't had any attacks in about 3 months since trying it. It's crazy because it was daily that I'd have these, and it's just gone.
Because of you, I can walk again.
Because of you, I feel amazing.
Giving equals living. Give plasma. Replenish the supply. Make an appointment to give today by visiting hhs.gov/giveplasma. This message is brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly here on 99.9 The Fan. Happy Earth Day, everybody. Plant a tree. Rip an invasive species out of your yard.
By the way, Friday is actually Arbor Day.
That would be Plant a Tree Day, right?
Actually, well, yeah. You know, I'm actually going to do in honor of Earth Day and Arbor Day, being a couple days apart.
Listen to Earth, Wind, and Fire?
Well, other than listen to Earth, Wind, and Fire. I actually did the whole, contact 811 for, local utility lines in case you're going to dig or something along those lines. You know, whatever you want to do. So my fiance and I have been talking about actually getting an apple tree planted in our side yard. So I got that approved, planting an apple tree in the side yard.
Have I told you I had an apple tree in my yard when I was living in Hawaii?
Yeah, you said they were oddly shaped.
They were oddly shaped.
Yeah.
They were very long and skinny. You had to eat them like a corn on the cob. But there was an apple tree. We also had a lime tree. We had a starfruit tree. We had an avocado tree.
That's pretty awesome.
We had a lychee tree. If you ever had lychee, they're delicious.
I don't think I've ever had a
banana trees, which you got to chop all the way down with a machete each time they bear fruit. We had the whole rigmarole. Yeah, think about that, huh?
Yeah,
all in our backyard. I do have some breaking news here, so go ahead and fire it.
Oh, we have breaking news.
We do.
Hold on here. Do tell.
Isaiah Evans has declared for the NBA draft.
Okay.
Per his Instagram, and it's co-authored, collaborated, or whatever with Duke men's basketball. League next, Duke forever.
Okay.
Says on the comments there. So I wouldn't be surprised by. I'm not surprised by that. I think he came back with the intention to show a more NBA ready skill set, and I believe he did that. I think he'll be a first round pick, and it's rare that guys turn down being first round picks. Also, I think the Duke knew this.
Yeah.
Because I don't think John Blackwell shows up if he thinks he's going to be sitting behind Isaiah Evans, or at least in a starting lineup with another guy that expects some usage at that level. And I don't think Duke would ever entertain the idea of Isaiah Evans coming back and coming off the bench or playing second fiddle, because he's earned the right to not do that as a perimeter player. So the fact that John Blackwell committed a couple days ago, I think they were probably – I don't think John Blackwell was – I don't think he's surprised by this is what I'm saying. I think he's probably aware that was happening ahead of time. But Isaiah Evans headed to the NBA. Another Duke player going to the NBA.
I wonder if he's going to I don't know if he said it in his post or not, but I wonder if he maybe mentioned that he's going to leave the option of possibly coming back.
The entirety of his Instagram post says League Slim and then emojis. It would be a little watch emoji, exclamation points, a little light bulb, and the little purple devil. Those are the emojis. So I'm bad at the emoji translation. The only one I ever get excited is when somebody who can't talk about recruiting posts the eyeballs, because that just means news is coming. I don't know what that means, but league next, Duke forever, Isaiah Evans. I'd be surprised if he comes back, but it's happening. So that remains
for him.
In the Duke mystery, Dame Sarr still, I'd say he's actually he's more of the threshold, right? Isaiah Evans, I think, was over the threshold, go pro. Cam Boozer, definitely over the threshold. I expect him to go pro. Dame Sarr, I think, is more of a maybe. Could he come back? Not what, huh? That's kind of where that stands. And if he comes back, I think he could have a really big year.
Mm-hmm.
He actually, do you know what Dame Sarr's career trajectory reminds me a little bit of?
Who's that?
Isaiah Evans.
Okay.
with their different skill sets, right? One being more defensive oriented, one being more offensive oriented. But being somebody who kind of got comfortable halfway through conference play and then showed it through postseason, and then it was like, you know what? With one more year of you showing what you showed in spurts down the stretch over an entire season, you go from maybe a first rounder to like first rounder. And if you play great, lottery pick. I don't know if Isaiah Evans played that well to be lottery pick, but I think Dame Sarr could, just like if Isaiah Evans played scored a little bit more, a little bit higher efficiency, didn't have that slump, perhaps he could have been a lottery pick. So it's still some questions to be answered for Duke. Dame Sarr would be a pretty big one, and then whoever else they grab out of the transfer portal would be the other one. And also, don't forget about that recruit. They have the number 1 recruiting class in the country.
Yeah, they do.
Somebody on Twitter today said, like, they still don't have a starting 4. Maybe they go get so-and-so. And I'm going like, I don't know. They have the 3rd overall recruit in the country, and he's listed as a power forward.
You mean the 7-footer?
Yeah, Cameron Williams.
Yeah.
Perhaps that guy starts at the 4? I don't know.
Yeah, with Pat Gungba coming back.
With Gumba, and then perhaps a Dame Sarr, Jonathan Blackwell, and Caleb Foster. And then you got Caden Boozer coming off the bench. You have some dudes coming off. Deron Rippey coming off the bench, another 5-star. You have Bryson Howard, Josh Howard's son.
That's right.
Wake Forest fans. I believe another 5-star coming off the bench.
Yeah, 4 or 5.
There's a lot of good dudes on that team. Isaiah Evans will not be one of them. Still waiting on a few others, though. The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan, and somewhere some Duke intern takes the Isaiah Evans back graphic, drags it to the trash.
Yeah.
Womp, womp, womp.
You think he gets drafted by Portland?
Out there with Cedric Howard? Oh, I see what you're doing here. There's 2 connections that could have went there. Cedric Howard, who was committed to Duke last year to the transfer portal, got drafted to Portland and was, I believe, all rookie this year. Or the other option would be because Tom Dundon is the owner there, and that's the path you wanted me to take, huh? That's the one that would have made more sense. Tom Dundon is the owner of the Carolina Hurricanes. He is also the brand new owner of the Portland Trail Blazers, who might draft Isaiah Evans. Maybe if he would agree to like underslot salary, because that's what the rep is quickly becoming for Tom Dundon out there in Portland. Sports Business Radio. A source told Sports Business Radio that Dundon doesn't think the Blazers should have 2 mascots, Blaze the Trail Cat and Douglas Fir, their secondary mascot. He's looking at everything the team is doing and questioning whether or not it is necessary in his mind. Per The Athletic, the staff, many of the staff members for the Trailblazers is required to check out of their hotels by 12:30 p.m. on the road on their last day to avoid late checkout fees, which sometimes is hours before the buses come to pick them up. So they have to check out and just kind of be in the lobby. Team masseuse denied a room for pregame treatment. 2-way players not allowed to travel. Those are players on 2-way contracts, not offense and defensive players. Everyone should be those in the NBA. But 2-way players not allowed to travel for playoff games to cut costs. Free T-shirts for fans at Game 3 of their playoff series. Canceled. The Oregonian is reporting that Dundon wants to pay in the range of $1 million per year for a head coach. I can't imagine that would be anything but dead last as far as pay for an NBA head coach. His goal, according to the report on the Oregonian, is to run the organization more efficiently, just as he did when he bought the NHL's Carolina Hurricanes. Now, listen, it rubbed some people the wrong way when he did it with the Carolina Hurricanes.
Oh, yeah.
It will rub them. Now, that's just the phrase that it will make people twice as mad in Portland if he does the same thing for a few reasons. One, he took over Carolina when they were bad, right? So if you're cutting costs and everything, it feels almost warranted if you're doing it to a losing team, right? Like, yeah, they're masseuse. Oh, these pampered. Yeah, take away the money for the masseuse on the road. Oh, yeah, these staffers, you're telling me they were getting late check-ins and still putting that product on the like, it feels almost warranted. You start doing it to a team in the playoffs, who, by the way, just won a playoff game. That's going to rub some people the wrong way even more. That's going to make people mad even more. It's different when they're good, right? Then it doesn't feel warranted that it's like, wait a second, all these other playoff teams are passing out playoff T-shirts. Why aren't we? We also made the playoffs. Yeah, fans say we. I guess, actually, Dennis, I'll ask you because, full disclosure, and those of you that have been around know, I wasn't here for the early years of Dundon. So I paid attention, as every sports fan does, but I wasn't in the thick of it. I was working in previous markets. But what would your advice be to the Portland Trailblazer fans that are learning how, whatever you want to call Tom Dundon, business Tom or penny pinching Tom, or I want my money on the ice Tom? Like, what's your advice for the Portland Trailblazers as they get used to Tom Dundon as a primary owner of their team?
Well, I think you hit the nail on the head, is that everything that he wants to put his money into is what's on the court. In this case, with the Carolina Hurricanes, it was on the ice. And something that Tom Dundon did say after his first year as owner of the team was that when he sat down with every single player of the team, I think it was in individual meetings, he said, my job is to find the person that's better than you. That's it. My job is to find the person that is better than you and then to replace you. But also, it's also the mindset of basically don't give me a reason to replace you. Give me a reason to keep you. That was what it was. Now, granted, like you said, taking over a team that hadn't made the playoffs for 9 straight years. So a little bit of a different situation. So I'm wondering if people are going to, how much people are going to be patient in that regard. Because the impact, I think, will be noticed by fans. If they're winning, fans aren't going to mind. It's what the other people in the building, how are they going to feel? Like, for example, hey, the team masseuse doesn't have a room before the game. Well, that actually does impact the players on the floor, because I got to make sure that my players on the floor are at the best that they can be. So that is actually investing resources into your players. So those are all things that go into it, in my opinion.
Here's the way I think, and this is I've talked with Tom. We've had him on the show a handful of times. So very little interaction, but some interaction. If I were an employee of Tom Dundon, I would never go into a conversation with believe me. I would come in with proof. I would come in with, this is how this money needs to be spent to make our team better, to make us win more. You got to have the spreadsheet. You got to have the spreadsheet. You know what I mean? It's very much like show me, because he's a businessman, right? Bottom line. Let's talk bottom line. Let's talk numbers. Let's not talk, vibes and everything. And by the way, I guess my advice would be give him a chance. It worked here. Right? If I'm talking to a Trailblazers fan, I'd go, it might be rough. It might take some learning, but, if the Canes win this series that they're up 2-0 in, they will have won a playoff series in 8 straight years. Proof is in the pudding a little bit with success. NHL and NBA are different. He's going to have to learn your game, your league differently, but one thing he can do, and one thing that he proved he can do here in Carolina, is once he has the right people in place, he will let them do their job, right? I don't think he's going to be drafting first rounders because, he watched their game during March Madness, right? He'll be in the conversation, but, Rod Brindamore is Rod Brindamore, and it worked. He hired him, and he's kept him around. So, and same with Don Waddell and then Eric Tulsky. I would be all right with that, right? Just give it time, see if it works. Give him a chance. Give him a chance.
It's different type of people, different group of people. The way salaries are structured and contracts and all that stuff
It'll
are just
take
different
time.
in the NBA. It's different.
Show them how. Show them the numbers, and I think you'll be all right. The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. That is it for us on Drive, The Drive. But Overdrive is up next, and we're starting off talking Canes, followed up by some transfer portal talk. We'll be back tomorrow. Thank you to Dennis for keeping us up and running. Tomorrow's a great day, everybody, I promise you. So we'll talk to you then. Have a great night.
Evan, Canty, and Michelle are unsportsmanlike.
Everything we have said about Pittsburgh, we can apply to the Heat. Playoffs 6 consecutive years, but you're not there anymore. Even when you made the playoffs some of those years, we didn't really view you as contenders. They don't have that big star, just like the Steelers don't have their franchise quarterback. So the Steelers have a new era. What are the Heat going to do to make sure that this doesn't become their reality for many years to come?
Mornings from 6 to 9 on 99.9 The Fan, the Triangle Sports Leader.
I need a little range, step to the range.
There's a new flavor in town, the Jalapeno Ranch Club at Chick-fil-A. With that juicy Chick-fil-A original spicy or grilled chicken, a buttermilk ranch bun, candied bacon, pepper jack cheese, and jalapeno ranch sauce. It's got big ranch vibes with a little heat. Chick-fil-A's new Jalapeno Ranch Club. Available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code VALUE to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code VALUE to borrow up to $10,000. Use code VALUE to borrow up to $10,000.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
I'm attorney Brian Ritchie. Getting hurt in a car wreck comes with all kinds of stress and frustration. But when you call me, I'll be on top of all of it. So all you need to worry about is getting better. If you've been injured in a car wreck, I'm on top of it. Contact us at ritchielaw.com.
Broadcasting live from the Eagle Leasing Studio. WCMC HD1 Holly Springs. 99.9 The Fan. The Triangle Sports Leader. It's 6 o'clock. Time to shift into overdrive. All highlights, no filler. As we run it back from the drive with Tim Donnelly.
Well, you got to get to your game. If you play your best game, you have a chance. And if you don't have a chance. So you better get to it somehow. And you're going to have ebbs and flows, and they're going to get to theirs, and it's going to feel a little different at times. But it's just understanding that's how it's going to go, and be okay with it. But if you think anything but your best is going to get it done, then don't come. Don't go out there, because the only way you win is to bring your best.
Rod Brindamore has a cheat code. The cheat code is he's done it all, and he stays in shape, and he looks gruff, and that was essentially a very low energy pump up speech. Like, you don't want to go, just don't go out there, and if I'm trying to think of a football equivalent. If Sean Payton gave that exact speech, right? Good coach.